Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Through the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis Show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold. A reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truths that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis Show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change, and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique, and bold exploration, we strive for meaning and revelation. The journey begins, the truth will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis Show.
Yo, howdy. Welcome to number 24, sorry. Number 24 of the Finding Gnosis show. There's 5 of you there now. We are live. So it is a good time to share the stream on your social media. Let other people know that we are here. It's just going to be a bit of a chill stream this evening. We'll just have a little chin wag, see how everybody is, and see what people have learned about this strange existence. If anything, we will have a more in-depth stream on Friday, which I'm looking forward to. We'll be doing a look into some experiments on human nature, human behavior, human psychology that have been conducted throughout the ages. And we'll be looking at the results of that experiment. That might be interesting. It might help us on our way to achieving Gnosis. Brother Grimm is here. Brother Grimm, how are you doing, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little bit. Your volume it needs to be raised a little bit, please.
Can you hear me now?
Lovely jubbly.
It's how I'm doing. I'm doing fine. So this today's show is about conspiracy theory.
No,
Theories.
no, that was just a jokey title. I just said this isn't a conspiracy theory. It's just Wednesday night on the Finding Gnosis show. Okay,
I see.
but
So
we just
Wednesday
have a
night
chit
is
chat.
supposed. I see. So
Um,
Wednesday night is supposed to be an episode where one can talk about whatever one wants. One isn't restricted to a particular topic. I see.
within reason, within reason. Hello to
Yeah.
Black Hole here.
Hello, sir. I saw just as I was coming in, I'm going to be going to church tonight. I'm not going to be on long, but I saw something about how I left some bad comments. I'll try not to let that happen again. And I just thought I'd come on
What's
and
that,
say hi
brother?
real quick.
I
You know how
uh,
YouTube is. You know how YouTube
I
is. It's
never.
always, yeah.
I have no idea what you're on about, Black Hole. Are you telling me that you've been your messages aren't showing up? Is that it? Your comments aren't showing
Well,
up?
it's
Is that what
just
you're telling me?
when I was about to come on and I'd leave a a comment, just not coming on the stream or anything, just a comment. It's like, oh, it's just we noticed that you gave some bad comments, and yeah, it's
Mm.
just that won't happen again. Yeah.
All right,
I don't know
all
what
right.
that's
Well,
about. So yeah.
I don't know what that's
Anyway,
about either. I just want
I'll stay
to
with you
say,
guys.
yeah, please
I'll
do.
stay
I
with
want
you
to
guys
say, yeah, thank
for a
you.
couple minutes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I just want to give endless gratitude and thanks to the sponsors of our show. Because obviously I do have to pay for the streaming and the little things I do here, and it is helpful to get a few pounds in the bank for that. So I want to say a big thanks to David, who's here with us now. David, thank you so much, brother, for your ongoing support. Thank you to Chickpea as well. I don't know if Chickpea's with us yet. Hopefully she'll join us later. And of course, thank you to Brother Marcus as well, who's dug deep. So I appreciate that, Brother Marcus. Thank you so much for helping us all have this space and helping it continue to exist. Now, I want to apologize first of all. There was no stream on Monday. I do endeavor to do 3 a week, so I'll try and make up for that. But basically, what happened is my router went kaput, and basically, yeah, I had no router, so I had no Wi-Fi at home. My phone wasn't good enough to carry the stream, unfortunately. But I got a new router today, so we're all systems go, baby. And
We are in hell. We are in hell after all.
oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, black hole, black hole. Well, David, if you want to come on here and say hello, please do. He has to. He's one of the show's sponsors. Very important individual. So black hole. You said we're in hell. How's that going for you? Are you trying to be happy regardless? That's what I always say. Try and be happy.
That is correct, sir. That's very good. Always try to be happy, even though you are under the knowledge that you're in hell. Still try to be happy. That's excellent. Wonderful.
And we have been condemned here for whatever reason to exist in this existence by, some might call it God, some might call it spirituality, some might call it mere determinism that doesn't have any conscious control. Now we all find ourselves here, and it is important to try and lift each other up, as much as possible. No matter how bleak, no matter how bleak we might feel about the outlook of this, all one can do is
we still need to try to be happy. Yes.
We still need to try to be happy. We still need to try and make others happy.
Correct.
As much as possible.
We need to make everybody happy, and there's a lot of that's not going on in today's world.
And poor old, that's right. Poor old Vico Equilibrium is here, and he says he's having a panic episode, and he had to take some Klonopin. Well, brother, I'm sorry you're having a panic episode. I don't really get panic attacks myself, but But what I heard is if you hold your hands to your nose and mouth and make a cup over your mouth and breathe in really quick, in and out, like that, really, really like fast, shallow breaths. Apparently that helps. But I do hope that you make it through your panic attack as soon as possible, because I think I've only had one panic attack in my life, a really bad one, and it wasn't a nice thing. And I do commiserate with you. I do sympathise, because yeah, they're very strange things. But at least you're rational. At least you know what it is this time. I mean, I remember when I had a panic attack, I didn't know what it was. I thought I was literally going to die. That was many years ago, and I was about 20 or so. But at least you know what it is. Equilibrium. You're going to come out the other side. It will pass, and then you'll be able to come on here and tell us about it. And how it made you feel, and also other interesting stuff, because you're an interesting person. So, Grim, have you got anything to say at this juncture, guys? Join us, please. The link is in chat. Grim, anything to say, brother?
For those who don't know what clonopin is, it is a very potent benzodiazepine, and there are benzodiazepines that aren't that potent, but clonopin seems like one of the more potent kinds. So
right.
Not only can
I don't get.
attack.
Yeah, I don't get involved in talking about what medication people should take or not take, because I'm not an expert, and I do know that some people benefit. But yeah, if that's what it takes, that's what he's taking. If it works for him, I hope it does. Then all good. Thank you, Black Hole. Black Hole says very good channel.
So
One second, my top.
So not only has clonopin the potential to remove the panic attack, but it can go a step further by inducing euphoria.
Oh wow, that would be really nice.
To be a very powerful tool for those who are aware that they are in hell.
Well, euphoria would definitely take away one's anxiety. I just want to announce the joyful incoming of David. David is here with us. David, thank you so much. One of the show's sponsors. He's a big deal, obviously, around here now. David, how are you doing, sir? We can't hear you, sir. We hear you now.
I've got a bit of an echo.
Sorry, David. It's coming through there quite. I couldn't really hear you too well, mate.
I'm trying.
Oh no. Something happened there. We lost David. Hopefully, he will be back. So, Grim, have you ever suffered from a panic attack? Is it something you've had before? Is there any advice you'd have for brother vegan equilibrium?
As far as I can tell, I see no advantage of talking about my previous experiences.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think panic attacks are very common. I've had them, and I just wondered if you've ever had them. That's all. If you haven't, then fine.
Yeah,
Huh?
Yeah, I don't believe. What can one do? Like if one has a panic attack.
No problem, sir.
Whatever one does, one shouldn't. There are things one can do, so one can have alcohol.
No, that's not a good idea in the middle of a panic attack.
Yeah, what is the idea then? Go take like a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
I'm going to look up one second.
Better idea.
I don't know.
So there's like a concept, the least of worst evils. Like there are better ways. If one knows one's panic attack doesn't really happen every day, right? Then it could just require a very temporary solution, and as bad as alcohol is as a drug, it's superior to take that than.
We got David here. No, I got David here. David, hello, David. How are you doing, sir?
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, just about, brother. Just about. How are you doing,
Yeah,
sir?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Hello.
I'm on headphones. Hello? Can you hear
I'm
me?
going. I'm going to turn your volume up because you're a little bit.
Sure.
Yes, we could just about hear you, David. We could just about hear you, sir. How are you doing? David's on headphones, but he can't really hear us, unfortunately. Anybody else wants to join us, please do. Hopefully, we'll have a good flow of conversation soon. We are waiting for more people to participate. Right. Let's have a little look here. I'm going to look for some information on dealing with panic attacks.
So what I can give another
David, you're
suggestion.
currently muted. David is muted here. So if he wants to, he can.
Can I give another suggestion that can I give another suggestion that even the Queen of Britain would condone?
Well, she's dead, so she can't.
Yeah, exactly. That you get it.
Okay, I'm going to look up how to deal with a panic attack. Okay. So panic attack. Sorry.
Oh yeah, go on.
No, I'm having trouble with my.
Oh yeah, I could. I guess you want to talk. Go on.
Well, it's important, isn't it?
Yes. One could do a breathing exercise, as you mentioned. One could even do Wim Hof breathing, and a lot of people. Yeah, it's easy to say
Okay,
just
here we go.
breathing, and then. Oh yeah, sorry. Go on.
Okay, so what happens when you're anxious or panicky? When you're anxious or scared, your body will release a stress hormone like adrenaline and cortisol, okay? Although this can be helpful in some situations, it could also cause physical symptoms, for example, an increased heart rate and sweating. In some people, it might cause a panic attack. A panic attack is a feeling of sudden and intense anxiety. It can be frightening and happens suddenly, often for no clear reason. Okay. Signs of a panic attack. Okay, if you're having a panic attack, you may experience what feels like an irregular or racing heartbeat, otherwise known as palpitation. You may experience sweating, trembling, shortness of breath, also called hyperventilation. You may experience a choking sensation, nausea, so you might feel a bit icky, dizziness, tingling fingers, ringing in your ears, feeling disorientated, and you may also have a dry mouth. Most panic attacks last somewhere between 5 to 30 minutes. The causes of anxiety or panic. There are different situations that cause anxiety or panic. This is different for everyone. Some causes of anxiety and panic include work. Okay, so stresses from work or being unemployed or retirement or too much workload. Family, so like divorce, bereavement, caring for someone or maybe relationship difficulties. Financial problems, health, okay, so fears about health. Past experiences, so you might have like a PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, where you remember something and suddenly you're in the moment and you get a panic attack because the experience is so vivid. Also, big life events like buying a house, planning a wedding, or having a baby. These all cause panic attacks for some people. And yeah, it can also, if you get this regularly, okay, so regular anxiety or fear or panic can also be a symptom of conditions such as panic disorder, which is obviously regular panic attacks, feeling anxious all the time, or when you find panicking affects your day-to-day life in a negative way. And obviously, as I just mentioned, post-traumatic stress disorder. So that's caused by past events, leaving a traumatic imprint on your memory and causing, frightening and distressing memories to pop up in your mind's eye in the present day. Wade, can you mute yourself, please? I'm going to mute you there, so if we could hear you. Sorry, I muted you. Now, ways to manage panic and anxiety. Okay, so number one, practice calming your breathing technique. So practice calming breathing exercises. So breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Hold your breath, that kind of thing, and let it back out again. Okay, keep up your regular activities. Try not to restrict yourself too much. So obviously, try to take your mind off the what your subconscious mind is doing. Try to take your awareness away from it. So maybe don't just sit there. Maybe move around, or like look at the television, or divert your attention. Go outside. I don't know. Just divert your attention. Try to work out if something is making you stressed. If you're in a stressful situation, move away from the stress in that moment to a calmer place. Stress can make panic attacks worse. Regular exercise helps manage stress, tension, and mood, and can improve your confidence. So yeah, a healthy exercise regime is beneficial too. Reducing the effects of panic in your life, and keep your energy levels stable by eating regularly, and in healthy amounts. Don't try to do everything at once. Set small targets that you can easily achieve in your life. Do not completely avoid situations that make you anxious. Slowly build up the time you spend doing them. Do not try to use alcohol, cigarettes, gambling, or drugs to relieve anxiety. Okay. Now, how to handle a panic attack? When you first start to panic, focus on breathing slowly to help you feel calmer. A breathing exercise can help with this. Okay. I'll just click on the breathing exercise example to see what they say about that. Okay, so breathing exercises only take a few minutes, and you can do them anywhere. For example, you can do them standing up, sitting in a chair, lying on your bed, whatever. Okay, so before you begin a breathing exercise, you should make yourself as comfortable as possible. Loosen your clothes that restrict your breathing, so don't have your clothes too tight. If you're lying down, place your arms a little bit away from your sides with the palms facing up, and let your legs be straight. Bend your knees so that your feet are flat on the floor. If you're sitting, place your arms on the chair arms. So be very relaxed and don't put too much strain on any particular part of your body. Place your feet flat on the ground if possible, and put your feet roughly a hip width apart. Okay, so the actual breathing exercise that you could do for anxiety attacks, panic attacks. Number one, let your breath flow as deep into your belly as is comfortable without forcing it. So breathe in as deeply as possible, as deeply as is comfortable without forcing it. Okay, and then do that a few times, breathing in and out, and then try breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth. So breathe in as much as is comfortable through your nose, and then exhale through your mouth slowly. Breathe in gently and regularly. Some people find it helpful to count steadily from 1 to 5 as you're breathing. You may not be able to reach 5 at first, but go as high as you can. And then without pausing or holding your breath, let it flow out gently. Count from 1 to 5 again if you find this helpful. And keep doing this for 3 to 5 minutes, and hopefully you will be okay. Okay. You can do these breathing exercises anywhere and everywhere. Yeah, so that's the breathing exercises. It may also help to focus on what's around you instead of what's going on with your body. For example, you could listen to music and really concentrate on the lyrics or the melody. You could count all, I don't know, the red objects around you, the green things, the blue things, whatever is around you. Play a little game of I Spy or something. Do something you enjoy, like reading, walking, as I said, watching television. Think about things you can see, hear, smell, and feel around you. Anything that will just distract you from the senseless panic that you are having. You can also reassure yourself using coping statements. For example, remind yourself that although panic attacks feel terrible, they don't cause anything bad to happen. It will pass. You've been through this before. Other people have been through it before, and you will come out the other side. It's just a senseless overriding of your awareness by your subconscious mind and your endocrinal system, and it won't last. Okay. If you can, it's important to stay in the situation you're in, but as relaxed as possible. So this shows that you don't have to escape for the panic to stop. So don't go too crazy, you know. Just be relaxed and be present. Obviously, don't think too deeply about negative things, but don't be bossed around by it. You can do it. You can overcome it. You are in control. Yeah. So that's that, guys. That's a little pep talk about anxiety. David says if he did that breathing for a couple of minutes, he'd fall asleep. Well, lucky you. Some people here have insomnia, but if you find it that easy to nod off, David, I think you're in the privileged elite in regards to those that find it hard to fall asleep. Vegan Equilibrium says it's just finding that he won't be able to support himself and get his shit together. Okay, well, I think that's a unnecessary negative thinking there, Vegan Equilibrium, because you seem a very capable person. This dude's bloody, genius in music. Very articulate, very clever dude. He can drive. He can put furniture together. He's creative. He's got lots going for him. He can cook as well. I mean, if he can't do it, it means the rest of us are fucked. So I have a lot of faith that he can, get out of whatever it is that is causing him to temporarily wallow in a place of lies against his person, a place of self-slander. Right, David, are you there, bro? Can you hear us? By the way, Black Hole says, yep, he's going to church. So good luck to you there. Say a few Hail Marys for us, please. Anybody there? Anybody want to talk at this stage? You can unmute yourself there. You are unmuted. Grim, do you have anything to say? David, do you have anything to say?
Okay.
Anybody want to come on? Please do. The link is there.
Okay.
Nothing to say. Nothing will become of nothing.
Well, yeah, I guess there's it's sort of censored, right? Like if I say something that can be seen as insensitive, or something that's an unorthodox approach, or even that's something that is considered a little politically incorrect, right? And you will just prevent me from saying it, I guess, which is fine.
Well, I mean, it depends what you're going to say. I mean, you said earlier, drink and drugs when you're anxious, and I said that's probably not a good idea. And I genuinely believe that.
But
You know, it's not a good idea when you're in a state of severe. Well, let's be honest, it's a temporary mental illness, isn't it? I know it doesn't last long, but it's like a 5 minute, half an hour mental illness. What's the point of going overboard and taking drinks and drugs for something that only lasts 5 to 30 minutes? When after that you will be okay, but if you do the drink and drugs, it will have effects lasting longer than 5 or 30 minutes. It just seems a silly thing to do, in my view. You get what I'm saying?
So my reasoning behind it was that alcohol, it's bad, but it's not. I don't. But if but it's not like the worst of all things one could take, especially if it is done sparingly.
Well, I don't know. Alcohol is, I think it can be problematic. Put it that way. I think at low levels, definitely, but yeah, it's not something I'd recommend for medicinal purposes. I mean, I recommend it. I recommend alcohol. If you're gonna drink alcohol, don't do it for medicinal purposes. Do it because you just want to rewind. Yeah, you want to wind down and relax, and do it for leisure purposes rather than medicinal purposes. Don't do it because you're feeling shit. Because if you do something that's addictive when you're feeling shit, that's a slippery path, my friend. Because that's when it becomes a problem. You have to overcome.
I see it. If people they have to do something, it is better to drink alcohol, even if it's once a month. It's better to do that than to take a psychiatric drug. So that's why I'm saying this.
For you, yeah, I know, but not for everybody. For some people, they do work. That's the thing, brother. I just want to say well done to David. He says he's feeling a lot better now, and he may be getting the rest of his treatment back in the community as opposed to continuing his hospital stay. He just found out a few hours ago. Well, brother, I'm very, very happy for you. Yes, brother David, I am extremely happy that you're feeling better. Sounds like you had a little rough moment there. But I'm sure you learned something from it, and I hope that the other side is all the sweeter for you now that you've come out of the dark. Best of luck going forward, brother David. Great news. We have some good news. Some good news, which is always nice. In a world that presents a lot of problems, it's always nice to have some good news about somebody making it out okay, having a good time, etc. Welcome to everybody who's watching. There's about 7 or so people on Twitter, so do say hello if you're on Twitter. It would be nice to have some engagement from the Twitter folk. The link I will share, I will go on Twitter now and share. If you want to come on here, please do. You are very welcome to have a chin wag chat about this and that, see where it ends up. David says he was talking with Last Minute Lacey on her last live. Lovely. We miss her here. She hasn't been on in a few lives, so I do hope that she comes on.
Can I retract the statement?
Of course.
About the alcohol thing. Like, I think it's at least it's superior than a psychiatric drug, but then there are alcoholics that could and it could cause some sort of relapse, right? So
of course, you got to be careful.
But
you got to be careful.
In certain instances, it could be better than a psychiatric drug, even though it's not really a good thing. But if it's between that, and if the person
it's a risky business. I wouldn't prescribe it.
It's a risky thing, but it would be less of a risk. and a psychiatric
Slow down.
drug. I'll put it like that.
That's not everybody's experience, but I'm sure that there will be people who agree with you. So, does anybody else want to come on here, guys? It's only a casual midweek conversation. So, David says she's never heard his voice, but she has helped him more than. Sorry, my screen is gone. She has helped him. Can you read the rest of that there, Brother Seb?
Okay.
So she has helped him more than he's helped her. He doesn't think she realizes how much she means to him. Oh, well, that's nice that she means a lot to you and she's helped you. You know, that's good.
You wanted me to read it, but you were in the process of.
Yeah, because you weren't quick enough, bro, and my screen came back just in time. That was why. I get a bit.
Back in the middle of the sentence.
I get a bit. I know it's funny. I was talking about panicking. I get a bit panicky, you know, sometimes in terms of like gaps in conversation. Gaps in conversation, and gaps in conversation are exaggerated when you're hosting a show. Okay, I notice sometimes what feels like me to be an eternal uncomfortable silence. If I do happen to listen to the show afterwards, which by the way isn't much, I do notice that the bits that I found socially awkward in terms of gaps and stuff were not that bad to the kind of listener, you know. So it's interesting. David says he got diagnosed with CPTSD thanks to her. She helped him seek help and get a diagnosis. Well, that's good, and I'm hoping it's working out for you, David. Yes. So. Right. Well, I don't know how Vegan Equilibrium should be getting better now, so hopefully he'll be able to come on here. Anybody else? The Poop, do you want to come on here? Yeah. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. It's just a little chit chat midweek. See how you all are. We'll do a more kind of detailed deep dive on Friday into something, and that something is going to be various experiments that illuminate human nature, human kind of psychology, and organizational behavior, how humans act in crowds, etc., etc. Those types of things. We will do that on Friday. Should be interesting. To bring out some interesting perspectives. And dare I say it, trans of gnosis. Right.
Okay, I should say more, I guess. Or should go on, you were about to say something.
No, go ahead.
So I guess the newest change to these streams would be that they're more organized, that it's sort of like an interview and answering questions type of structure to it, where
except for today.
Usually, yeah, so today is different in that regard, but there were some interesting episodes where we learned about the brain and where we learned about criminals and the serial killers and different things. And I feel like the people on here are the people who have been weighed down by the weight of reality and have seen the world to be some sort of hell. So we offer you the perspective that's of the utmost grim. I guess it is a grim perspective, so I can't say that the topic matters we talk about here can't weigh people down. It is of the most grim.
Well, we're shining a light on in the shadows where people have suffered, and we are. They say light is a good disinfectant, but also light does show what is going on. And if people want to tell us what is going on in their life and how they see the world, I give them a conduit to do so, you know. And if they want to say it's all good, that's fair enough. If they want to say it's all bad, you know, and they want to tell me why it's all bad, if they want to say these things, I am not going to stop them from expressing how they feel about existence, you know. When, you know, they might have every right to say it, considering their experiences. And I think it is useful as a society to hear, you know, just how some people feel about reality, even if it is bad, because then I think that puts the onus on society as a whole to question what is going on, question systems in our society, and any imbalances of power, any oppressive, modes of governance, any injustice, so that we can move forward as a species with, everybody in mind, rather than just benefiting the select few. Anyway,
That's
that's my hope. That's my hope. That's my dreams. I am an idealist. You might call me naive, but you know, I don't think there's anything else to do here other than try and get everybody on the same hedonic treadmill, rather than being, having a system that throttles and tortures some for the sake of the others. You know. Sorry, Grim. What were you saying?
yeah. What you said made sense in order for people and problem solvers to fix what is wrong. They need to be presented with problems, and they need to hear the perspectives of the people. And as depressing as some of these topic matters can be, it can be akin to as some sort of warning to discourage others from doing certain things which can be harmful. Yes, yeah, yes,
Brother Grim,
it's yeah.
Brother Grim, the question becomes then, we'll start asking a few questions where we get the conversation flowing. What comes to mind? Now, you don't have to think about this too deeply. This is just an exercise to lubricate the mind and, get those conversational essential oils flowing so that we can start speaking a bit more freely and perhaps get somewhere. Just what comes to mind, Brother Grim, when I ask the question, what is the biggest problem in society?
I have to use. I have to use a fraction of my emotional intelligence. I saw Weak in Equilibrium came on, and I'm sure you wanted to talk to Weak in
No, I
Equilibrium
want you to I
first.
want you to answer that question. If you don't want to answer that question right now, if you want to say you come back to it, then that's fine. But
No,
do you
I
want to answer
just
the question now?
hesitated because Weak in Equilibrium came back on,
I'm
and
well
I
aware.
thought
I'm well aware. I'm well aware.
okay, then
Everybody
I'll
gets their
answer
turn.
it.
Don't worry.
Okay, I'll get to it now. I'll get to it as instantly. The biggest problem in society is actually people's values. They don't they seem to value the continuation of their own kind. They seem to value that even at the expense of causing harm, and I think that's a shame. Even the advancement of medical technology has rendered a lot of patients without a choice to die. Even in hospitals, there are these dystopian sort of prison bars that prevents people from jumping out. It's a world where people are preoccupied with their own ways of going on about their life, and people don't take kindly to people that are not their kind.
So you think there's a mismatch of values, and they seem to be contra or even opposition. Yeah, they seem to be oppositional at times.
Yeah, yes, but I feel like maybe I'm cheating a little bit, since when I'm saying that the
Would you
problems
like to give
are
some
values.
concrete examples? Would you like to give some concrete examples, Seth, of these
Yeah,
different
so
values?
it's like, yeah, so they have a they completely reject other people. Not completely, but they do reject other people's autonomy. They reject other people's like a right to die. They don't allow for that sort of thing. They, there is a lack of emotional, like that. That's one of the values they don't have. I can give others to other values too, but they sort of lack empathy. They sort of lack empathy, or even if they do have empathy, there's such a rigidity in the law that people just has to follow it no matter what, even if people can sort of rationalize. Yeah, that in the prison system too, even if people could rationalize that this person doesn't really deserve this amount of time, there is a rigidity in the law that would
Okay.
enable.
Okay, so basically, we have value systems that are oppositional on different wavelengths, and there's also a rigidity in our laws, in our interpretations of what is right and wrong, that isn't befitting of peaceful unity. Is that what you mean?
Yes, and
Okay.
there's also the testing on animals,
Mhm.
right? That people are preoccupied with preventing harm.
Mhm.
What
Okay.
people are preoccupied with is gaining their own power and influence over others and themselves.
Right, right. In answer to the question, what is the biggest problem in society at the moment? It's just a, pretty random question just to get everybody thinking. But David comes up with the great answer here. Not enough random acts of kindness and not enough love in general. I would definitely, yeah, definitely agree with that. That's a great answer. Uh, David is. If you want, you can talk, David. You're muted, but I don't know whether you're able to talk. But if you can, obviously, just interject at any time. Vegan Equilibrium is here, or Noodles. Sorry, Noodles. How are you feeling? First of all, you just had a panic attack. You got over it.
It was mild, but it was I needed to medicate myself to get out of it.
Well, I'm glad you came out the other side. Any advice for any fellow panic attack sufferers out there?
Um, I don't know.
You don't know. What is it? Do you find the breathing techniques work?
I find that you have to actually be able to have take the initiative to do them, and oftentimes, like, the panic paralyzes you to the point where you can't do anything to help yourself. So telling somebody, offering these, oh, why don't you try this technique? Well, I would try anything if I could try something. It's like,
Right.
you know, the other day, Vegan Gains, like, kind of like yelled at me on the stream. He was like, he was saying, oh, it's like all within your control or something. It's just like, no, it's not. I told him, I was like, I've had these things where I can't control it. And he's like, well, if you tell yourself that you can't control it, and it's just like, It's okay. Oh, well, I'm just going to tell myself then I can control it. Oh, no, it's going to magically be controlled now. Oh, now I told myself that. I've told myself that. Now, if people don't want to feel like this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course I know. I know what you mean. I mean, if it was that easy, then life would be very, very simple indeed. It's not that easy. But you did
But
find
I
a
should,
pharmaceutical. One second, Seb. You did find a pharmaceutical solution tonight. You got benzos. Is that what you took? Kind of a benzo kind of thing, is it?
Yeah, but it's not good to like take them too frequently. But fortunately,
Right.
it doesn't happen to. When it starts happening frequently, then I take ketamine.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Seb. Did you have something to say there?
right?
Seb, did you have
What?
something to say? You said something, Seb?
Yes, so vegan equilibrium is totally right that when somebody has a has a panic attack, it's easier said than done to do a breathing exercise. But I think
We lost you there, Seb. We lost you, Seb. Anyway,
let's say,
vegan.
brother
You're back.
DMW, your back was against the walls, and three thugs uh, with metal pipes and brass knuckles were running
Mm,
towards
mm,
you. I would tell you
mm.
to just swing for it, but I mean, but most likely,
Yeah, I mean,
people in
we've
that
had these
situation
discussions
don't
before.
make it. But the point is, they should still be presented with. They should still be given the option or a way out of it, or a way to fight back against the thing. That's so. Pardon me if this analogy sounds silly, since people
No, but I
think
think
that.
you raised a very, it's a good point. Like it's in these moments, it's very hard not to react instinctively. Okay, uh, because it's hard to think when you're under so much stress. Now, what I would say is, the more you put in your mind something, the more that might come out as an instinct. Okay, so it's still worth talking about solutions. Um, I think because you know they might be the thing your brain jumps to in the moment. In the moment of great stress, when it's hard to think because it's like muscle memory. When you've thought about something repetitively, your brain will probably remember it in the moment. It's more likely to remember it in the moment if you've done the kind of prior grounding, the training necessary to implant it in your mind's eye. But yeah, as regards to breathing exercises, then vegan equilibrium, you find it very hard to like just concentrate on your breathing when you're having a panic attack, do you?
Yeah, I mean, I can't really like do shit. I get kind of stuck. Like
Oh, forgive
breathing
me.
exercises are one of these things that you do as like a preventative measure, in my opinion. You just, if you're one of those people that meditates every day and does the breathing stuff every day, like that's what you're supposed to do as like a preventative kind of thing. But I don't know, in my case, I don't, yeah, I don't take care of myself like that. And that's just like on top, that just goes to what I was saying about like not being able to like really support myself and do what I need to do. And like I'm not really fit to handle life, to be a successful person. And like all the good things that get offered to me, I either they either just fall through or I miss out on or something. It's kind of like I get like the carrots being dangled in front of me and I can never reach it.
Right. Well, I mean, I'd have to question your framing of things here. What is success? And what are you comparing?
You have your own apartment, like you have a job, like you can take care of yourself, like you don't, you know, I mean, you can work, you can take care of someone else. Like
Yeah, but not always.
Yeah, but pretty much like most of the time now you can.
Well, you know,
And
Brother Noodles,
that's like
you know,
something I can't do.
well, I mean, there's been times in my life where I wasn't very functional, you know, and
Yeah, like years and years and years ago. I mean,
no, probably what age are you now? You're in your mid-30s, right? It's probably about your age. I was had a little bit of a wobble for about a year, you know, and
oh, a year. This has been my whole life, dude.
well, yes, but like I'm just saying, you haven't, from what I've seen of you, brother, driving around, gallivanting, you know, partying, all these things you've done, and
I
you
can
have money.
drive. I can drive
Yeah,
around and spend other
yeah.
people's
Hold on a
money.
second. Well, hold on a second. I'm just saying you bring joy to people, okay? And you have a lot of skills. I already mentioned a lot of your skills earlier.
Dude,
You
I
do have a
don't
lot of
have any
skills.
skill. I don't have any skills that have brought me
What do you
anything.
Yeah, but you have skills.
None of that and $1 will buy anyone a cup of coffee, okay? It's just like I hate when people try and make me feel better by like pointing out
I'm not trying to make you feel better here, okay? I'm just telling you a fact, and the fact is, right? You managed to build a business, okay, and now it might not be
a business. What business?
Listen. You managed to build a brand, and you did that, and it may not have been immensely successful, okay?
It's
but
not.
Probably,
it's not, and in
yeah,
fact, it's completely at a standstill, and it's completely reliant. I'm completely relying on someone else who's right now who's not upholding what like they had offered to do for me to help me with it. Otherwise, it's dead. And you know, like I don't have any ability to otherwise to bring it back to life. That you know, I don't. Everything is on hold because I'm relying on other people. I don't have any skills that advance me on my own. You know, I don't have anything.
Oh, really? That vegan noodles. I'm gonna have to say, cut out the bullshit, bro. Because, and I mean that. I mean that.
You don't know me, dude. You don't know me.
I mean this. I mean this with respect now, okay? And this is what I mean, right? I don't know you completely, obviously. No, I don't. But I see strands of you, yeah. And the strands I see, you've got this man who's very musical, gifted in that way. He's funny. He's articulate. He's very bloody intelligent. He's able to tear things apart analytically. He's able to debate very well. You're an intelligent dude.
What do those things do? What can I do with that?
Well,
nothing. No one wants to give me. No one's gonna give me $60,000 a year for any of that shit. All right.
Okay. But listen, you did do the furniture building and putting things together. Remember the?
When did I do that?
I don't know, 2 years ago or something. You were doing this thing where you were doing tasks.
Yeah, they completely like they have completely like blacklisted me. I don't get any jobs on there. No one gives me work on there. I haven't been able to get a job on there since then for whatever reason. Like I don't know what it's the algorithm. I lost my last account for whatever reason. I had to make a new one. I can't get it. I can't. And dude, I was putting together IKEA furniture. Like, come on, man. Give me a break, dude. I'm a loser. All right. I don't have shit going for me. I don't. And I try and pull my shit together every time I start to like make progress. Like I can't get to the other side. It's been my whole life.
Noodles. I'm gonna have to ask you a question, bro. You said you're a loser. First of all, what is a fucking winner in this world? Everybody does have their shit, bro, whether you like it or not. And the older I get, the more I realize it. You know that saying, there but for the grace of God I go I? You can literally apply that to anybody if you get to know them well enough. Okay, I believe me, you can. It may look superficially like they are winners, as you this terminology that you're using of winners and losers. But if you got to know them and you got to see what's down the line for them, what has happened before in their life, but also maybe the effects of them on others, you will see that it's not a simple equation of winning and losing. Okay, it's a very muddy, a very blurry, nuanced thing. And to call yourself a loser, in my view, is a huge part of your problem. You know, you are
Yeah, it
somebody
seems
who
like
you are a sensitive person. There's nothing wrong with that, but you just need to find a way. Okay, if you want to be comfortable financially, which I think seems to be your worry tonight, you have to find a way of getting around the right people. Okay, somehow or other. Okay, and forming some kind of union with others that you trust, that you like, and working with them. Okay, but not just that, bro. Noodles, you need to have some goals, mate. As in, what are you actually going to do with your money? And don't have crazy fucking high goals. Have little goals first. So, for example, you could have a goal to buy in your when you're doing however you're going to make money. I don't know what you're going to do this summer. Maybe you're going to do some gardening or something if you want to. Whatever you're going to do, use that to have a goal to save up for something that's going to get you a little bit more money. I mean, that's how I did my landscaping business back in the day. I started out with jack shit.
See, like,
and
you could put that shit together. You could build that. You were organized. I don't have that. I don't have that organization. I don't have that drive or any of that. Like, I can't keep my shit together, dude. I was in special ed school, you know what I mean? I was like, I'm on disability basically because I can't do shit. Like, I'm retarded, you know what I mean? So
well,
I think, like, I'm good at showing the internet a side of myself that is charming or whatever, but it's not really it's not really the full picture, and it's kind of pathetic. But the rest of it is kind of pathetic.
Yeah, brother. But everybody puts their best foot forward, generally speaking, on the internet. And not just on the internet, by the way, in public discourse in general. One of the things I found hard, as I think I'm some kind of neurodiverse weirdo, right? But like, I found it very hard to fathom what the fuck was going on in this world, because so many people are putting their best foot forward when their other foot is like, mangled with or covered in shit or whatever. And basically, what you see in a public interaction isn't always is first of all, it's not the whole picture, bro. So you definitely tonight, brother. If there's a clear example tonight, bro, of someone who has black and white thinking here, you all right? And you do get that sometimes, and tonight is a clear example of that, bro. You are seeing things very dualistically, when the truth is we live in a nuanced world, gray areas. And I think, brother, you will you're being very, very, very hard on yourself tonight. Very hard on yourself, okay? And I know, but the thing is, I know, I've been there myself, and I did come through those feelings. But I'm not going to say to you it's easy. I'm not going to say to you it's easy. I know what those feelings are like. What I will say to you is, what do you do when you are feeling this rough? Like, do you go for a bike ride? Do you what is there something you do? Because I used to I remember when I felt as rough as you, and I have felt that rough. As I said, in my mid-30s, I felt rough, man. I used to come home from work, and I used to go cycling at night. By the way, because I was working. One of my jobs was working in a bar, and I used to cycle at night when there wasn't many people around. And I used to go for long cycles just to fucking exhaust myself, basically. So that I'd sleep,
Yeah.
Is there anything you do like that? Because I know you do a lot of weights, bro. I know you do a lot of weights, and you obviously are.
Like, when I feel this way, I can't even do the weights because I'm like.
Yeah, but I know that. I'm not saying to do that. I don't think weights are a good thing to do when you feel like this, though, because they kind of boost your I think they're kind of probably not good. You know, I think it's probably better to do something more cardio based. You know,
Yeah, I
moving.
probably
Because I know when I've done weights in the past, even doing weights, you're sitting there, you know, you're in the same place, and it's a very intense thing, and you can think easily about something when you're doing weights, but when you're moving around, yeah, when you're cycling, or I'd say cycling is the best thing to do actually because it's low impact on the knees. But yeah, cycling is very good because it takes you have to concentrate on other things, and that's a key when you're thinking like this, is to keep it moving. As I said, like you know, there's a lot of golden stuff on the street, man. In like little tidbits of wisdom comes from people who just move around on the streets. And some of my I've heard one of my friends says, "Keep it moving." You know, that's one of her favorite statements, and she's quite a character. She's had a life, you know, and she's kind of street, if you know what I mean. But you know, she just says, "Keep it moving," and she is right. Keep it moving, bro. And when you're feeling like shit like that, I think you're focusing too much on the weight. I think you've got to get on your bike, bro, and cycle around. Just lose yourself a bit. Listen, maybe I would say movement is the best for these feelings. You know, not staying in the same place, and tiring yourself out, bro, is important, so that you sleep and then wake up the next day. And by the way, bro, you know, I've seen you with a few of your mates online. You've got a few good mates. You can make friends, you know. You just need to pick up the right people and do some kind of job where you drive, right? I don't know. You could do some kind of removals thing, gardening thing, cleaning company, just something
dude,
like that.
I've tried, man. Dude,
yeah, I know.
I've been all these different places, and it never fucking sticks, man. I can't make something stick. I can't.
I know it hasn't worked out. Okay, but believe me, you're not alone in that way. Life is a flowing river, and we all have different
But I'm
times in life.
basically I'm basically just a useless eater. You know, that's all it is. I'm a useless eater.
I don't think that. I think you're being. There's a few things going on here tonight, and one of them is you're being melodramatic. Okay. And basically, you're also.
Well, you haven't experienced what I've experienced. So like.
No. I'm saying no. What I'm saying about that is, you calling yourself a useless eater is melodramatic because first of all, it's not always up to you. Okay, what you are. Okay, and I'm telling you, okay, you have utility in making other people feel good, okay? And that's a fucking important utility, bro. So don't fucking slander yourself telling me that you're a useless eater when your use isn't entirely up to you. Other people will define you as well, you know. And so don't think it's all about what you think, okay? And I'm telling you, you bring a lot of joy to a lot of people through your personality, music, etc. You are a creative person, whether you like it or not. Now, I don't know why you just don't go out busking and shit in really touristy areas. I don't know what America's like.
Well, I do when it's warm out, but it's fucking cold, dude.
It's cold now. Yeah. Okay, how does that? So, what about how do you find? What's the best money making months like of the year? What's the worst for you?
I don't know. It's just whenever it's warm, and it's. You know, it's hit or miss, and it's not like I can. It's not like I can play for more than like 2 or 3 hours straight without my fucking, you know, feeling. Have you ever?
Have you ever? You did. Have you ever just chilled out a little bit and stopped wanting to build an empire, and like took an easy job? I say easy job, by the way, but what I mean is. Take a job like customer service or retail. Retail's not easy, but these aren't necessarily easy jobs. What I mean is,
I would be fine working retail, but where am I gonna work? Where am I like? One, any vintage store or whatever, they already have employees because I've looked around.
Yeah.
And there's no, and I'm not gonna work retail in a you know, a store where they sell new clothing because none of them are vegan. and I'm not gonna sell
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you know
So
leather
it's
and wool.
obviously,
and shit like that.
you're back. So you can't, and exactly, and you wouldn't work at somewhere like Walmart for the same
And
reason.
like I had this job like back in 2021. I got this job, a job that I really wanted, and I really was happy to have it, but I was going through a mental health crisis, and I had a mental breakdown at the job, and I had to even go to the hospital. I had like this is part of the reason I'm on disability because I have these panic attacks, and like I couldn't even. I was having trouble breathing, and you know, and then I ended up like going gallivanting in my van, like going you know, I ran away to Florida. He got involved, you know, to just to try and rebuild some shitty relationship with someone who tried to ruin my life, and it's just, and I lost the job, and you know, and they don't want, they don't have a position for me at that place anymore, and it's just like,
Right.
it's
Okay,
always
Noodles.
like that, dude.
I
It's
hear
always
you. I
like
hear you.
that.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you, bro. I hear you. Well, what is wrong with taking a step back, right, and not forcing yourself to work for a while until you've chilled out a little bit more and until you're a little bit more content? What is wrong with taking your foot off the pedal?
Because I'm old, dude. Because I'm fucking old, and and it sucks to be. I don't want to be 40 years old in the same position I'm in right now.
Do you look down on other
make
people?
me feel
Hold on a
worse.
second. You're saying things now that could be problematic in a way because you're actually, in a weird way, you're dehumanizing other people who are in that predicament at 40. Do you look at them with disgust?
I know I don't want to be them.
But if they're happy with their situation, if they finally reach some kind of zen-like,
Happy, you know, I know that I wouldn't be happy in that situation.
There is more to it.
but
People
hold on a second, Noodles. Yeah, sorry, Seb. You could just 1 second. Actually, Seb, you go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, so people do have standards for themselves in all sorts of pursuits, and of course, other people might find it insulting that someone might find it insulting if someone says, "If I'm like this, then I'm a loser," and if someone is in the same situation, they might not feel that good. But there's the standards people have for themselves in all sort of pursuits. If I don't like the time I'm running an 800-meter sprint, and I say, oh,
Let me say
I say,
let me
get
say
it
something.
right.
Let me say something to you, right?
Oh yeah, okay, I can't. It's
A man.
okay. Never mind. I want to interject.
Go ahead. Sorry, Seb. I'm getting a bit excited. Go ahead. Finish your point, if that's what you mean.
Nah, it's more important that you can finish the point. Anyway, when I tried to do it now, I was just interrupted a little bit. You go on.
It's all yours.
Yeah, but I
Go ahead,
guess
Seb.
you get the gist anyway. I'm a little tired.
Okay,
Okay,
bro.
I'll finish the point then. People have expectations they set for themselves, and they would talk to themselves in a certain way while not talking to other people in the same way. Like if I ran an 800-meter sprint and I didn't like the time, then I'd say, "Oh, I sucked," but I would never say that about other people. And I think there's a sort of derogatory self-talk other people have for themselves, but they would never talk about that about other people.
I agree with you. That was a good point. And basically, I think you're right. I think it's very interesting to hear how we judge ourselves more harshly than others, and how we would be compassionate to others in a similar situation, but we tend to beat ourselves up. And that is definitely what Noodles is doing tonight. Whether Noodles likes it or not, right? He is perceived as somebody with an immense amount of skills. Now, the only thing holding him
that's because people don't know me, or they're just being like patronizing or whatever.
No. Hold on. I've met people who
or they're, you know.
Bro, you have a lot going for you, my friend. Okay.
Okay, you know, I hear that shit, but what? Like, tell me what it is that I have going for me that is actually going to allow me to support myself.
Well, let me tell you. You have everything going for you in that regard. The only issue, Noodles, is the emotional instability. You have so much going for you in terms of skills, intelligence, etc. The thing that is the problem, my friend, from my perspective, and forgive me if you think I'm speaking out of turn, but seeing as you're so disturbed tonight about this, the problem is emotional instability, my friend. It's the ups and downs, okay? And I don't know what is triggering this response to existence in you, okay? But I'm saying I understand, okay? I've been there before. You don't have to get to the core of what it is in public, all right? But I will say to you, you are not alone in feeling disturbed about things, okay? And I think the reason, if you feel like you're failing, okay, and I think to be honest with you, I think you are someone who could do extremely well financially, all right? If that's important to you, okay, I'm not saying it's important, by the way, but I'm saying if that is important to you, okay, I do see in you somebody who could do extremely well financially, who could do well materially. All right. Now, I will say one thing.
It's never happened. Never happened.
Listen. You don't know how young you are, my friend. I know you keep saying you're old, but there's people who fucking suddenly turn their shit around in their 40s and they're really happy. You know, I've met people like that. Okay. Now, I know you don't want to hear that because you don't want to think, oh, fuck, I have to wait another decade to fucking get my shit together.
Like my mom.
But, no, but listen, maybe, well, there are certain truisms in life, brother. There are certain truisms. And I'll tell you one thing that is true for guys, right? For me as well. Our hormones start fucking settling down. Don't forget, I'm a geriatric millennial now, you know? And your hormones start settling down as you get towards 40, you know, and you do start getting a little bit more chilled out about things. Whether I definitely sense it, and a lot of people say that, you know. So there is that. Okay, now that is, in my view, that's a fact. Okay, you haven't got the energy to be irate and angry. You know, your biology works against you, and you just end up accepting a lot of things. Okay. Now,
yeah, but I also lose the ability to really cultivate new skills and to really focus, even like, and care and be driven. It's
well,
dude,
I don't think you're lacking.
Anyway, I gotta run, but thank you for talking.
Noodles, I don't think you're lacking in the caring, portion of of things, you know. And I know you don't want to hear this, okay? And you think I'm being a patronizing arsehole, and I'm really sorry because I know what that's like to feel like that. But the truth is, sometimes people do know better than you, okay? And even though you're going through it, some people have been through similar things, okay? And I will say one thing: I see things in you that you are definitely not seeing, okay? I see diamonds and jewels glistening in the sunlight, where you clearly don't see anything. Maybe you just see pieces of shit, but you are.
Honestly, I think you just don't know me very well.
Well, brother, I know enough about you, brother. Okay, and you take care. And if you want to come back on here, you're obviously welcome to come back on here tonight. So anytime. But if you want to go, you're free to go.
Right.
Love you. Take care.
So can I say something?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Needles
guess
are still,
in
by the way.
equilibrium, I guess we have to concede that he's right, that we don't actually know him. And we don't know, we don't actually know him. But the only thing we know is what we know is based on the times he's been on here. But
Yeah, and what we know
what we
is that
can say,
what we know. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
what we can say is that he have said a lot of intelligent points about a lot of subject matters that
Hmm.
displays rationality, emotional intelligence, as well as a certain persistence,
Yeah,
integrity in
he's a
definition.
very intelligent dude. He might need a healthy outlet to let as a cathartic release. Maybe he needs to start. Sorry, Noodles, if you're going to get angry, but maybe he needs to start doing like more comedy and more like singing the blues or something, like letting it out more, emotionally, but like composing his own songs or something.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
he composed all the songs for the Fairies Rockers actually, and he was kind enough to allow me to take the credit. So I'm very grateful.
Well, I know you're speaking bullshit there, but it would be good if he did do that. By the way, he knows better than us. He's got immensely brilliant creative skills. But do you find cathartic release in composing and making art, music, and such, Seb?
I don't really see it as cathartic, actually, that I let out some sort of. I don't see it as cathartic. Actually, I just see it as something that's fun. But I do get something out of it. It's fun. I
Well, I
could
want to
have
say,
elaborated, but I recognize that like if I'm someone who likes music, right? Not everybody's into to that, right? Most people don't like to listen to people talk about their music, so I'll stop there.
the poop says it's not the individual who's the problem; it's society. I agree, society is a huge problem. He says no individual should have to wage slave in order to have a basic necessities of life. Yeah, well, hopefully, hopefully we'll get universal basic income soon to poop for everybody. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Although the prices will probably still go up in some other way because people will still work, they still do other things, and then there'll still be the haves and the have-nots somehow or other. Black Hole says he's going into a prayer service now. Okay, well, say a few Our Fathers for us, please, Black Hole. So, Seb, I asked you already what is the biggest problem in society. Anybody in comments want to say anything about that question?
Uh, it did feel like I cheated when I answered it. It's like if someone asked you, "What is your, what would you wish for?" and if you answered with eternal wishes, right? Then it seems like it's cheating a little bit since what I said sort of applies to everything that's wrong with society. So it feels
Right.
like I cheated in the answer.
Yeah, Brother Marcus says universal basic income would be nice, but he's not holding out for it. Got to stick to the grind. Yeah, yeah. I don't really think that universal basic income will be the savior that people think it is. It will be a pittance, if anything. And as I say, it would just mean that prices are adjusted accordingly. So if everybody's getting £500 a week, the prices will go up to reflect that, and you'll still have to try and find a way to earn income. Outside of that, I want to say thank you to Brother Marcus, who is now an official sponsor of this channel and this show. So I do appreciate that, Brother Marcus. Thank you so much. It was lovely. It was a lovely surprise. Thank you. And hopefully you'll come on here tonight as well. So, guys, the link is in the chat there. If you want to come on here, please do. And we can get going. Poop, if you want to come on here, please do. Poop says the problem is larger than universal basic income. It's at the very definition of money is incorrect. If you want to come on here and tell us about that, Poop, please. What is wrong with a promissory note? And he says, you got to do what you got to do to survive. Man must hustle. Okay. Seb, do you want to give us a musical interlude while I go and get another drink?
But I know for a fact that people are not really into that musical interlude thing. I know that's not.
We enjoyed it. Hold on a second. We enjoyed it last time when you did it in the previous incarnation on this channel. So I'm just gonna get myself a drink of what am I gonna have? Blackcurrant cordial from the kitchen, and if you could please play a musical interlude on your guitar, improvised, I would appreciate it.
Okay, but it's okay. But I did it since if you request twice, then I don't want to. But I'm doing it since you requested it twice.
Okay, and I'm gonna write musical interlude by Seb from Nefarious Rockers.
Okay.
Okay. Musical interlude by Seb from Nefarious Rockers coming right up. He's just.
As usual, the guitar pick is nowhere to be found. That's of course.
It's not nearby, is it? Okay.
Yeah, but
no problemo.
Coin. So then I'll do. Yeah, I know the quality will sound atrocious.
Okay. Right, guys, I'm going to get a drink and I'll be right back. Zeb will provide the musical entertainment. Zeb from Nefarious Rockers, don't you know?
Nah.
That's better. Stay there. Stay at the microphone. Stay at the microphone, Zeb. When there was a sudden burst of sound when you came close to the microphone, so stay in that position, please. Thanks. It's great, by the way.
That's not really true.
Okay, thank you, Seb. Thank you, Seb.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Guys, I acknowledge the wrongdoings. I take full responsibility.
Well, I will say one thing. Okay, Seb is a fantastic guitarist, but unfortunately, the audio quality there wasn't up to scratch. It didn't match your greatness. It didn't do you justice.
Actually.
But you still get a round of applause.
Yeah, but even if
Sorry, you were saying?
So I like to say the applause was rigged actually. That was actually a pre-recording. It was a pre-recorded applause. And I'm just kidding.
No, it
I'm
wasn't.
just kidding.
No, it wasn't. I wasn't born yesterday, unfortunately. What was I going to say? Right, going forward on the show, I was thinking we could do some kind of. I might do some reading. We could do some reading, almost like a book club, maybe once a week, where we read. Because there are books you can read in like an hour and a half on various topics that we are interested in. So we could do that. Maybe I'll have a sift through public access ones that are already in the public domain, so that nobody has to pay for them. There's plenty of works out there like that are, good, credible ways of increasing the knowledge in our noggin. So we will probably do that, and we will continue with the kind of lecture series where we put these slides together and try to make sense of things. But tonight has been a little less structured, so apologies for that. As I said, for those of you who've just joined, I had a malfunctioning router on Sunday, and I only got the router delivered the other day, and then there was a problem with that in terms of the cable. So anyway, an engineer came out and it all got fixed today. So lovely jubbly, back online. Thankfully, Pseudo History says Jesus was son of King Herod. This is not a conspiracy. Pseudo History, do you want to come on and tell us about that, please? I've never heard that one before. Have you heard that before, Seb? I think it's blasphemy. Peace to you too, Pseudo History. Pseudo History says Jesus was son of King Herod.
King Herod? Wouldn't that contradict what the Bible says? Yes, it would.
Yeah, it's completely. I've never heard anything of this before.
That King Herod adopted Jesus at some point. No, it would actually contradict it. There was like Jesus was born in like the hillbilly area of whatever part he was from. He was born in the shit with the horse shit, right? Next to the horse shit and the hay.
He was born as a stable.
Yeah, that's the story so far, and then he was taken care of by Virgin Mary, which actually didn't consent to be pregnant, so it can be seen as a very evil thing by the God, I guess, of this phantasmagoricalized book.
Pseudo History says, did not the wise men knock on Herod's door looking for Jesus? I don't know about that. I just heard the wise men came from the east and followed the star in the sky, in the night sky, and that brought them to the infant baby Messiah. But, Pseudo History, you obviously, in your name it says Pseudo History, so given that nominative description, I'm not surprised that you've come up with a contrarian view on matters. Poop says, Pseudo History indeed, Jesus never existed, only someone referred to via IS. And it is impossible to claim that Jesus is derived from in youth, as that was the name for Joshua, okay? Or however you say that script there, I'm not au fait with it myself. Okay. Does it really matter whether he existed or not? Is it not all about the effect of Jesus rather than whether he existed or not? Some might claim that it's not about the man himself, but the message. Pseudo History says Jesus was born nameless. Okay. Guys, we are struggling. I feel like I'm treading water, and there's no land in sight. The boat has tipped over, and me and Seb are here treading water. It's very icy, cold, and there's no land in sight. You've got to help us out here. We're drowning live online.
I can talk about something. It's just that we were, I guess, discussing pseudo history, I guess, which I know nothing about.
Good morning to you, Dogs, brother. How you doing? Um, I'm going to share the link if anybody wants to come on. There you go. It's in the chat. The link is there. Save us. Jesus, if you have the time, send it down the man line. Right. Jesus Christ. What is going on?
Should I say something, or what's the score?
I don't know who said. Say whatever you want. I'm just trying to make sense of pseudo history's comments here.
Okay. Okay, I guess
Actually, Brother Marcus makes some very good advice there. Actually, but this is very true. When it's hard to find work, or when you're not feeling up for working. But anyway, Brother Marcus says maybe this is outdated, but when it's hard to find work, he finds volunteering to help to build skills, or at least to put on the resume or the CV, and also to keep your brain socialized. And it's a very good idea, Brother Marcus, to volunteer, because you do feel like you're being productive in some way. You're helping others, you're learning, and you're also becoming more empathetic. I feel when you volunteer, because you're seeing things that you wouldn't necessarily see, and it doesn't all become about you as well. It becomes about society and realizing we're all in this shit heap together. As I said, if you're worried about social utility, and you have these self-loathsome thoughts that you're a useless eater, which is a terrible thing to think about oneself, especially when clearly you bring joy to others, as Noodles does. Lovely person, greatly intelligent and skilled, but he's a bit down on himself, very down on himself. And so, volunteering, helping others in your community somehow or other, in a kind of way that isn't too stressful, So maybe not activism oriented, but more kind of serving soup, that kind of thing. Playing music in an elderly people's home, perhaps. These types of things, and it does open doors, as Brother Marcus says. It helps with networking too, and who knows it, before you could have a job in that area, like a support worker, adult care, youth worker, something like that. It might float your boat. It might be something that you're good at. Reufdog says, "What's up? What's today's topic?" Today is one of those days, Reufdogs, where we are metaphorically pulling it out of our ass, and it wasn't prepared. It's because there were huge technical issues last week, and my router malfunctioned, and I only got it up and running with the help of an engineer who had to come out and set up the Wi-Fi. But anyway, it's back working. Well, a new. There's a new router, new wires and shit. But anyway, it's back working, and the stream is up and running. So the topic is, what are the main fucking problems in society? We did have that question. What is the biggest problem in society? Sep has already answered it, but I mean, anybody want to come on and have a stab at that one? The link is there. Did I share the link? I did. I'll share it again.
Yes.
There you go.
We've
got 20 people watching.
To the next question, if you like.
8 people watching on Twitter. Hello to all of you, and 12 people on YouTube. Pseudo history says the educational system. Do you want to come on here and have a little natter about that pseudo history? Although I heard you can't come on for a couple of months, right? Apparently, it's going to take pseudo history a couple of months to sort out their microphone or something. I will get a new microphone this weekend. If I don't get a new microphone this weekend, I I don't know. You can all make fun of me or something, but I definitely will get one this weekend. I already have a suggestion from Brother Marcus. He sent me a link to one to buy. So yeah, I'll get that one from Amazon. Amazon, those fuckers, eh? Yeah, I do shop on Amazon. I'm sorry to say, I do a lot of things that, you know, like as I say, I even realize that paying Twitter as well. I mean, that's pretty bad, isn't it? Really, where's that money going? You know. But then again, where's all my money going in general? You know, I mean, it always ends up in the hands of some cretin somewhere, doesn't it? So I don't know. I don't know. Are you a conscientious consumer, Seb? Are you careful where you spend your money?
Yes.
You try not to support evil oligarchs.
Yes.
Oh, that's
Yes,
very good.
I think about the evil oligarch every single day. And whenever I buy something, I ask Google and ChatGPT, is this part of the evil oligarch? And then I have for multiple years never contributed to any evil oligarchs ever.
Mm,
So yeah, that's right.
mm. Well, anything interesting happening in the world of AI or anything like that? Actually, I tell you what I should do because I haven't looked at the news today. I'm going to look at the news.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a rare day that I haven't been, you know, compulsively checking the news. And let me see. I'll click on world news because obviously this is global, isn't it? I'm on the BBC, and their world section on the desktop version isn't clearly evident, which is weird. But yeah, something's going on about that US, the leakage of war plans. I mean, that's fucking brutal. I don't know enough about it though, but it did sound very worrying indeed that superpowers practice such sloppy care in regard to information that is likely to cause alarm and offense. Okay, so horrific to see in black and white, but hardly surprising is how a top European diplomat reacted to what comes across as deep heartfelt disdain for European allies, revealed late on Monday, European time, in an online group chat between US security officials. Okay. Seemingly by accident, Atlantic magazine editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg was also invited to the chat. Okay. So there's a load of Yankee security officials having a little chat online, and they accidentally invited Atlantic magazine editor-in-chief. Okay. And the chat was actually discussing planned strikes on Houthi rebels in Yemen, aimed at unblocking trade routes on the Suez Canal. And he made the exchange public. Okay, in the chat, JD Vance notes that only 3%. Sorry, Seb, can you mute yourself, mate? JD Vance said that only 3% of US trade runs through the canal. I'll mute him because he's not listening to me. JD Vance says only 3% of US trade runs through the canal as opposed to 40% of European trade. After which he and the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth complained of European freeloading. Yeah. The monumental security breach is causing a ruckus at home, with Democrats calling for Hegseth's resignation as a result. Okay. Across the pond, in Europe, European leaders and policymakers felt sick to their stomach, as an EU official put it. Officials are quoted here speaking on condition of anonymity in order to comment freely on what are volatile times in US and European relations. Yes, very worrying times. You won't see any comments in the public domain so as not to rock the transatlantic boat any further. Vance first stunned European officials with his speech at last month's security conference in Munich. Yeah, I saw that. condemning the continent for having misplaced values such as protecting abortion clinics and censoring speech in the media and online. The enemy from within, as he called it. Monday's Signal chat strikes at the heart of a slew of tensions, discomfort, and plain old fear in Europe right now that the Trump administration can no longer be relied on as the continent's greatest ally at a time when Europe is facing off against a resurgent Russia. Western Europe has looked to the US to have its back in terms of security and defense since World War II. But it is precisely that fact that so riles the Trump administration and has cemented Europe in its mind as freeloaders. Okay. Yeah. One has to question whether some American, foreign diplomacy or lack of is the reason we need to spend money on our military defenses. Europe it gets the butt end of shit from a lot of the things that America cause in the world. All the terrorist refugees, not the ones that cause the problems, they're coming from countries that America led the attack on in the past, and then we have to soak up all the shit, afterwards. So it's not as simple to say that Europe are freeloaders. We're basically the ones nearer all the problems that America are at the helm of, are leading matters on. So it's not as simple to say, oh, those pesky Europeans. It's just not like that, I don't think so. Who has the ultimate power in deciding the direction of things? I would say it has been previous US administrations, but maybe that's just me. What do you think? We don't usually talk about geopolitics, but we can if you want to know. By the way, I'm not anti-American. I'm just a realist.
I should read more articles before I. Oh yeah, you were talking to someone else.
No, I was talking out loud for anybody to.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, there's about 20 people here. 8 on Twitter. Hello to all the Twitter people, or X people, as it's called now. Right. I'm going to look at a Twitter account I sometimes frequent called Endgame WW3. He's this ex-Navy veteran from the US. He did his service, and now he comments on matters of geopolitics and conflicts around the world. It's kind of a casual thing. It's not too highbrow. I like it like that. And see what he has to say. By the way, guys, any recommendations for books in the public domain that we could read in about an hour and a half, short reads, or even essays? If you want us to read essays, I suppose you can let us know under this video. We might start doing that soon as well. Be a good thing to do, I suppose. We do those presentations, but why not just read a book or something as well sometimes, or an essay, an article that you'd like to be analyzed and digested and chewed on. Right. Are you with us, Seb? Are you there, Seb? Is anybody there? Seb, you're muted. Okay. He has chosen to remain muted.
I am unmuted.
So what's happening, bro?
What's happening
And
in the
noodles,
world?
noodles. If you're still here, yeah, I just meant it as
I
a kind of
guess
conversation
there's
icebreaker.
climate change. There's the wrongful treatment of factory farm and people coming into existence that will have a terrible fate. There are people that gives up on themselves. There's a lack of faith in people. And people, they have a lack of faith in themselves.
Nice one, yeah.
There is poverty, joy.
Mhm.
And all the things I'm looking for, right? That there's a lot of the negative things.
Uh-huh. Okay. If in doubt, check Reddit out. So I'm going to go on Reddit now just to see what the latest collapse aware folk are saying on r/collapse, which has over 500,000 members, by the way. Can you believe it? Would you Adam and Eve it? All right. Okay, so we've got an article here. Looks interesting. Open. Okay. So this article from the Collapse Reddit sub. We can't just stay inside forever. Low and middle income Americans say rising costs are forcing them to choose between joy and survival. Rising costs are forcing millions of Americans to make hard choices. And for many, this means giving up what makes life enjoyable. With inflation still high and a new wave of tariffs set to push prices even higher, low and middle income households say they are being squeezed harder than ever. We can't just stay inside because everything's too expensive. Rochelle Blenston, a 31-year-old teacher earning about $80,000 a year, told MarketWatch after her rent jumped $400 and grocery prices climbed, she cut out clothing purchases and nights out. She managed to put away $2,600 this year in savings, though it came with sacrifices that weighed heavily on her. Despite holding a master's degree, she says it still feels like she's barely making it. The Trump administration's on again, off again relationship with tariffs on imports from Canada, Mexico, and China is expected to add over $1,000 per year to household expenses. That's on top of already high prices for housing, car insurance, and utilities. For lower income households, these necessities consume about 95% of their after tax income, according to Bank of America, which cited the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Prices need to drop, but these tariffs are just not going to help anything, Benston said. It's not sustainable for people with good jobs to sacrifice their happiness. While consumer spending grew 4.2% in the last quarter of 2024, that growth was driven mostly by high-income households, middle-income Americans, those earning 50 to 100 grand a year, and low-income households under 50 grand are much, much more cautious. A recent survey from Intuit Credit Karma data shared with MarketWatch found that 72% of middle-income earners are cutting back on non-essential spending. For lower income households, 62% reported the same. We are a paycheck to paycheck nation. Tiffany Morrison, a single parent making $24 an hour, has made major cuts just to stay afloat. She dropped Amazon Prime, downgraded her Netflix plan, and switched from T-Mobile to Mint Mobile. These moves together will save her approximately $2,000 a year. Okay, Joe Wadford, an economist at Bank of America Institute, pointed out that the lowest earners already spend nearly all of their income on essentials. Yeah, there's not much left. There's not much left. A pessimistic outlook. Okay, despite a strong labour market on paper, the mood is gloomy. 2/3 of consumers expect unemployment to rise in the next year, the highest level of pessimism in a decade, according to University of Michigan survey. We've got someone who's just joined, and it's Brother Marcus. Hello to Brother Marcus. Nice to have you on the show. Thank you so much for supporting us, by the way, and becoming a sponsor. Appreciate it, bro.
You're welcome. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. I'm just reading about the doom and gloom in the American economy, but it's not just there, it's all over the world, isn't it? I mean, these bloody tariffs, they're going to cause mayhem all over the place, aren't they? And it's not just that, it's everything is crashing at the moment, you know, and it just seems like we're in for a real rough ride economically.
Where'd Seb go?
I don't know, he just disappeared. He got maybe he got raptured, maybe he got taken to heaven by Jesus, one of the chosen ones. Hopefully he'll come back. But yeah, anything you want to say in particular, or just coming on to see what happens?
Coming on to see what happens. I was interested in the I don't know, the conversation you had with Noodles kind of had me thinking about self-improvement and like career development from a pessimistic perspective.
Yeah,
I don't know, that kind of
do you know what, brother? You mentioned this lady before, and I am actually interested in it, and it's negative kind of psychotherapy. So kind of psychotherapy for a depressive realist, and I think that's a really interesting.
Like you're going in with the assumption that things are bad, so and things will get worse. So how do you prepare for that kind of doom and gloom kind of attitude?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a very interesting. It's a very interesting idea, and I think I'd like to do a show on that. Actually, I think it would be a great show. Just like dive into that and see where we can get to in terms of like what this lady said. What's her name? The lady that you mentioned
I knew
before?
you were going to ask me that. If you type in like in YouTube negative psychoanalysis, I believe.
Okay. Well, I'll make a note of it. Negative psychoanalysis. Yeah. But I mean, that's just for me. I find that very interesting and probably hopefully beneficial. Negative psychoanalysis. Now, the thing is,
it's either Julia or Julie Reshi, I believe, is the name.
Julie Reshi. How do you spell Reshi? Do you know?
Let me see. Okay, hold on. Can you still hear me? I just muted.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it's interesting that it's in psychoanalysis. It's interesting that it's deemed therapeutic. That's what I'm interested in, because I know that people do study like depressive realism.
RESHE.
SHE.
Yeah, her name's Julie Reshi. RESHE.
Lovely. I'll have a look at that. And
I really like her.
Hopefully, the next. I mean, I've got something planned for Friday. In fact, some of the stuff you talk about inspired it as well. Because you know the way we often mention like little studies of experiments, like those. Is it Stanford prison tests? Was that the one where they?
Yeah, I bring up the Milgram thing a lot.
Yeah, there's a few of them, and I forget the names of them, but we know that a few of them. But I thought it would be interesting to do like a deep dive into as many as possible.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Kind of, studies on like
because any like pop like those intro to psychology books. I have like one or two, and that's how I learned like some of the popular ones. But
yeah. I mean, I learned a few because I did a module on organizational behavior in my undergrad, and there was a few in that, you know. But I thought it would be interesting just to look at as many as possible, just to see what it will say in general about human nature. And to be honest with you, it doesn't look good. But you knew that anyway. It doesn't look good. But you knew that anyway, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
But I think we're all on Julia's page on this stream. Julie Reshi, I think we are dealing with hell, and we are dealing with trying to basically make it out of here with as least harm possible, even though there's a deluge of it around us and often in our lives as well. But make it as enjoyable as well as we can, even though we're in a strange place, a strange dire place. So yeah, I'm just reading about the doom and gloom in the American economy. I mean, do you know much about the Canadian situation? I know that they're all worried about this economic war of America, but I mean, would you say the Canadian economy now is in dire straits?
Yes.
I mean, I read, yeah.
Everyone's saying that. I haven't gone to the grocery store. I haven't seen it yet. So I guess I don't know what. I live a very basic life. I don't have a car. I don't know. I just pay my basic bills and I have groceries and that's about it. So I don't know. I think where I'm going to see it is mostly in the grocery stores. And maybe if I go to the pub or something like that. I heard some bars are just not going to carry any American.
Yeah. I mean, I saw a clip of someone just removing American products off their shelves.
Yeah. It's kind of based, honestly.
I mean, it's like a suicidal. It's like a very ham-fisted approach by the Trump administration, in my view, because this is the type of thing that's going to really harm the American people, whether he likes it or not. He might take.
And the allyship, that's going to be years to reconcile.
Yeah. I mean, it does seem that I think he's on the warpath, bro. Not necessarily in terms of wanting to, send in the military, but I think he wants to basically really shake up the world and even bring down a lot of places, so that maybe he can roll in there.
It's a type of war. It's a trade war. It
is.
Yeah.
I mean, this stuff about Greenland, I didn't catch up on that. Apparently, Vance's wife went there yesterday, or was it one day during the week? Let me have a look here. What's going on with Greenland, because they're really pushing that as well.
Yeah, Greenland is just because of resources or something. I don't know what Greenland has that they want.
Well, they're saying it's the position of it in terms of basically that region. You have Russia and mainly Russia, but obviously China probably sends in a few subs there. It's and obviously with the kind of blue ocean events and the ice melting, there's going to be more shipping in that area. So they're saying they want to do it for security reasons, because they want to have control of the shipping area for trade and for security. But also, I think obviously the
long-term goal is to go after Canada. I don't get what the long-term goal is for that, though.
I think it's resources, mate. I think it's all about resources. That's my view. I don't think I think they're doing it for resources, because obviously there's a lot of natural resources in these two places. Greenland is basically apparently it's like Saudi Arabia under the ice. It's got lots of resources under. I don't know if it has. I think it might have oil and gas, definitely, but I don't know how much it has of that. But it has a lot of resources.
Going to a trade war with Canada, is that to negotiate prices, or genuinely to annex the whole country?
He's going in there. He's going in there, isn't he? He's saying that basically all these countries are a deficit, so they take more than they give back, and he's saying it's too lopsided. So he's seeing it as a kind of correcting the books kind of thing. But I think that I think it's I think it's destabilizing for ulterior motives, you know, and I think it is probably the takeover. I think he wants to roll over, man, and
Mm,
he wants to influence portions of the world. I think he has this kind of wet dream to build a kind of
legacy.
yeah, legacy. Maybe I'm worried. I'm thinking maybe some kind of Anglophonic empire. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what I think I definitely think he's on the warpath though. He wants to build a long term legacy. He wants to be remembered as like the American Caesar, you know, Emperor Donald, and yeah, and he's surrounded himself by, you know, a lot of people who seem to think that way as well. You know, I mean, the way they're treating Denmark is insane. You know, as well, over Greenland. You know,
What are they doing with Denmark?
well, basically, Denmark obviously lays claim to Greenland, yeah, and they've done so since I think 13 something. Basically, the Vikings, yeah,
Okay.
and would that be the Vikings? It must be. It was before the Vikings. It was the Vikings, yeah, but I don't know if that was 13. Maybe it was before then. I can't remember what year the Vikings went to Greenland. And let me just look it up. When did Denmark claim Greenland? Just look it up. Oh. Okay, yeah. So basically, yeah, the Vikings went in the 10th century, but Denmark claimed it then in 1380. Okay. So anyway, whatever you think about that, obviously there would have been Inuit people and stuff there. But the point is, to me, it's down to the people, you know, in Greenland, and I don't think they're supportive of this. I've heard before that they were supportive of being a republic, but I'm not even sure that's true. I think they might be just supportive of staying with Denmark. What do Greenlanders think of Denmark? Let me just see. They have apparently they have mixed feelings over there about Denmark, but you know, it's very bullish the way Trump is doing it. You know,
Yeah.
there's no kind of historical kind of link between Greenland and America, and you know, suddenly he's just thrown himself into the ring and said, "Yeah, we're taking over." When
I
you
think I
know,
saw on Pierce Morgan, people were attacking like Tesla car dealerships and those power
yeah,
stations.
all over the bloody US, yeah, they've been burning them, and yeah, crazy, man.
I wonder if it's going to turn
Um,
into one of those like George Floyd situations.
I don't know, but I'd say he's probably the wrong man to really piss off. You know, he's got those dangerous vibes, you know, Musk, and yeah, he apparently, well, the shares didn't they drop drastically as well? Like Tesla's business went down the tubes. I haven't been keeping an eye on it,
I
but it
think
was
I think it could turn into one of those rides if like it hurts the American people and literally like just being alive is too expensive. So I could see people riding for stuff like that.
oh, of course, yeah, yeah. Oh no. When it starts affecting people's you know, dinner tables, of course there'll be
Well, I heard they like they complained about eggs. I don't buy eggs, so like I don't.
yeah.
But I heard it in the news a lot.
Mm.
I don't know what the state of like food is for America.
I don't know what that is. I think it had something to do with bird flu or something. You know, bird
Oh yeah,
flu.
yeah. I think I heard
I
that
think
too.
I don't know, but I think last year they killed every time there's bird flu, they have to kill like loads of poultry,
Okay.
and like and like I think it's they kill the birds that are outside or something, the ones that might have been infected by wildfowl, and then that reduces the stock, and then the prices go up. But I think that's why the eggs gone up. But I don't. I'm like you. I don't eat eggs. I don't pay attention to.
Yeah. Like my, I don't know, just regular food that I haven't seen a drastic change yet. I'm preparing myself.
Yeah. In fact, I bought tins of chickpeas for the lowest price I have in years recently in the supermarket. But I think that's because nobody really buys them. Only vegans, and unfortunately, it might be that that might be a bad sign. Might be less vegans around where I am now. Yeah, because I'll be honest, I never used to eat chickpeas. I never really liked them, but now I do. I kind of like. I won't say I like them I don't like them by themselves, but they're just very good.
By themselves is kind of, but like you put a nice sauce on it.
Yeah. Chickpea curry. Chickpeas and rice. Yeah, I eat a lot of chickpeas and rice. Chickpeas and rice is a complete protein, so that's useful to know.
I'm a big fan of red kidney beans. I like that.
Yeah. I eat all the beans, butter beans, black beans, and I try not to eat the edda beans, so the soya beans, mainly because I don't know, they just don't agree with me. But
I think I ate so much soy my first few years being vegan, and then I don't know, my stomach can't handle that much soy anymore. So thankfully, there's a lot of alternatives, so I'm good.
Yeah,
I don't have a lot of soy in my diet. I know it's a stereotype that if you're vegan, you eat a lot of soy. I don't.
Do you what milk alternative do you use then?
I have a mix of it's like a high protein mix of I think cashew and oat. I think.
Yeah. I like my go-to are the oat and almond actually. I like almond one as well.
Yeah.
But I do spoil myself. I get their barista oat milk. And it's really, really frothy and creamy.
Your coffee or something? Why do you get the fancy one?
I actually use it in tea. I mean, that's. But I use it in tea. My partner uses it in the coffee, but I use it in tea, normal tea, and red bush tea. I just like it. It's really
okay.
I don't know. It's really creamy, really nice. It's the Alpro one. Alpro Barista Oat Milk. Yeah. You probably have Alpro over there, right?
No, I don't. I forgot what brand we have here, but I just switched over to oat for my coffee. I used to use almond, but now I'm an oat fan. It is creamier and it's nice.
What I wanted to start doing was making my own yogurt out of you can make it out of any of the milks.
Oh yeah, I think you mentioned that before. You should definitely try that out because you eat a lot of yogurt.
Yeah, I need to get that going. So, anybody else want to come on here, Brother Marcus? Is there anything you want to say or read to the masses in terms of news articles or anything on Reddit? By the way, I'm just going to pop to the kitchen. I'll be right back. If you want, you can entertain people however you see fit. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's much new that's happening. Well, that I'm aware of, other than the Tesla stuff. And then the leaked messages, what was it? Slick or one of the apps. That's as much as I know about the world. Another thing I'm thinking about in terms of the pessimistic perspective of career development, self-improvement, but also well, it's a bit of a downer, but passing away. How exactly do you do that comfortably? Not practical, not like the practical things, but I mean preparing for old age home kind of stuff. I have no idea. I'm just going about it, wandering by myself, figuring it out.
Yeah, bro. Thanks for that. But I mean, a lot of people don't even put any thought into that, So how do you feel that you're putting thought into it?
So I know you said to Noodles like he's young, and he is, but I've seen guys who put it off till like their 60s and stuff like that, and then they're in a bad situation. So I'm glad I'm thinking about this because I don't want to be in a shitty situation, and it's hard to tell someone who is young to think about that because I don't know what the right attitude to have about it is. It brings me comfort because I'm like, okay, I'm preparing myself because I think maybe in my 20s, I was like, oh, I wish I could have done things a little bit differently. Now that I have a little bit of,
We lost you briefly, Brother Marcus.
I was just
Are you
saying,
there?
most of my friends don't think about this stuff. I feel like I have a
Yeah,
head
yeah.
start on preparing for that type of stuff.
Yes, yes, yes. But as I said, a lot of people don't even think about it. They just
Oh, did you lose me
believe
still?
living. I can. We hear you. Can you not hear me? You can't hear me.
Oh,
Can anybody else?
I can hear you now.
Okay, good. I was saying a lot of people don't actually bother thinking about these things. You know, they just live and then
Do you think about
whatever
it?
happens. I do. I do find myself worrying a bit sometimes. Yeah.
Do you have any plans, like any investments or any old age home you're looking into? Like, who's going to house you? Who's going to wipe your ass?
Oh yeah, yeah. Hmm. The short answer is no. I don't have a good. I don't have a good plan. I don't have a good plan. No.
Okay.
And it is something. Yeah, but no, you're right. It's funny. It's something I am thinking about now. Like, oh fuck, yeah. It's I mean, I'll be honest with you. I know someone. She had a stroke. Friend of mine. She's much older. She's in her 60s, but the poor lady now is basically at the stage she's at now. She's in her room and she's just staring at a wall and she can't even talk.
Aw.
But you know, I don't know. She's watching.
How old
Apparently,
is she
there's
in her
television.
60s?
Huh?
How old is she in her 60s?
It was a friend of a friend, and but I did because I met her a few. Like she was a lovely lady. I met her a few times before it happened to her, and but you see, I don't like these judgments that people. You know, some people are very comfortable. Oh, I wouldn't want to be like that, but I also understand, Brother Marcus, and I'm sure you might agree with me here. You can't judge someone who is in that predicament. You know, because they might well.
Different situations. I think people adapt to different situations.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right. But it's just like I think the biggest problem is discomfort and physical pain. And the thing is, Brother Marcus, as you say, if you prepare for it as best you can try and eradicate some of that. Now, I will say one thing. Living in the UK, we get a little bit comfortable because we have generally a pretty good social care system, you know.
Really?
Compared to other countries, you know.
I'm surprised by that.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I've noticed like some of these people are getting carers visiting them and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah,
I don't think she's.
I've heard stories like that. We do not have that here. I'm confused because we have a social security as well here, but I guess not as. I don't know. I don't know what the difference is between the UK and Canada.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it just seems like, from what I've seen, they do try. Now, it's not as well funded as it could be, but it's definitely something that's going to have to be mixed up a bit because of the aging population thing. And the funny thing is, these people who are against immigration, they will be shooting themselves in the foot in terms of elderly care because, you know, a lot of the carers are, you know, from the Philippines here or from Asia somewhere or Africa, you know, and they're doing the kind of jobs that no one wants to do, you know, the adult care, like in the kind of really hard adult care, you know.
Yeah.
So obviously, without that immigration, we'd be in a lot of trouble, you know.
Yeah.
And people might say, yeah, but everyone else would sit back and do it, you know. Or, I mean, it would be like British people would do it, but I don't know, mate. They would obviously, but I mean, it's almost. I think there'd have to be some massive sea change in society, wouldn't there? For people like like society has gone so far in terms of like a lot of people who are born here don't want to do certain jobs, you know, and it's kind of like this has been the way for several decades now, and it's like, oh, that's for someone beneath me to do, and that's the kind of general. It's not a nice thing to think, but that's what some people think. They won't do
I
certain
think I
things.
might have fallen into that trap a few times until I was forced to take certain jobs. That
No, you're good. Thanks for being honest, because I've been in that position myself, bro.
well,
I
I mean,
didn't
like
work.
you're fresh out of college, you like you dedicate so much time and energy to like improve your life, and then you're stocking shelves. Like that fucking sucks.
Yeah, that happened to me. But then you realize actually my degree is basically just nothing more than toilet paper without me, you know, without me presenting myself and backing it up somehow, you know. But you know, it's all about who you know as well, isn't it?
But after doing
Networking.
a few of those jobs, like I don't know, it
Yeah.
humbled me, and then I'm like, you know, a good day's work is a good day's work, and then you know you build your resume and I don't know, there's skills involved, there's networking involved, there's things that you may not see that have benefit to that type of stuff too.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And I will say one thing. I remember at one point I had these. This is when I started this channel. I was doing some warehouse work, and I would say just as I said, keeping it moving, even though I was mentally fucked up. Just doing that, and I did some shelf stacking work as well and delivery jobs. Right. Now the thing is, just keeping it moving did help me. You know, and it is as basic as that.
I did a lot of volunteer work. I get, but this was like many years
I did that as well. I did that as well. Yeah, I did that as well, volunteering.
I don't know if it's outdated advice or not, but like it helped me. Even if it isn't, like I think mentally it just helps a lot because you're getting out.
I made some interesting friends. I mean, some of the elderly people I met as friends, I met because I did that, you know. And I still talk to some of them have passed away, unfortunately. Well, unfortunately for me. So I made some interesting friends, and you meet people from all different walks of life, you know, when you do these volunteering jobs, because it's not like just socio-economically disadvantaged people. It's people who have fallen from great heights, people who have risen from terrible circumstances abroad, people who are going through things but have this like stoic, impressive, inspirational quality about them. So yeah, you do meet interesting people. UF Dogs is here. Hello, UF Dogs. I can't hear you, UF Dogs. Can you hear him, Brother Marcus?
No. I'm on my phone, so my audio.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Okay.
Can
you hear me now?
Try again there.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Is the volume okay? I don't want to.
You could turn it down a little bit, or do you want me to turn it down for you?
I can turn that down. How's that?
A little bit up. Sorry.
You want to come up again?
That's it. Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. How's just right? As long as I'm not sort of.
That's good. That's good.
Okay. Lovely. Good morning, gentlemen.
Hello there. Yes, it is morning now. Well timed.
Yeah,
so it's 1 minute after midnight here, and it's still. What time is it over there, Brother Marcus? In Canada.
8:01.
8:01. What time zones do you have in Canada, by the way? Do you have how many do you have?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm in Eastern time zone.
Okay.
Eastern Standard Time. Yeah.
It's probably about 3 time zones, I'd say. I don't know. I'll have to look it up.
I think it might be 3. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you generally have you always mixed on one side, Brother Mark? Have you ever have you been transnational in Canada? Have you
Yeah, because
experience?
I have I work for a national organization, so to set up meetings, I have to figure out like when people are available, and
Hmm.
yeah, like people in Vancouver versus like the Maritimes versus where central I am.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
Have you lived and worked in different parts of it? That's what I mean. Have you like lived on? No.
Nope, I haven't really
Okay,
gone
just
anywhere.
yeah. Okay. What the place I find interesting about Canada is like Ontario and that, just across from New York. You know, it's
Hmm.
just yeah, it's just and all the little bits. You know, just right, not far from like there's a place called is it London or something? Is that
Yeah,
London, Ontario? And
yeah,
that's not far. That doesn't seem that far from Chicago, right? When you look across on the map, anyway. Am I right? Chicago. It's some American city, anyway. I was looking at the map, thinking, yeah, fuck, this is really interesting. How there's this man-made line that has had such an effect. You know, on one side it's like Canada, and on the other side it's America, and it's just like some line they drew up arbitrarily in what I don't know. When was that? The American 1776 or something, was it? When did they do the
I don't I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
1776.
it was, yeah. And yeah, it's very interesting. And then you've had wars in the past as well.
Mhm.
America and Canada have had fights.
We burnt their White House down in 1812, apparently.
Yeah.
What the
Wow.
Canadians did.
Yeah,
Yeah. When I heard that, I was like, oh my god, yeah, I didn't know it was that recent. Yeah.
Oh, you
But
legends.
what I found very interesting about Canada is the French Canadians' allegiance to Britain. I always found that interesting because there's been times when the Yanks have come up to try and attack Canada, and the Montreal and that they fought back. The Quebecians fought
yeah,
back, and obviously they're kind of French blood, but they did so in allegiance to the British Crown, which I thought was interesting.
yeah, that is
Um,
interesting. Yeah,
it is really interesting when you think about the history of France and Britain. You know,
yeah.
but it just shows how bad the Americans are if the French are the Brits. But yeah,
We might have to
there,
go
there
back
are.
to that time period. Jesus Christ, given how things
I
are
know,
going.
right?
Yeah.
So anything geopolitically, Yerf Dog, on your radar recently?
No, I heard you talking earlier about the Pete Hegseth thing. The what was it? The Atlantic journalist was in the
Oh
television.
yeah.
It's quite funny.
I mean, I heard about it happening, but I haven't heard about all the fallout from it. You know, I mean,
I'm sure the left will take it. Yeah, it'll be the same old, same old. There'll be excuses from the right and vilification from the left. I don't think it's going to be that much different from anything else.
Has Hillary said
yeah.
anything yet? Do you know? Because like,
Sorry, Marcus.
has Hillary said anything like Clinton? Because
Yeah,
like they were on her case,
she
right?
posted a post and she was laughing at it.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Yeah, because kind of similar, I think. Kind of.
I'm
Also, I
nearly
saw the
sure.
emojis they posted in that chat, and I'm like, okay.
I'm nearly sure there was a slip up in the Ukrainian war as well. I can't remember who it was. Was it Americans or was it Germans or someone involved in? I think it could have been the Germans actually. They muffed up because they had a Skype chat or something that was public or something, and it had details of the Ukrainian war in it or something.
No, I didn't know about that.
That was a while back. Yeah, that was like near enough when it started. I'm just gonna look that up now to see who that was. Um, 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 oh yeah, that was German ambassador. Yeah, so German ambassador refuses to apologize for a leak call revealing British troops in Ukraine. It was um, this was back in March 2024, so that was last year. Um, Miguel Berger said, this is the German ambassador, says NATO allies need to be careful not to fall into the Russian trap of creating division after former UK Defence Secretary Ben Wallace said Germany was pretty penetrated by Moscow's intelligence services. Anyway, basically, yeah, the German ambassador to UK said there's no need for his country to apologise after a recording leaked by Russia revealed the head of the force discussing secret details about alleged British troops in Ukraine. Yeah, so basically he was talking on Telegram or some fucking thing like Skype or something. They were having some kind of online networked meeting, and it got jumped into by the Russians quite easily, apparently. Yeah,
I'm surprised these governments don't have their own like government secure networks.
Intranets, yeah. I mean, I think the Pentagon and that does. You know, that's where it kind of started, isn't it? That's where the internet came from initially, isn't it? Because they built their own.
Yeah, but I just assumed that they wouldn't be using just
yeah
Signal or something. Yeah, but what do I know? I'm not a world leading dominating politician about to destroy.
I suppose it's doable locally, but internationally it's probably hard. You know, to send a signal without it getting interrupted or jumped on.
In the philosophy world, philosopher Jason Stanley is leaving Yale to take up a position at the University of Toronto because of what's happening in America. He said, "I want to raise my kids in a country
left
that
wing,
is
that
not."
guy, right?
Wow.
He's really left, that guy. Like, he's way left.
Yeah, I think he specializes in like political stuff and anti-fascism stuff, I think.
Yeah.
He's crossed my path. I recognize his face. I just don't know what I've read or why I recognize him. But yeah.
Yeah, I haven't read any of his stuff, but I haven't read his papers, but I've seen some of his posts.
Yeah. That's probably, he might be like active on social media, which is why he rings a bell. But yeah, in the philosophy world, that's sparked something.
Oh, what, his move to Toronto? Why would that spark something? Oh, because he's leaving America. Is that the reason why?
Yeah, he's leaving America, and the statement he made about why he's leaving. And I think in the daily news posts, he's just one of a few that are doing that, of academics doing that. So I think it might be a trend. Uh-oh. Can you still hear me? I just...
Yeah, no, I got you. I hear you.
Yeah, we heard that. I mean, I've got the article here. We might as well have a look at it.
Oh, sweet.
The Guardian.
Wait, it's in the Guardian? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Wow. I read it on the Daily News. I didn't know it went to the Guardian. Holy crap.
Jason Stanley, Yale professor who studies fascism, fleeing US to work in Canada. Jason Stanley, who says grandmother fled Berlin with his father in 1939, says US may become fascist dictatorship. I mean, it is really giving Handmaid's Tale vibes already, isn't it? Over there, man.
Trump's not a fascist. I have this thing, like when I see this stuff, people like these lefties posting this. My suggestion is take a note of all the things you think are going to happen, and then when the 4 years is over, go back and check which of them actually happened. So I don't think you're going to find that everything's changed, and I don't think you're going to find Trump has a third term and all that stuff. It's just ridiculous.
Do you think there's worries about the people around him, though? Like, it's not necessarily about Trump; it's about who is like Musk and Vance and all these people.
I mean, I think the American system is strong enough to withstand. That's why it was designed the way it was, to withstand, crazy people. So I think it can. I think the problem in America, I mean, if you want to go into it, but I think it's the Democrat Party. They have a massive problem on their hands. I mean, Trump again. I think it's the same as when Trump was against Hillary. I don't think Trump won that election. I think Hillary lost. And I think it's the same here. Kamala lost the election. Trump didn't win. People just don't.
I thought she did well in the debate, mate. You know, the debate against. Yeah. I thought she did better than him in the hit. Kamala Harris.
You don't mean Hillary, right? Hillary's smart. Kamala's dumb.
Well, She might be, but I think she might not be as clever as Hillary, but I think she did better than Trump in the debate, right? You know that one of the debate I watched anyway. I don't know how many times they spoke, but I thought she did carried herself better. I don't know what you thought, Brother Marcus. She got derided. She got totally like everyone said that she lost it, but I don't think she did as bad as everyone was saying.
I don't know if she substantiated her claims. Well, but like Trump,
But he lied. He lied time and time again. Sorry, go ahead.
he flat out lied confidently,
Yeah.
and I think like she got shocked a few times by that. Isn't that where he said like they're eating the dogs and stuff like that? Or
yeah, he did. He said that.
Wasn't that the debate? I was like,
yeah.
I still remember
anyway,
the look on her face. She's like, "What the fuck's going on?"
I know. He got fact checked though, didn't he, for that, right?
I think so. Yeah.
And they had to bring in fact checking for his debates because.
Yeah, but Kamala. I mean, let's be real. Kamala wasn't exactly truth. I mean, none of them tell the truth. They just they say stuff that gets them elected. That's how it works.
And
that's generally
given
the game.
Political climate in America, I think. Oh, it's weird because like it keeps.
Well, I still think she was better than Biden. I know anybody would have been better than Biden, but she was clearly better than Biden, right?
Mark, what was that? The
pendulum keeps swinging. I don't know.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on in that country.
Well, I just think it's since Trump was almost shot. I think his attitude is, well, fuck it, I'm just going to burn it to the ground. That's what I think. That's what I think his mindset is. He doesn't give a fuck. He's going for gold.
Yeah. And what's his name? Elon Musk looks like every time he's, I don't know, commenting on anything, he looks like a boy with a toy. Like he comes around like he's having fun, except for what's happening to his companies. Like obviously he's stressed about that, but like I'll never get that image out of him like looking like a gangster waving around a fucking, what was it, a chainsaw?
Yeah,
that was so lame. That was just
that's burnt into my. I'm like, wow.
The noise he made when he did it, he was like, "Ooh!" What are you doing, dude? Oh, is that Guardian article already done? Was it just a headline?
Oh yeah, DNW. Yeah,
I can read it now if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so Yale professor who studies fascism is leaving the US to work at a Canadian university because of the current US political climate, which he worries is putting the US at risk of becoming a fascist dictatorship. Jason Stanley, who wrote the 2018 book, How Fascism Works, The Politics of Us and Them, has accepted a position at the University of Toronto's Monk's School of Global Affairs and Public Policy. This could be just a real PR spin. He could have just got a good offer, And but anyway, then again, he was at Yale, so that's very prestigious, isn't it? So he probably wouldn't want to leave that too easily. Anyway, Stanley told the Daily News, a philosophy profession website, that he made the decision to raise his kids in a country that is not tilting towards a fascist dictatorship. He said in an interview that Columbia University's recent actions moved him to accept the offer. Last Friday, Columbia gave in to the Trump administration by agreeing to a series of demands in order to restore $400 million in federal funding. These changes include crackdowns on protests, increased security power, and internal reviews of some academic programs like the Middle Eastern Studies Department. When he saw Columbia University completely capitulate, and he saw this vocabulary of, well, we're going to work behind the scenes because we're not going to get targeted. That whole way of thinking presupposes that some universities will get targeted, and you don't want to be one of those universities, and that's just a losing strategy, he said. Stanley added, you've got to just band together and say an attack on one university is an attack on all universities. And maybe you lose that fight, but Sorry, where am I?
Doesn't you know, like a lot of Canadians have, well, okay, not a lot of Canadians, but a lot of like, isn't the Proud Boys the guy that created that Canadian?
Yeah, yeah.
Given
Then you got like what, Lauren Southern, you got Jordan Peterson, you got like all these people that they dislike. They're like,
are they all from like? Are they Albertans?
Stephen
Are they all
Crowder as well, right? Is Canadian. We kind of outsourced our right wing to America, apparently.
Are they all from Alberta by any chance?
I don't know.
So
but I mean,
Canada that's providing the fascist pipeline. I can see what's going on.
But I'm like, if this guy studies it, right? Like, you're going to a country that kind of, like, I don't know. I don't know what he considers fascism, but a lot of lefties online that I've seen through the crosshairs on some of these platforms would classify those people as fascistic. And from what I've seen, they're all like, a lot of them are Canadian. Oh, you guys were talking about Stefan Molyneux, like that guy as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. Anyway,
Something in the water up there.
Yeah.
But that's a good point. I never thought of that before. It is actually quite interesting.
Yeah, it's a very good point that there's all these fascist Canadians that are. Yeah, it's all Canada's fault.
I don't know how it happened, but
Stefan Molyneux and Jordan Peterson and the Proud Boys. Yeah, they caused it all. Yeah. I mean, they didn't have no small part in it. Let's be honest. I mean, they definitely had a part to play in Trump's meteoric rise to power.
Yeah.
I think that's true, but at the same time, I think also the left is just in a shambles.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it was like how they had Biden there, like towards the end of that term, let alone going for another term. I couldn't believe it. You know, why wasn't he like retired? You know, he wasn't fit to serve, was he?
I mean,
it was insane.
It was just a debacle. It's so embarrassing. I mean, for America, that Biden happened, and then the best candidates they could put forward were Trump and Harris. I mean, just what an embarrassment! Absolute embarrassment.
Yeah, I mean, who in their right mind would want to be a politician? That's what I often hear. They have a point, you know. Nowadays,
I don't know if it's like leaving Germany in 32 and 33, 34. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but just what that article said.
Oh yeah, I don't know. You don't know if it's that bad. Yeah, I mean, you hear a lot of comparisons that we're in. Like, yeah, like, you do hear these comparisons.
What do you think? Like, is America kind of like Germany in 30? What did it say? 33?
No.
I mean, it doesn't seem to be. I haven't seen the kind of Munich beer hall kind of rants yet. You know, there have been things said about immigration, but they've generally been saying about illegal immigrants, haven't they? Which is fair enough to say, to have a problem with illegal immigrants.
I hold a really strong stance against illegal immigration. I really do. I don't have a problem with that. So I'm probably a fascist. But
yeah, I mean, there's definitely a good like what there is a good there's a good reason for requiring documents of people, you know, because unfortunately,
I think it should be difficult to get to gain status in a country, you know. I mean, and I'm saying that as an expat. You know, it took me 10 years to get my what we call. That's the equivalent of the green card in America, you know.
Right.
And you got. I mean, I've been to immigration here. The folder they have on me, they've got, and this is 20 years ago. They had at least 2 telephone-sized folders on me, and I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, you know more about me than I do. But they dig into you big time. So, and I don't have a problem with that. I'm obviously I do because I don't like governments digging into my stuff. But in terms of who you're going to allow into your country, I don't have a problem with that at all. I think there's no worries. That make it difficult for people to get in.
Yeah, I mean, and if there is legitimate asylum claims, then that's a different matter, isn't it? I mean, if people have a legitimate reason to be fleeing, then you know there is a process. There is a process they can do legally.
But that relates also. I mean, it's like you get the false rape claims. You know, I mean, when people start making false claims, it makes it more difficult for the legitimate contenders.
I know.
And it's. I mean, it's really hard.
I mean, what is hard about the refugee stuff is the values and the definitions. You know, I mean, what is distressing for somebody in one area might not be on the list, but it could be more distressing perhaps than some of the things that are on the list. You know, like generally the things on the list are like war, kind of famine, stuff like that, but also hate crimes. If you're a victim of ongoing hate crime and prejudice, but I think weirdly there's a bit of a wider scope than even protection for citizens of your own country. You know what I mean? Because you can say I'm a victim of political what's the word? I'm in danger because of my political views, you know, and that can give you a card out of there, you know. But I suppose you have to have the right kind of political views, don't you? Because they don't want you to have the political views have to favour the country you're going to, generally speaking, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think what you just said there in favour of the country you're trying to get into. I support the idea that if you're going to move to another country, you adapt to the country. The country there's no reason the country should adapt to you. You want to go there. It's a privilege to be there. So you adapt yourself to their culture, to their language. That's the way you play. I'm not into this enclaves of
ghettoization.
Yeah, I don't think that's healthy. You know, if you want to be part of a society, you know, I mean, diversity has its limits. That's. I mean, you know, that's what I'll say. I mean, I'm all like, for example, it's simple for me. I'll just say Japan for the Japanese, and no one blinks an eyelid. But if you say England for the British, people get all riled up about it. You know, but that's like what I can see that's happening in Ireland. Oh, sorry, mate.
Yeah. Divine Hazel says, yeah, if it was up to her, all three of us would be admitted to the USA.
I don't want to go to your fascist country.
I don't want to go either. But
I appreciate the invite.
Yeah.
I remember once I went to, the only experience I've had with American territory is Guam. I went there for a
nice one, Hazel. See if I fix my microphone.
That's a discussion we do need to.
I'm sorting it this weekend.
I went to Guam, and the immigration there just gave me the third degree. I mean, it's really unwelcoming. Like that, I was like, geez, okay, righto. Well, I'm not coming back here.
Do you know what? Australia's pretty hardcore as well, and Singapore. Australia's pretty fucking hardcore, man.
I've never had a problem with Singapore. Australia.
I never had a problem in Australia, but I know like they are very, very like strict, very strict. But then again, America's strict. It's weird, man, because America lets everyone in across the border, but when you get off the plane in Newark, man, they ask you. They're very, very strict. So it's really weird that they, you know, when you go the legal way, they fry your ass almost. You know what I mean, in public. But then at the same time, they're letting all these people across the border. It was a very strange setup.
That's the core of people's anger, basically.
Yeah. It was very strange.
Look what's happening in the UK. I mean, there's boatloads of people coming in. They get a phone. They go get put up in hotels. Whereas you've got people who are struggling. I just shake my head at Monday.
I've mentioned it before. There are very vulnerable people. They're very poor people in this country, you know. But if you breach that, you are called. Unfortunately, you're called a racist, or you're called stupid, or you know, emotionally backward, or whatever. But you know, there is definitely something to be said for looking after the poor and looking after the vulnerable. But also, look after refugees. But you do have to wonder, why are military-age men, fit and healthy men, leaving behind their sisters and their children, their mums, if they care so much and they want to get out? Why are they the only ones coming? You know. That to me, that is a big stickler, because if it was truly a matter of life and death and a place was so terrible, you surely would be bringing the women with you. Yeah, you wouldn't just be coming over in like boats of military age working men. You know, fit men. You know, they'd be bringing the elderly. You wouldn't leave them behind if you were like, would you? If you were able to,
Isn't
if you were
that
fit
like
and healthy,
they come here first and then they sponsor their family members? I don't know how it works. I thought
there is that. Yeah, there is that thing that once they get status. But the thing is, a lot of these people weren't even applying for status, were they? Initially, they were hiding, you know, illegally.
Mm.
So it's weird. It's weird. Like, to be honest with you, I think a lot of the problem as well is taking advantage of. Basically, I'm not saying they're all like this, but some of them are educated, obviously, but some of them wouldn't be that well educated, and you've got the traffickers taking advantage of them and maybe seducing these people to go this route unnecessarily. Do you understand? It's don't forget, this is like an industrial complex almost. Like, it's like there's a lot of people making money out of this. You know, a lot of gangsters making money, and they probably go to these places saying, "Yeah, you know, you come with us. You have to do this. You have to do this. You have to do this. You have to do it like in this snide way. You have to hide in the back of this van. You have to get this boat and all this." Like, maybe they're unduly like complicating matters for financial gain, when you don't actually have to do that. You could just come and apply for fucking asylum, you know. And if
But
you have
that requires going through official channels. Like, if you're in a country which is in a bad state,
yeah,
I mean, if you're going to leave, you know,
yeah,
they're going to get you at the airport or whatever port you're going out of.
there is also that thing that I mean, by rights, the UK should have the least migration, because we're an island, and all these other countries have to cross other countries to get to us. If you're a true asylum seeker, you're meant to claim asylum in the first peaceful country you go to. You know, so clearly there are other motives going on. You know, behind.
It is weird looking at it, like, you know, what's happening across Europe. It just.
I'm listening. I'm listening, but I'm just muting. But I am listening. I have to go to the kitchen. I'll be right back.
I was just going to say, presuming that that what I see online is correct or accurate, what's happening in Europe is pretty concerning. You know, that's, call me racist or whatever you want to do, but there's something going on which is really uncool. And what I've noticed about Ireland as well, they seem to be making little enclaves of, you know, military-aged men, just chucking them in small villages and small towns, and the people are protesting and getting clomped on by the cops. I don't know. Looks very weird to me. I just think, you know, cards on the table. I think your country, if you want a country, you need borders, and I think those borders should be enforced. So someone can clip that and turn me into whatever they want. Don't leave me hanging, Marcus.
Oh no, I heard similar things. I don't know the pushback against border control. Yeah, I mean, there's a limit to how many people we allow in Canada. So, I mean, we're not open borders. Last I checked.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough. I mean, Japan gets a whole lot of flack for not taking in its what.
I was going to say, Japan does have a reputation of like being super strict. But
it does or doesn't. I didn't get
it. They do. They do have.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. But because they don't, for refugees, they don't let so many people in.
I think there's been some critique because there's a declining population in Japan, if that's correct.
Yeah.
And they suggested like bringing in people. I don't know if that's feasible.
It's tough for Japan, you know, because they created a new visa, which was basically, it's similar to Trump's golden visa, like, you know, you pay $5 million and you come in and basically get citizens' rights kind of thing, or green card rights. Or maybe it was citizen. He did say citizen. I don't think Japan's gone that far, but they tried to create a 10-year visa for, you know, high-flying tech people and all that kind of stuff. But the problem is Japan's over the hill now. It's not an attractive place to come to for those kinds of people. When you look around at other countries that are really, you know, like China, for example, Korea's still a bit of a hub. Singapore's obviously kicking it. So, you know, it's just not an attractive country to come to compared to other countries anymore. So Japan is in a quandary, and the men in this country are turning more inward, becoming more conservative, and the women are becoming more outward looking, which is creating some interesting social dynamics.
Huh.
So
Interesting.
yeah, it is interesting. It's especially interesting as a guide, as a foreigner. Just I don't need to be inside all that. I can just observe it from the outside, and it's really interesting. Yeah, it's really interesting. But the families I know, just normal families. There's not a lot of nationalism, I think, among the general population. They just get on with their lives and do their thing. Pop out a couple of kids and blah blah blah.
But
yeah.
the gender dynamics are splitting in a way, even though they're nationalistic and I don't know. It just seems like you would want the nuclear family kind of thing.
It's like I mean, Japan went through a period called Sakoku, where they, back in the Shogun area, when they basically just cut the country off from the world,
right?
And just that was it. No one's allowed in, and so that kind of mindset can pretty quickly develop here. But the problem, the problem, and there's obviously lots of problems, but when you've got the men who are looking basically with a Sakoku mindset to more domestically, and the women are looking out, that's obviously just going to create, problems, because the women are becoming more internationally minded where the men generally aren't. And, that creates a mismatch.
Yeah.
And, you're going to get women who are basically looking for men who are not Japanese at that point. So it's the same thing. Same thing happened in Singapore. Exactly the same dynamic. The women became independent, got their jobs and stuff. The men didn't, and so the men found those kinds of women difficult to contend with because of the whole Chinese kind of culture stuff. So what they did, they looked to China, and there was a trend for a while of getting women from the countryside in China, for wives, and the Singaporean women, basically just became got their jobs, got their careers, and looked elsewhere for men. So the dynamics can really shift a society, those kinds of things.
Yeah.
And just so it's clear, I'm just describing. I'm not making any comment on whether any of that's good or bad or feminism or whatever. That's just what happens.
Yeah.
I'm not Andrew Tate. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, that was a recent thing. I saw that a UK series called Adolescence.
Right. Yeah.
I think it was just four parts, but I think I remember the director did Boiling Point or something like that, which was a great movie.
Okay.
And this show, it's like kind of similar cinematic style, like one shot kind of movement. And
so you actually watched the episodes?
I watched it, and it was
okay.
worth it.
Okay.
Very good series, and yeah, so they mentioned the Manosphere, Andrew Tate, just in passing. They didn't make a big deal out of it. Well, maybe I guess the whole series is like a commentary on young men. But I mean, I think they mentioned Tate once or twice. But it's interesting because
they actually mentioned his name.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which
okay. That's pretty
may or may not have a backfire effect because. Well, I think everybody knows who he is. Yeah, I don't even follow that shit, and I know who I know of him. He pops up sometimes, unfortunately, on my feed, and he'll say some radical stuff that I'm like, okay, whatever, man. Like, I don't know. It's like,
I mean, it's a very weird one though that he's living up in America now. He got saved by someone apparently. We're connected to the White House.
I don't know how he's living it up. Period. Like, where the fuck does he make his money? I don't. He was a fighter, right? Like,
he did kickboxing. Yeah.
Yeah, so I could understand that, but after he stopped doing that, what the hell does he do? Like, I sound.
Well, I mean, isn't that the whole point of his criminal investigation that he made it through camming?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so he says. I
He
mean, who
made,
knows?
he made his money. No, he did. He made his money initially from cam girls, basically. He
So
set up a house with loads of
what are
webcams.
young men like? Why are they being drawn to him? Fuck,
Because he made a lot of money, and he just talked
he
about
made a
how he
lot of
made
money.
money.
There's a lot of businessmen who make money. Why would
I
young men?
know. Because he
I-
preys on all the things. He preys on like the everything, the aesthetic, like getting the good body, being the macho, being a man, shagging as many women as possible. All the kind of crude things.
Balzerian or whatever his name was, didn't he do the same thing?
No, he was a bit different. He was a trust fund baby,
Oh, okay.
and yeah, he just. I think people were just jealous of him. He just lived the life.
Mm.
Yeah, he's not a manosphere character.
No, I mean, Tate gets to that place when some teenagers are a bit angsty and a bit angry with the world, and he basically riles them up and takes advantage of it. You know what I mean? So
Look,
he knows.
I know this is a bit shit, but he reminds me of Gary in a lot of ways. It's that whole confident demeanor, and just I don't know, maybe there's an undertone of anger or I don't know something, but just it attracts a certain type of people.
What about Peterson? Because he he's definitely part of the manosphere thing, right? But he has different. He's about family and all that stuff, like really conservative views. Not like Tate is the more hedonistic kind of.
Yeah.
Well, at least what I'm hearing, anyway.
Well, he is, but he's orienting back into the more conservative as well. I mean, he became Muslim at one stage because he thought that was a good way to control women. But now I don't know if he's
his brother's Christian. I mean, this is the whole thing could just be a marketing ploy. Who knows?
Oh, it is. Yeah. I mean, you mentioned Peterson. I mean, to me, he is somebody who knows which teat the milk's coming from, and he says the right things. He's like the right darling, in many ways. I think there is part of him. I think he believes in what he's saying, but I think a lot of it as well is he's very. I genuinely believe this. I think he knows what makes money. Peterson will say the right things to build his power. I think he is very power focused. Sorry, go ahead, Jakob.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, I know this is not going to be popular, but I kind of like Jordan Peterson. I think he has. I think he's a really important voice in the culture.
I don't think he's wrong in everything. I think this is the thing. He's right about a lot of things he says, but then I think he is problematic in other areas. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. There's some stuff he says, but I agree with that. You just kind of go, "Oh, cry." Okay.
Well, there's stuff about religion, and
well, he's a bit dumb at times. Did you see his discussion with?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's just an embarrassment as well.
I thought Alex O'Connor did quite well against them as well. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh no! Did he debate Peterson?
Well, he kind of because the way Peterson. I can't remember what exactly the outcome of it was now that I think of it, but the way Peterson likes to play this kind of wizard game with like, well, what do you mean by that? Depends what you mean by that, especially when it comes to God. I think Alex really whittled it down to like getting him to admit he believed that Jesus existed, and it was. I think that's what happened, but it was very hard to do.
I'll have to rewatch.
But the interesting thing, we won't go too deeply into this, but the interesting thing to bear in mind is he does play the sophistry thing, and he likes to do this thing where if you're challenging, he go, well, it depends what you mean by that. And then on the other turn, if he is saying something is a certain way, he'll say, well, words have meaning, damn it. I mean, we need order, otherwise there'd be chaos, So he definitely knows how to plead. He starts asking questions and pretending there's some mystical lack of meaning sometimes, or that it's not quite so clear cut when it suits him. You know what I mean? He does that thing. Depends what you mean by that, or what do you mean? He gets people to analyze stuff to a ridiculous degree, But when he thinks something, he says it in a kind of very tyrannical way. Like this is what it means. Clearly, we have to have order.
Well, he's very certain about his own positions, maybe.
Yeah.
But I noticed with the Dawkins debate, he just picked on the wrong thing to say, what do you mean by that? Yeah, he just missed the whole point. So there are times.
Yeah, Dawkins made him look stupid. What did you think of Benatar then? And
Sorry?
What did you think of Benatar and Peterson? What you remember?
Actually, yeah, I mean, again, I'm going to get arrows for this, but I think Peterson raised some really valuable points in that discussion. So, yeah, I
remember Benatar being frustrated in that conversation.
Yeah.
I don't see Benatar that frustrated. Like I think I've twice in all these years. I think I've heard him twice in a recording. That's like, a sigh. I think they were talking past each other in that debate.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think they
say that again. Sorry.
I think they were talking past each other in that debate.
Yeah, but I think it got to Peterson a bit, that debate. I think it did. I think it got under his skin.
Really?
In what way?
Yeah, in what way?
Well, there's been a few times where he's mentioned antinatalism, and he's never been able to bring himself to mention David Benatar's name.
I think what do we mean by
to me, it seems like a kind of subtle kind of show of his ego, like he doesn't want to admit. He wants to pretend this man is of no consequence. His name escapes me. He's done it a few times now, and I think, you know his name.
I haven't seen that. I'd need to see examples of that. I don't know about that.
I think the less unite type of antinatalism is much more popular than the Benatar kind of thing, in my opinion.
Or even just political antinatalism. Yeah, which isn't the philosophical stuff. I think when people mention antinatalism outside of the antinatalism circles, they're talking about the political antinatalism rather than the philosophical. But because the same word is used, you get all this conflation. Oh, that's not antinatalism. And I used to be that guy. That's not antinatalism.
Yeah.
And then you kind of go, oh, hang on a minute. Now I understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Because antinatalism, of course, is their arch enemy in whatever form it takes.
I think in that situation, it is important to identify what people are meaning behind that term.
Yeah, that's right. Like what? Yeah. I mean, there's that clip of Peterson and Musk where Peterson talks about the dark triad traits of antinatalists, and I made a comment. I mean, I agree with the guy, but it comes down to, well, what do you mean by antinatalists? Are you talking about people who make political, or pass legislation that is antinatalist or not pronatalist? I mean, what that define your terms.
Yeah. I wonder.
Yeah, but I mean, to me, it doesn't. It's you have to show it's bad. For example, you could say most surgeons are psychopaths, and that is true. That's factually true, but they're not bad, for society, and they're not bad in their efforts to help others. So that's my view. Just because someone has a dark triad trait doesn't make them evil,
No, I agree with you. I totally agree with that.
Absolutely. But that's a very nuanced point. But he made out that just just because they're dark triad traits, they're bad people. But this could be literally the best outcome, that someone with a dark triad trait, it's better that they become an antinatalist than like a serial killer, for example.
Yeah, but even to, I mean, again, even to say that antinatalists, you have to be, I mean, again, you have to read the papers to actually understand what's being said. Like the idea that antinatalists.
Oh, no, it was a PR thing from him.
Well, yeah, of course it is. Yeah, and of course it is. But just if you read those papers, it's antinatalist. It's just read the papers. It's just nonsense. And like the articles, like he cites, like when he said, "Oh, there's a study that shows this." Well, what study is he referring to? He never says.
I know.
There's about 4 of them that I'm aware of. you know,
Yeah.
and each of them
Yeah,
kind of have
exactly. And this appeal to studies, we all know that you have to question the studies as well. You have to look at what they actually did. He doesn't do that much, you know. And the thing about him, but he does this as well. He questions other people's studies, right? He does that a lot, but he doesn't question his own. He's not a true kind of man of reason. You know, he's not concerned with the truth. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. I don't know. I think he gets a lot of flack. I think a lot of the flack he gets is a bit undeserved at times. Like,
do you think he's propelled himself into an unduly kind of like a position of like this kind of like like he's some kind of almost demigod. He has an opinion on everything. And do you think he's fit for what the way he is in the limelight? Like, do you think he's? I mean, I don't understand why he's consulted on everything. You know.
Yeah, I think he's a really intelligent guy, and I think a lot of what he has to say is really valuable. Yeah, I wouldn't hesitate to say that.
Okay.
Well, what do you mean fit? Like, because I know he's had problems with drugs.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, like, he comes across as like philosopher, psychologist, political analyst. You know, he's got opinions on everything, and it just seems that he is put in the limelight on nearly every contentious issue. You know, and sometimes I think there's other experts who know more. You know, will you shut up? You know.
But is he though? Because I think he runs his own show, so I don't know if he's like.
I think most public intellectuals are in that unfortunate position.
Yeah.
Like what's his name, the astrophysicist guy, Neil deGrasse.
Oh, Neil, yeah, he is.
Yeah, like people are talking to him about philosophical questions, and I think probably politics as well, and then Dawkins as well. Like Sam Harris.
Sam Harris is a good example. Yeah.
Yeah, they're speaking on things that are outside of their wheelhouse, and it's because they're public intellectuals. Bertrand Russell was the same thing, and who else? Noam Chomsky. Like, once you're at that level, people are just going to ask you a bunch of questions related to a whole bunch of things. It's like actors sometimes you even start talking about politics. Yeah,
it's true.
It's a really good point. Really good point.
It is true.
Yeah, because Bertrand Russell, I mean, he was quite. He was on the left as well, wasn't he? He got involved with protests, and he was at the forefront of marches, anti-nuclear stuff. Yeah, he was quite active in that field, I think.
Yeah,
he was active in so many different areas, wasn't he? He was a very amazing person.
Well, I mean, it's easy to be amazing when you're an aristocrat, you know.
So the manosphere, like, I know Tate and Peterson. I don't know who else is in that world. Like, do they consider the intellectual dark web people a part of that? Or probably not?
I did. Oh, that's a phrase I haven't heard for a long time.
Am I showing my age?
Five minutes on the internet is an eternity.
Wouldn't the Proud Boys? I know the Proud Boys are kind of right-wing fascists, but wouldn't they be in that area as well? The manosphere kind of.
So would Gavin McGinnis be considered part of the manosphere thing?
Or would he be considered a fascist even? I just these words just get thrown around like, you know, all these pejorative terms that people use now. I just don't know what's meant by, like, is it just?
And sometimes it's just pot kettle stuff, isn't it?
But even more than that, like, you know, he's a fascist, he's this, he's a racist, he's that. It's just it's so worn out now. Just, you're a racist. Oh, cool. Okay. Like, I saw a funny meme which had 3 panels, and the first panel was like, you know, 10 years ago, you're a racist, and the person apologizes, and then the second panel is, you're a racist, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry, and then the third panel is, you're a racist, and the guy replying says, great, isn't it? You know, so I just what do these words mean when we talk? I don't know.
Well,
I don't.
Are any of you aware of, like, when people refer in the news to the manosphere? Are they? Tate gets brought up, but, like, is there anybody else that gets brought up?
Yeah, there's a guy called Rollo.
Rollo Tomasi.
That sounds familiar.
That's old. He's like the pickup artist world from.
That's from there.
He wrote The Rational. That's old school. That's like 90.
What about? There's another guy called Richard. isn't he like the alpha male or something? A bald fella.
Oh,
with a beard.
Richard. No, I don't know.
I
know there's the guy that wrote like The Art of Seduction or something like that.
Oh, that's Robert Greene.
Robert
But
Greene.
that's not Manosphere. Because that comes on from his 48 Laws of Power book.
Yeah.
So I think he tried. I think he tried to do a sequel, and I'm not too sure it worked, because the 48 Laws of Power is quite interesting. But the seduction one is kind of, I felt it was a bit too forceful, a bit too trying too hard to kind of capitalize.
But I doubt young men would want to. Like, he does not have the same personality as.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Yeah, he's. I mean, he had a stroke a couple of years back. And so he looks. I mean, when I say he looks feeble, I just mean he looks weak, but I don't mean that derogatorily.
Right.
It's obviously taken a toll on him. Yeah.
But is the Manosphere just a modern day kind of replacement for something that was there before? Maybe in a different way. You know, like we used to have
that Fit and Fresh, like Myron Gaines, I think is a guy. I'll be honest, I don't think I had this growing up. Like, I had the people that we mentioned, like that was near college years for me, about the Christopher Hitchens, the Dawkins, all those people. And then I'm looking at my library. There's this I can't see the guy that wrote The Giant Within, whatever his name was, Deep Voice. Is this not crap?
Yeah, I mean, I just mean culturally. Like, I'm thinking, like, because when I was a kid, there were still football hooligans and stuff, you know, in this country, and there was like toxic. They'd call it toxic masculinity now, but it was like lad culture.
Tony Robbins. Remember?
Oh, Tony Robbins.
Oh yeah, another Canadian.
Yeah, he's still going, isn't he? Is he Canadian as well? Oh God.
I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You know you'll laugh, right? I was working I was in insurance, doing insurance sales when I was just left college, left university, and for 6 months it was just like my first job, and then I got a better job. But I was good at the insurance sales, right? And I kept winning all these contests, and I won a trip to Wembley to see Tony Robbins, and like everyone was like, "Oh wow, we really want to go." Oh, you're so lucky. I didn't even go. I was like, even at that stage, I was very like, oh, fuck, he's too kind of positive for me, you know, too motivational. And
sorry, it looks like he's American, so I apologize to
I didn't go.
I've never been into that whole Tony Robbins vibe, but yeah.
No, I find it
there was
very strange.
David Goggins. Like, I don't remember being motivated, like, as a youth, with anybody that resembled Andrew Tate. And I'm trying to think about, like, my friends outside. Like, maybe there were athletes that may have.
Yeah, maybe from the athletic perspective, I can see why that would, you know, maybe drive you. You know, training. Come on, you can run. Like, it's like having a personal fitness trainer in your ear. You know, if you're listening to something.
But then, like
Goggins,
women, I don't know anybody.
Yeah, this whole thing about women. I mean, I do remember these, as you said, these pickup artists things that was going on in the early 2000s as well.
Like a niche. That was a very niche culture, and honestly, if you looked, they were kind of.
And it was kind of looked down on. It was looked down on. If I remember.
Yeah.
yeah. It was never mainstream. It was like, oh my God, that's so sad, you know.
Some of those guys, a lot of those guys made coin, didn't they? Like, they did seminars and wrote books and.
Yeah, they used to. If you watch, I remember watching a YouTube video of these guys doing it online. There's a whole fucking. This is ages ago. There was these guys that used to go around practicing it on YouTube, and they used to fucking record their exploits. And it was just like, oh, I nearly got that number this time. Come on, you know, this type of shit. Like, and I don't know why they want to do it online, but I mean, it's so funny, isn't it? Just so funny the way they put that on a pedestal when they're young. And you know, it's just like it is really pathetic, isn't it? But
see, we had bars and nightclubs and alcohol, and it was basically
yeah. I mean, alcohol definitely. Yeah, I had alcohol, and that's kind of, you know, you were too stupidly drunk to worry about being rejected, you know. you'd say something half coherent, and then she'd probably tell you to fuck off.
Yeah, exactly.
And but you were too drunk to actually get traumatized by it. I mean, it's funny because I've actually read lately. It's somewhere I read, or maybe someone on the show said it, that they're saying that that's what it was. Someone said, you know the October the 7th attack in Israel, right? There was that music festival where they all flew in on the I don't know what they were they flying fucking lawnmowers or something? They had the gliders, the paragliders they had, the Hamas guys. They had paragliders that came in on it, and they started shooting everyone. Well, apparently, lots of people have PTSD because of that, but the people who don't were on MDMA at the time. So the psychologists are studying the effect of being off your nut when a traumatic event happens, and apparently, you're less likely to get PTSD. So there you go. We all need to walk around mollied up to our fucking eyeballs.
Let's get
I don't even know. Like, like I've been seeing some numbers. Like the ages are getting higher for men. Losing their virginity and even
they're having less sex.
I've seen
having
people,
less sex.
Yeah, I've seen guys saying that they just don't approach women at all. I'm thinking, wow, that's.
I know. I mean, the thing is, I genuinely think sounds weird, but I think that maybe testosterone levels might be dropping a little bit as well, though. I mean, maybe a bit, though, because they say the frogs are turning gay. That's what Alex Jones says.
You've just reminded me of a video I saw. A guy did a vid where he was talking about this whole testosterone supplementation trend that's going on.
Oh, it's a load of crap, isn't it?
Well, apparently, he made a good point. There, because when you're in your late teens, early 20s, that's when your testosterone peaks. But the problem is, when you're that age, you're a fucking idiot. And there's an interesting hypothesis that because like people like Tate, for example, they're probably on testosterone replacement therapy, they're actually acting more like adolescents. So maybe our testosterone dropping as we get older, it's for a reason. So we stop being so stupid.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's as clear as that, but there's definitely a correlation with boisterous nature and getting into trouble and all that type of shit. You know what I mean? But I think you need a certain level of testosterone to have drive to do things, and sometimes that drive involves applying your brain. They do say, I mean, this is controversial, but they say that when you're young guys in like 18, 19, that age, black guys apparently have higher testosterone than white guys at that age. But when they get older to like 40, apparently the white guys' testosterone is higher than the black guys, which is really interesting. Apparently, on average, that is apparently that's a statistical study was done on that. It's just interesting to think then about that. Made me think about the effect of testosterone at different ages in your life, and what having a higher testosterone level in your 40s would be like. And maybe that's a good time to have it, because when you've accrued enough knowledge, you can still have the drive and the kind of the will to want to do things,
It's maybe it's a chicken and egg thing, like another thing I saw.
I mean, it's about peaking in life. When's the best time to peak? Now, there's so many things involved in personal peakage. It's not just about testosterone, but when is a good time to peak in life? And it's a very hard question to answer because it does depend on circumstances and what's happening around you. Making the most of.
The old cliche that youth is wasted on the young. And maybe your body peaks physically when you're younger.
Yeah.
But holy shit! What a waste because you're so fucking dumb.
Yeah, definitely.
At least I was. I mean,
I definitely. I think I still am, to be honest with you. But anyway, we won't get into that. But what was I going to say? What I was going to say though is these people who are taking testosterone supplements like in their like 40s, 50s, and probably even 60s and stuff. Apparently, it's dangerous, And I can you think about it. Your body isn't built to be highly charged and motivated like as you're getting older. Like it's not. And they're saying you're at much higher risk of a stroke and a heart attack if you're pumping yourself up with testosterone. It makes sense because if your body has aged, it's unfortunately, whether we like it or not, our body isn't built to do the same thing for the whole course of its duration, you know.
But it could just end up being a form of terror management theory. Like people just don't want to face their mortality.
Yeah.
It's a way
No,
to
I think there's a lot of that. I mean, especially there is. I can't quite put my finger on, but there's something really weird about tech bros, and they are stereotypical beta boys. You know, if you look at like if we were to look at human species from a kind of animalistic sense, some of these Silicon Valley kind of billionaires and stuff, they would be deemed beta males, you know, in terms of physical nature. You know what I mean? But they are on top of the hierarchy, and they're doing very well for themselves. And they are kind of some of the people as well who are heavily involved in some of this manosphere stuff, and supplementation of testosterone, all these types of things, trying to become an ultimate man, getting involved in, like, look at Zuckerberg learning to fight in his like late 30s or whatever he was. They're trying to become masculine, and there's a lot of compensation going on, don't you think?
Oh, I have no idea what motivates Zuckerberg. Yeah. I mean, I've thought at my age, I wouldn't mind doing a martial art, but that would just be for the discipline. But the thing that bothers me, I don't want to end up getting my face and head kicked in.
Yeah.
Or boxing.
Yeah. I do a bit of boxercise, but
okay, how's that?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. No, it is good. But I did that when I was younger as well. I suppose I'm getting a bit carried away here, as usual, but I might take that back, because I think there's something. I think it's good to do things like that as a man, no matter what your age, I suppose. But I do see. I don't know. I just find it strange. Like, for example, they say Trump is an alpha male, right? I don't know what that means, but that's what they say. Yeah, high testosterone, whatever. That's what they say about him. Then, if you look at some of the kind of tech boys that are around him, like Zuckerberg, Musk, all these people, they're not stereotypical alpha males in the physical sense, but obviously in the intellectual sense, you could say they are. But it's just interesting to see how they have, a lot of those tech pros have changed direction, if you know what I mean, due to Trump. They were left, and now suddenly they're right, and they've gone back on a lot of things. But you could just say that's part of getting older for some people, isn't it? And I'm just judging them because they're in the limelight. Some people do move over to conservatism, especially as they get older and have a family and stuff. They become more concerned with retaining power or keeping the status quo, because they don't want. I mean, listen, it's getting late and I'm rambling, but I don't know why I'm obsessed about this matter when I can't even explain it.
You have to give Trump some credit. I mean, the guy is late 70s, and he's going.
Oh yeah,
he's a powerhouse man.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. When I saw him campaigning that, I thought he doesn't look like he has as much going for him at the moment, physically, compared to a few years. But I'll be honest, since he got into power, I don't know what he's taken, but he looks like he's got a serious motor in him.
It does sound like he took something, because after he got in power, like, he's been a firehouse. I'm like, wow,
he's lost a lot of weight too. So
maybe, yeah.
I can't believe I'm talking about Donald Trump's weight.
We have the lovely Chickpea.
Chickpea went down a rabbit hole looking at videos from, like, what was it, 3-5 years ago?
Yes, well, it's all new to you never guess what. I've missed everything. I've been sleeping all day.
Oh, you had a cat nap.
What?
Sleeping? You've been sleeping all day?
I thought I'd have a nap I thought I'd have a nap this afternoon.
Yeah, you had a cat nap.
And I've just woken up. I've missed everything. So upset.
That's okay. There was no structure today, so.
Wasn't there? Oh, yeah. Well, I don't like to miss this.
Nothing of value has been discussed.
No, that I don't believe. No, you're actually. No, you're of great use. You're really helping me. Seriously.
Oh, that's good.
And the aging process is.
You're in London. Did you ever go to the antinatalist meetups in London?
No, I didn't. I've only just. The antinatalism is still very new to me. Well, even though I've always myself in my heart been an antinatalist, I didn't know it existed until I read the books by David Benatar. That's why I love him so much, because, of course, I met an antinatalist in his books. No, I'm an antinatalist. I've always been one.
I've never been to them. I've never been to them, but there are the meetups in London. But, yeah.
No, I've always been like this since I was little. As you know my whole life story. I've just realised.
I keep forgetting you're Dutch. You know.
Pardon?
I always forget you're Dutch. You know.
Yeah, I went Hollandsvrouw here. Look, eh?
What age were you when you came here from Holland? Though? You lived in Yemen as well, or Oman. Where was it? Sorry.
What happened was my mother met my stepfather. It all happened very quickly. Oh God, it all happened so fast. I would have been 5, 6 years old when I left Rotterdam, and then we went to Aden for a couple of years, and then we went to Germany for a couple of years, and to Bahrain for a few years, and back to Germany, and then back to Ireland. We were all over the place. That's the army. We were in the army, as you know.
Yeah.
And in those days, the army did 2 years here, 2 years there. That's why I've travelled so much. Yeah, I left when I was 6. Would have been just about 6. Yeah, little girl.
Yeah. Would any of you guys like to have been in the army? My dad wanted me to join the army.
Yeah, my old man wanted me in as well.
You know, that'll straighten the fucker out. You know, that will fucking get him fucking. You know.
It'll screw you up. It will screw you up good and proper.
Yeah, no, he did. He wanted me to do that. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't advise it to anyone. Seriously, and I know I've been a Wren. I do know.
I don't know. Like in Korea, it's compulsory, and I think I don't know. I'm just frying myself here.
I think it depends on where you are, what you do. It's circumstantial. Sometimes it can be very beneficial. They can learn a trade, or they can learn. I mean, some of them do degrees and stuff in there as well. You know. And they come out of it with a set up for life, and also they get a pension. There's a lot to be said, you know.
I was going to say, for the Canadian Reserves, if you you can get a degree, get your education paid for, get a pension, like all that stuff that you just said. Like I would have been in a better position if I went into the reserves.
Yes, but the problem with the armed forces is this is what I say about the Battle of the Somme, right? We are all peasantry, all of us 4, yes. Yes, we're all peasants. So
speak for yourself, mate.
We're working class. We are not members of the 1%.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes, exactly. So we are all being conditioned to kill our own kind in other lands. Instead of all getting together and overthrowing the 1%, we do as they tell us to do.
Well, by military service, like I mean.
I'll be right back. Just let my dog out. I'll be right.
Like the stuff that I'm doing in the private sector or the charity, like I could be doing for the military, just secretarial work, right? Like I could.
Yes, that's all I did. Yes.
Yeah, like I'm not killing anybody. I mean,
it's the whole conditioning thing. It's the whole conditioning thing. Instead of us masses uniting and overthrowing the 1-2% who own all the land. And have us work from 9 to 5 to make them richer and them more powerful. We would unite against them and somehow or other, hopefully, overthrow it. I mean, look at the system in the UK. You know, 92% of the land of this country is out of bounds to the masses. 92%. It's owned by the royals and the aristocracy. That's how mad it is. But it's very global. It's not just the UK. I just know about the UK.
Right.
But when in the armed forces, the reason why there is war is because we're all prepared to join up and kill our own kind. I'm talking about kill our own working class brethren.
But not everybody in the military does that, right?
What? Well, that's what you're conditioned to do.
Are you?
Well, you know, if you're in the military and an officer says to you, go do so and so, pick up a gun and kill.
But a lot of military positions aren't actually.
That doesn't matter. You're still there. Should a war
in the environment? Okay.
Should they decide to have a war?
Right.
They've got to give you work to do because you have to do something. The military's. I've been in the military, so I do know what I'm saying. you are, yes, you have a little job to do, just like you do in Civvy Street. But if you don't obey an order when you are told to do something, you are put on a charge, and you can be put in a cell for just refusing to make your boss a cup of coffee.
Right.
That's how life is in the military, and I know because I've been in the military, so I do know. And my hair.
Well, if I don't suck up to my bosses, I could get fired and be put on the streets.
Yes.
So, like, you know.
Yes, I know, but that's how bad it all is, isn't it? Yes, that's how bad it all is. Yes, you're right. What you say, actually, you could be put. Yeah, I guess you're right. The world's a fuck up, isn't it?
Yeah, like the private sector is just it treats you like working in corporations or anything like they treat you like a piece of meat as well as the military treats you like a piece of meat. Like
you're right, actually.
You're just a gear in a machine, really.
Yes, you're right.
Military's honest. They'll tell you that you're a piece of meat.
Yeah, that's true.
You're right, actually. Never. Yeah, you're right.
Look up to you and
that's
go,
why
"Oh,
I come
you're
here
wonderful."
to listen to you guys tell me. Sorry.
The corporate world spends thousands, if not millions, trying to convince their employees that we care for you.
Yeah.
You're special.
Yeah. But I did 3.5 years in the military, and in the end, my hair all started falling out. So I had to leave.
No. Oh, damn.
Yeah, I got it back. It came back as soon as I left. It started growing, stopped falling out. It was very stressful in the military. I didn't like it.
Yeah, I'm starting to get some health issues. Not the military, just the other thing about like young men, trying to make it, and because like I've heard that the rates of men living at home are higher as well, and I think like just the economy is like fucked. Like maybe 10, 20 years ago, the income that I make, like I could have done really well, but now it's just like I'm barely getting by. The stress is getting to me. I can't, like I'd have to take a second job, and I'm just taking care of just little old me, let alone other people. So like the idea of having to care financially for other people, I don't even know how I would do that. So I think that screws up some young men as well. Like you said, like in the 60s or something like that, like you could have a starter home. Like the idea that people could have a starter home now is just, that's not many young men are going to be like, you mean I could have multiple homes? No one thinks that anymore.
No, it wasn't that easy in the 60s and 70s. Certainly, it wasn't anything like it is now. But I know in the 70s, I worked 2 jobs for a while in order to pay my rent. I was working as a secretary during the day, and at night I was working as a barmaid. Granted, I was living in a nice flat, but I still had to do 2 jobs in order to pay for everything. It's always been bad for the proletariat. It always has been. Great if you're middle class and great if you're upper class, but if you're working class, it's always been a load of shit, in my opinion. Sorry, I'm in a grumpy mood again.
Well, it's just the reality of the situation.
Yeah, it's great if you're one of the winners. It's fabulous.
But I don't have this.
Come over to Japan. Come over to Japan. You can get houses for 40.
You know what? If I was young, I would. But I'm in my 70s. I'm too old to start again.
Yeah, you can pick up a house here for 50 grand as long as.
Yeah, I know. If I had the money, I've got the money to clear off. But unfortunately, like I said, I'm 70 and I've got 7 cats, and
you
I'm
said
too old
you're
to start
comfortable,
again.
right? Where you're at? You said you're comfortable. Like
yes, I'm okay. Yeah. Yes, I've got the resources, but I haven't got the physical strength. I'm 70, old lady, and I've got autoimmune disease.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Huh?
I'm sorry to hear you have the autoimmune disease, but like my goal is to just be comfortable as well.
Yeah. But you know what? I believe my autoimmune disease is my soul fighting against the world that I live in.
Wow.
Well, they say it flares up because of stress.
Yes. Yeah. I do. I honestly believe.
So basically, your autoimmune disease is probably just you being stressed because of the world, and your body your body thinks it's under attack and is just fighting itself because there's nothing there to attack, but then it just starts attacking itself.
Yes. I truly believe that about all these autoimmune diseases.
Do you have? Did you say you have rheumatoid arthritis? You said that
I've
before,
got
isn't
RA
it?
and secondary Sjogren syndrome, which is horrible. It's one of the reasons
What's
why I
this?
sleep.
I know RA is. What's the secondary? Sorry, go on.
Sjogren syndrome, it's another, because when you have one condition, you usually have a couple go with it. It's all very complicated.
Yes.
Sjogren's is the one where you have the dry eyes and dry mouth, but you also have the sleeping sickness, although that's fine, and exhaustion.
What does that mean? You sleep a lot? Is that what it
Yeah,
means?
I sleep. Yeah, I sleep sometimes 12, 14 hours at a time, which I'm quite happy with. That I'm fine with. But if you have to work, the exhaustion is crippling. I don't have to work.
Sounds a bit like Is it ME? Is that what they call it? Sounds a bit like that.
Well, yeah, it's a bit like washing my flips. What's the other one? I've forgotten all the words from all. There's so many of them now. But the Sjogren's, yeah, it's a bit like rheumatoid arthritis. You get this terrible pain. I get good painkillers and everything, and it's very common nowadays. There's a lot of us have got it.
Do you take morphine for that, or what do you take?
Codeine.
Ketamine. Codeine. Okay, that is an opium.
Yes, I know, but I
Based
don't
one,
mind.
yeah.
I'm not anti. I'm not anti.
I was reading a little bit about the kind of the taking of heroin and opium and all these things back in like the 19th century, and cocaine and such.
Yes.
It was amazing how much was out there. Yeah.
Yes.
In civilized society.
I think this. I believe that we should be able to take as many drugs as we like, because drugs grow naturally. I mean, what's the problem? It's all a bit strange, isn't it? The way they.
Well, the amount of opium they were taking in the 19th century for everything. I mean, there's a cough syrup that they used to take. It was basically like liquid fucking heroin, basically.
Yeah,
And
Coke was in Coca-Cola.
Cocaine was in Coca-Cola initially, yeah.
Yeah. I think.
But they also used to give cocaine to fucking poor slaves in the fields.
Yeah.
They used to ring the bell fucking a few times a day. Come and snort your cocaine, so that they would be all on top performance, you know.
Yeah. But I think
a lot of them still do, but a lot of when they were building the high-rise structures in America, they used to take speed.
Yes.
You know, they used to take speed when they were like building the Empire State Building.
Yes, I'm not surprised. I'd be speeding if I had to go up there. But I think the fact that drugs are illegal, in my mind, you can buy alcohol in the supermarket, but you don't grow some marijuana plants because you'll end up in prison.
It's legal here.
I think the rule's been relaxed now. Aren't you allowed to grow one?
I don't know.
I think you're allowed to have one. You won't. Nothing will happen to you if just one.
All right. Not that I take.
It's if you're doing it for like supply, then that's the problem. I mean, I don't quote me on that. You'll have to look it up. But I think that depends on the volume. Yeah.
Chicky, curiosity. Like you said, this is. Sorry to deviate from the topic. You left a comment about like the dark triad stuff, that it was a first time. Did you happen to read those studies by any chance? I'm just curious.
Not yet. No, I haven't done it yet because I've been doing housework and I've been in sleep mode. No, but I've never heard of the dark triad before. I didn't know that even existed.
Okay.
Yeah, this is all quite new to me.
Yeah.
You never knew about the dark triad traits: psychopathy, Machiavellianism, and narcissism.
That's what it all is. Oh, right. Yeah. No, because I was watching a thing on. I'm into epilism now because I'm an epilist. I didn't realize.
Wait, what? You watch my content? God. Wait a minute. You watch my stuff against epilism and became an epilist? Is what?
Yes. You're getting me very quickly. You're getting me very quickly.
Oh my god.
And I'd like to enter the chat now.
Oh god.
Yeah, she watched our interview with Benatar, and you're telling me you came out of that? Oh my god.
Yes, it hasn't taken. It's always been there. Well, yeah, I don't like to think about it, but at the end of the day, animals suffer too, wild animals, and
it depends what you mean by euphemism.
I mean, are you saying hypothetically, in an ideal scenario, if we could all just join hands and drink the Kool-Aid, you'd be up for
Yes.
that. But
Yes.
you're not saying that you're not saying you'd forcefully kill everything. Forcefully, are you? Without their consent.
Well,
I heard that there.
I have heard of the red button. Yes, I have heard of it. The red button.
Yeah, but it's generally hypothetical, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a hypothetical thought experiment. If you were given that, which is generally perceived to be an impossible scenario, like there isn't a red button in existence that could do that. Even the truth is, even if we had a nuclear war, there would be a nuclear winter. But they even say that there might be pockets of humanity that would survive.
Yes.
That's not just that, and there obviously would be loads of animals. So yeah.
Chickpea, watch Yerf Dog's channel, and if you come back with the same mindset, then okay, I give up. Like,
well, I'm anti-suffering, and I am. But animals suffer in the wild. I think it's all. I love lions, but I don't like to watch them killing zebras. And
it's just aphorism is.
Aphorism's
is it just a state? Is it just a statement for you, Chickpea, that ideally speaking, if you could end suffering, you would? Is that it?
Yes.
Is that all? Is that what it means to you? But do you admit it's impossible?
I suspect it is impossible. That's what a horrible world we live in. Sick, isn't it? Isn't that sick? Isn't that sick that if you wanted to end all the suffering, you couldn't even?
Chickpea, I just put my channel in the private chat. Have a look at that sometime.
Yeah, if you please, go down that rabbit hole, and if you come out a different, I would be curious what happens.
But yes, I'm now.
So why were you introduced to aphorism, by the way, Chickpea?
I was looking at Brother Marcus's.
Fucking shoot me! I swear to God.
So you're telling me the video on the 3 me crying and deriding this evil philosophy. You're saying that made you become an advocate of it.
It didn't take long.
Editor himself, your sex god, as you put it before.
No, he's not a sex god. He's not a sex god.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm not into sex, you know that.
Oh, sorry, I forgot that, yeah. Basically, but he's a man of your dreams, but yeah.
But yeah, Chickpea left a comment on my, Steve and I, the thing we did with Benatar, and I was like, oh, okay, so she's, gonna, wake up from this. Oh, God.
Yeah, so this is all very new to me, all this, actually, talking about it, because my neighbours only talk about what's on the telly. So it's all very new to me.
So I'm the fucking pipeline. Oh my God, I'm.
It's terrible, isn't it?
You should be. It's your fault, right? I went to work.
It was videos against it, and now you're like, oh, I like it. Like,
no. Oh,
what have you done, Dr. Frankenstein? Yeah.
Oh God, I don't know. It just sort of happened.
Oh God. All right.
But I do look at the world, and there's a hell of a lot of suffering going on. I don't like to see animals suffering, but
actually, what is it? I want to ask her what it is. What is aphorism to you, then, Chickpea?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I just
Yeah, but you said you were one, so I just want to ask you. I'm not. By the way, I'm not like Noodles. I'm not gonna bash you over the head, tonight. I don't like fighting. So generally speaking, so. I just want to know what is your view of it? What is it to you? What is it? You don't have to say. I'm not holding you to account here. I'm not. I just mean just obviously you're a novice in terms of this is the first time you've heard of it. But what is it to you? That's what I want to know.
Well, to me, the life on this planet is nothing but a grotesque bloodbath, and in that respect, I think it's better if all life ceased to exist.
That's not aphorism.
Isn't it? Oh, okay then.
No, aphorism is just a really narrow form of extinctionism that mandates humanity has an obligation to annihilate all living beings by any means necessary in order to eliminate suffering.
All right. Okay.
And that means by any means necessary, or by any means possible, might be a better way of saying it. It's a very narrow form of extinctionism, and in terms of its what's the phrase I'm looking for? In terms of it's not logical. That's what I'm trying to say. It's the syllogism that's used to derive the conclusion, it's faulty. It's bogus reasoning. So, that's, I mean, I don't know how far, I don't want to push it with you too much, but it's just because you don't like the fact that there's lots of suffering and you think it would
basically it involves murder, Hazel.
Basically.
Oh, sorry, not Hazel, Chickpea, sorry. I was reading Hazel's comment at the same time.
You're going to find a lot of iflists will try and downplay all that stuff, but unfortunately,
I don't believe in killing. Full stop.
Yeah,
so.
it's just the way it's
so that's the problem. You can say things hypothetically speaking, and say, hypothetically speaking, if we could all hold hands and drink a fucking shot of absinthe and blow our heads off, and it was all consensual, then some people will say, well, there's no problem with that. But the problem is, not everybody can agree clearly, de facto, to the terms of the philosophy. And what gives anybody the right to shoot someone who is not able to communicate? Their wishes. There's so many problems. It's a complete. It's just a minefield of problems. It's like as I said, hypothetically speaking, yes, I could even say that. Yeah, hypothetically speaking, if there was a way to end all suffering in the universe, and everybody unanimously agreed to it, and we could somehow get animals' consent as well, then yes, I wouldn't have a problem with it. You know what I mean? But the fact is, in truth, we can't do that. We can't.
Chickpea, I've put a couple of specific videos in the private chat. Have a look at those.
Okay, I will do. Yes.
Yeah.
Divine Hazel says, even if we had a red button, God would not allow that. And I do probably think she's right. If there is a God, considering he built all this, if he was the creator, then it seems that, although maybe then again, Divine, another way you could look at it, maybe that's our task. Maybe God built it so that we'd have to undo it. I'm joking, but
that's how much of a sadist he is.
Yeah. There's no. It's like one big cosmic Saw film. He's put you in a terrible situation. There's nothing you can do but chop your leg off to get out of the fucking chains.
God's probably a 7-year-old boy with a magnifying glass on ants in the garden.
Yeah. Oh god.
Anyway,
I have to say, I never killed ants when I was a kid, but I was obsessed with looking at ants when I was a kid. Running around and looking at the way they had their own little world and just. Do you remember that Chickpea looking at insects when you were a kid, like watching their little world?
And you know what? Insects actually save each other's lives. Ants. When I was living in Bahrain, we used to have an ant's nest in the garden. I was a naughty teenager, and I'd sometimes spray it with water, and all these ants are running out, and I'd see one ant carry another ant on its back. They actually save each other when they're in trouble.
I used to burn them for fun.
Oh! We did the criminology lecture a few weeks ago, and we know what that means. So that's 2 in 1 there, dogs. That's pyromania and animal abuse. So yeah, God.
The ants used to come back to their place once it dried up a bit. But yes, I was a naughty teenager, and I used to water the garden.
Yeah. Do you remember when you first learnt to light a fire? I have to admit, I was a Cub Scout. I was in the Cubs, and we went on a camping trip, and we lit these little pyramid fires, and we were cooking in them. Unfortunately, it was sausages wrapped in foil. But I remember coming home, and I did light a few little pyramid fires in the garden afterwards. I thought, wow, this is cool. But that was the extent of my pyromania. It was about a weekend after I came back from a camping trip. But do you remember Chickpea lighting fires at all when you were a kid, or Brother Marcus or Steve?
No, I didn't light fires.
No.
Yeah, we did that at school camps. We were taught how to do that.
Yeah, and it was pretty cool, wasn't it, when you were taught how to do it?
Oh,
like, wow.
Heck yeah, mate. When you're a little boy, mate, that kind of stuff just rocks your world. It's like, wow.
Yeah. Actually, me and my cousin, we accidentally made a bomb, believe it or not, when we were like 10 years old or something, and blew up a shed by mistake. I don't know what we put into this bucket, but we were mixing like every liquid that was in my uncle's shed in it. There's all these flammable liquids like petrol, diesel, mortar, varnish, God knows what else went into it, but this bucket started shaking anyway, and caused a bit of damage in there. But
that's legendary. Good job.
Yeah. But by the way, guys, anybody listening, that was when I was 10 years old, so it's a long time ago now. I'm an adult now, so I didn't do that recently, just in case any feds are watching.
I remember
that reminds you of these idiots. Do you ever see these idiots who go to like we were talking about immigration. They go into like they report into when they land in the country. They go up to immigration or whatever, and I think to declare, and they go, "Oh, I have a bomb in my bag" or something. Have you heard those types of stories? You always get some kind of joker who does something like that, and they get in deep shit. Have you ever seen that in the news?
Yeah, they're morons.
Yeah,
just
absolute morons. Yeah. Mm.
How's your
Sorry,
dog?
brother Marcus. He's very well. He's very well. He's resting at the moment because he walked a lot earlier today, and if he doesn't get his walking, if he doesn't get a serious mileage in, he's annoying, to be honest with you.
Yes, he will, because he's type. Yes,
yeah.
He's going to have the zoomies. Zoom.
Exactly. I mean, no, it's not just that there was one day this week where I didn't give him the full mileage. Like I literally have to. If I don't do this, this is what he does. He starts whining at night, because he wants to. He has that energy, Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yes, I know. My neighbour's dog does it here tonight. Not that I'm, don't mind.
Yeah.
Yes, I've noticed my voice has gone cracker since I'm old. I've been listening to myself talk. Lovely sound. Gorgeous.
I like your voice. What do you mean it's gone crackers?
You have a nice, why do you care about your voice like that?
It's so high pitched. It's horrible.
Chickpea, why would you care? Like,
well, it's because the past 30 years I've been talking non-stop to cats, and I think now I talk in constant cat mode.
That's fine.
Yes, it sounds lovely, doesn't it?
Well, has anybody complained except for you?
No one said anything.
Exactly.
Me and my strange high-pitched voice, but
Yo, if I make it to 70, I don't give a shit what I sound like. I don't even care right now. Anybody comments on my social skills or the way that I speak, they can go fuck themselves. Like, I'm too old for this shit. I'm not trying to impress anybody. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a bit stupid like that still. But when I was young, my naughty Dave has been bringing home mice. God, there's so many mice outside. He's bringing them all indoors. So I've got a cat who brings home live mice, and I have to catch them and take them back outside. Hello.
Yeah. I was just thinking about your commentary before, because like you mentioned that you were like stressed and depressed, and you were self-deprecating on your voice as well, and but you say you're comfortable, right? Like all your needs are met. I feel like a lot of your suffering cycle, like.
No, I've got a very, very easy life. I do suffer from clinical depression. I've got a terrible serotonin problem. And even though I take pills for it, I do suffer from chemical depression. It's actually.
Did the pills help you at all?
Yes, I don't act on it. I'm still depressed, but I don't act like a depressed person. But depression's still there. Yeah, I've always had terrible problems with depression. I've had it all my life, even when I was a little girl.
I watched this really sad film today, or video. I had seen it before, but it was in Ireland. It was about this man who just I don't know if you heard of this story before, but he went to Ireland, and I think he was from. They don't actually know where he's from, but he was definitely European, somewhere like Austria or somewhere like that, or Switzerland or something. And he went to some weird, like, obscure hotel in the middle of nowhere in Ireland to kill himself, and like nobody knows who he was. It's like it's like mysterious man, and they say like it was just like this man who did it on his own terms. He had it all planned out perfectly,
Yeah.
and it was just this very strange kind of. It was just because they had all this evidence, and he was asking. He was very methodical. He wanted to go here, here. He had no connections to the place or anything, you know.
Yes.
And he'd never been there before. Never been to Ireland. I don't even think there's no evidence of him who he was. You know? It's just really weird. I must try and find the video. I'll share it. It's a weird story.
Yeah, I'd like that. That would suit me, actually, in my horrible, grim outtake on life. But when I was in the psychiatric unit in Medway, one of the patients hung themselves outside the main gate. True.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
I knew him. There was three of us, myself and this other guy called, I've forgotten their names now. And he was ex-military, and the other guy was a plum, and there was me. And the three of us sort of stuck together. And they decided to discharge him for some obscure reason. And the next thing, he hung himself outside the hospital gates.
Damn.
Yeah, that is a thing. Sometimes people don't want to go back to society, do they?
Yeah, that's why they kept me for so long, because I
the last days. I don't know if this is the film or what I was watching, but I'm going to share it in the chat. The last days of Peter Bergman. His name is. I'm going to share it in the. It's in the comments. I'll share it in the private chat as well.
I'll watch that because I like films like that.
Apparently, he is obsessed with people not finding out who he was. He did it like really ridiculously, and then he just killed himself. Yeah. One man's mysterious haunting exit. Yeah. Very strange. But he did. The thing about it was so he obviously had it masterfully planned, but he didn't seem bothered in all the CCTV footage and all the all the kind of accounts that people had of meeting him and stuff. You know, there was no sign of it, and it was just a clear example, I'd say, of someone with untreated long-term chronic depression. You know. Yeah.
Depression's very hard work. People don't realise just how awful it is. It's a horrible disease, illness, horrible.
It is a disease. It literally is a physical disease. It's like you know, it's like kidneys can go wrong, give you like insulin problems. You know, your heart can be bad, whatever. Yeah, your brain can be bad as well sometimes. You know, not at the right levels of neurotransmitters. What?
You know what I've had said to me about my heart? I've got the heart of a young woman, and I will never have a heart attack. Aren't I the lucky one? So that's not going to kill me.
Yeah, I've got a similar. I got a similar problem with. I had the old ticket checked out recently, and they said no, you're all good to go. And I was like, oh. Fuck.
Yeah, I've been told mine's going to go on for years and years. I'll never have a stroke or a heart attack. And it's the heartbeat of a young female.
I mean, my folks are now in their 80s now. You know.
Yes. Oh God, I hope I don't live that long.
It's like, oh well, good on you.
Yeah, my family, my mother lived until she was in her 90s, but my natural father had the Shogies that I've got, because Shogies isn't heritable. And
my grandmother lived till she was like 96 or something ridiculous.
Yeah, my grandma's 104. Yeah, I don't want to live that long. I don't want to. My grand Oma actually was euthanized.
I think it depends on your functioning, you know, and you know. It depends on your contentment, not necessarily even your function, because you might have poor function but be content, you know. So it depends on a lot of things. So what did you say? Your grandmother what? Sorry.
My Oma. Oma was euthanized because in Holland they have
euthanasia.
Huh?
Your who? Sorry.
Oma. My grand Oma.
Oh, Oma. Is that what they say in Holland?
Your grandmother's Oma. Oma was euthanized. Yeah, by choice. Yeah, she was 104. She broke her arm, and she opted for euthanasia. She's had enough.
When was that?
That would have been back in the 90s.
Wow.
Yeah, very early 90s. Yeah, she was 104, 10 children, 2 world wars. I don't know how she did it. I don't know how.
The last thing was to break her arm. It wouldn't heal at that age too easy, would it?
Oh, I don't know, because she was taken to hospital and she made her decision. Apparently, she was 104. I wasn't there. I was in England, so I didn't know. You know, I only know what I was told. Yeah,
I wasn't aware they had euthanasia back then in the 90s.
Yeah, Holland.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
What?
I didn't know
Holland's got euthanasia on demand. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
But only for citizens. So I can't go back and say, "Cooey, can you let me
Wait,
go?"
you don't
Because
have dual citizenship, or
no, the Dutch don't do dual citizenship.
oh,
You're either Dutch or you're not. You can't have half and half. If I
Yeah,
want to go
sometimes.
back, I'd
Yeah.
have to go back for 5 years. Yeah, so it's been taken away. I can't get it back. Well, I can if I go back 5 years. But yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
What?
I was going to say, how would they know you have the British one unless you declare it? But then, what it is you're missing all the proof
I
of
missed my Dutch
residency and
passport.
stuff.
Yeah, I don't have.
Yeah,
Dutch
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So life's a bitch and then you die, I'm afraid. I think. And I haven't had a hard
Yeah.
life, guys. It's just I find life on this planet, it's a bloodbath, isn't it? But it is, isn't it?
And on that nice note, I'm going to bail, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the time.
Is that because of me? Because I'll bugger
No,
off.
no, I've got my day's kicking off, so I've got to sort
What
of.
time is it with you?
I'm sorry.
What time is it in your place?
It's 10:45
Oh right,
in the morning.
course.
So
Yes.
okay, thank you very much, everyone. Have a good day,
Oh,
night, whatever
all
you're
right.
doing.
have
Cheers.
Take care now. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.
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 D&W.
Okay. Divine says she loves us, guys. Happy dreams to all. Yes, we love you too, Divine, and we hope you come on here.
Did you
That'd be
speak
nice.
to your?
Hello
did
to
you-
Tyler. Sorry.
Did you speak to your mum about the sun?
Oh, do you know? I forgot. I'm going to write that as a message or something. I'll leave a note on my thing here. Did the sun used to be yellow? I mean, it does make sense
Yeah.
considering all the cartoons. It's yellow, and
It was yellow when I was young. Weird, ever so strange that it's no longer yellow. I don't know why that should be. Maybe it's because it's getting hotter. I don't know. Maybe the sun itself is getting hotter, in which case it'd be white heat instead of yellow heat. I don't know. Just don't know. Yeah.
you can.
So yes, I've been asleep all day long. So yeah.
How do you feel like sleeping? Like, do you feel good?
I
about
love
it?
sleeping.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
I love it. I love.
No, do you know what, Chickpea? I'm going to say you're wrong. Okay, I'm going to say, because I'm looking up here and it says something about it looks yellow from Earth's surface mainly because of our atmosphere scattering.
Yes, I'm saying it looks yellow. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but it could be you lived in a time of smog and car fumes. Maybe the air was.
No, because it was yellow when I lived in Yemen, bright yellow, and Yemen wasn't polluted. In Yemen, the sun was.
Well, they say it's atmospheric conditions. Okay, not that the sun changes colours; it's the atmosphere. But and they say it still can look yellow,
But
depending on the atmosphere.
Oh God, the sun in Yemen was the most beautiful, big yellow ball. I used to sit just gazing at it. It was just so beautiful to look at. Yemen.
Do you remember any kind of poignant, like what? It's interesting to hear. You know, you liked your stepdad, right?
Well, not really. Well,
do you remember your dad?
My natural dad. No, my parents split when I was 2. And my mother was always saying what a rotten man he was. And this went on, rotten bloke, which went on about him. So anyway, I went back to meet him in my 30s.
What was that like?
I very like him, oddly enough. But
really?
Unfortunately, I was, I certainly saw myself in him, more so than my mother. Yeah, it was very, very difficult. And
did you have an instant love for him because he's your dad? No, you don't. Okay.
No.
Was it like meeting a stranger, like someone you're wary of?
Yes, it was. Apart from.
Was it uncomfortable?
Yes, it was uncomfortable. I mean, I stayed in his flat, and on the last night we were together, he started talking about the women in his life. And he said to me, women are interested in one thing. It was pulling at his willy when he was talking to me. And that was the last time we spoke, because the next day I packed my bags and I came back to England.
So hold on a second. He was playing for himself.
Well, pulling at his willy, yes.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
That was the end of that.
Christ. So you were in your 30s. What age was he?
Well, he would have been about 55, 56.
That's a very creepy man. So basically, he was there saying women are only interested in one thing, and then he started playing with himself.
There rubbing his willy. To just say us women are sluts, and I just saw red. Yes, I've been very unlucky in my natural father. Well, I don't know. I just don't know. That was the next day. I just packed all my bags and I got the hell out, because if a man speaks to me like that, I'm off. I won't tolerate it from a man. He never apologized to me.
Did he talk to you after that?
Sorry?
Did he even talk to you again? No.
No, he never spoke again. Yeah. But he was, at the time, I didn't realize all this, but he had the same illness I've got, although I didn't know this at the time.
I mean, I'm going to play devil's advocate. He might not have been pleasuring himself. He might just, he was just demeaning of women.
Yes, he wasn't pleasuring himself. He was demonstrating to me that all women wanted was his willy. He was actually quite a good-looking guy, I must admit. Yeah, he wasn't playing himself. He was demonstrating, pulling his willy to demonstrate that all women wanted from him was his willy.
Yeah, he was just saying all women are interested in his back. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, but I was only in my 30s. I saw red. I didn't like how he spoke to me.
Did you have other siblings?
No, it's just me.
With him?
No,
with him?
Not as far as I know. Not as far as I know. God only knows. God, I don't know.
What was he doing was he in Holland then?
He was living in what, in Holland?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was living where back in Vliesinge, where the original, I was born in Vliesinge, and he was still living in Vliesinge. Yeah, it was all very strange. I never met any extended family. It was all very, very. I come from a very fractured background. It's horribly fractured. There's been a lot of bad blood. I get the feeling, especially from my father's side, a lot of bad blood. And I think I'm probably the last one in the tree, so to speak, because I haven't multiplied, obviously. But
it's so weird to think. Well, you never know the traumas and the histories of families, you know.
Yeah,
it's amazing how children don't even know sometimes what happened.
Yeah,
because
the weird
to their parents or to their grandparents. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tiny little village. It's very, very small. You know, you can walk across it in 10 minutes. And not one cousin or anyone even phoned to say, oh, you're back in England then. Oh, come round or anything. Nobody did. So I don't know why my father was living completely on his own in this tiny little village. It was tiny. Yeah, but he actually committed suicide. Well, he actually drank himself to death.
What, your dad?
Yeah, he was very heavy drinker. Mind you, I was a boozy person then. When we were there, every night we used to sit there getting absolutely plastered on lager.
That was kind of a cultural thing. That was kind of what happened, wasn't it, back in the day, you know?
Yeah, but we were quite heavy duty with it.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
He was drinking hell of a lot. And I used to be quite a boozy person when I was young. I was a bit of a wild child. And apparently he drank himself to death over the years. But he had the same illness I've got. He was saying to me he was very ill about something, blah, blah, blah. But I was young, and when you're young, you don't understand pain. When you're in your 30s, you don't understand how much pain an older person can go through. It's not something you learn until you're there yourself. Then you know it. But apparently he drank himself to death and something else as well. So, yes, I don't know why my mother married him, because she was far too intelligent for him. Same my stepfather. Why, I don't know why she married him, but she did.
Did she like you, going for looks, purely looks? Because that's what you're like, isn't it?
Yes. But my mother went for uniforms. My mother liked a man in uniform. Yeah. And one was a sailor and one was in the army. She seemed to go for that. Yeah.
Fair enough. Anybody else want to join the show? The link is there in the chat if you want to come on here. Please do. Do you know what happened today? I don't know if you've ever had this experience when you see someone that you've known for years and then suddenly you see them and they look really fucking old. It's a really weird thing.
Yes. Are people aging quickly?
Well, because there's this cafe I go to, and today we went there, and I hadn't been there for some time, but it's like somewhere I've literally been going now and again. Not all the time, by the way, but now and again. It's like irregularly, but like irregular enough to like frequent it, like, you know, maybe a few times a year, maybe. But anyway, yeah, there's a guy there, and he kind of works there, probably co-manages it or something. But he's usually very chirpy or whatever. But yeah, today I saw it, was like, fucking hell, yeah, you've aged big time, massively. Like, I couldn't believe it. It's like looking at like someone who'd aged like 20 years since I saw him last, you know?
Yes.
And it's such a weird thing, isn't it? When you see someone, you know, that you knew aged, you know? And I mean, it would be weird to even meet people you went to school with, or people you went to university, whatever it is you did, your early jobs, or just neighbors, people you knew when you're like early 20s, and then just to meet them later on. I mean, it is weird. It's just
weird. Yes, I know. Don't tell me that.
It's something to stress. I mean, he's a bit older than me, but he used to look very fit and healthy. But now when I saw him today, he'd aged so much, and he didn't look well. You know what I mean? It was a little bit like, oh fuck, the clock is ticking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was a little bit like that. Has that happened to you then?
Yes.
Oh, it's shocking, isn't it?
It's
weird.
Yeah, I know. And you know what else I find? Even young people seem to be aging quickly, and the time just races by. I've never known it go so fast. It's going so fast. Don't you find the time going fast? Not so much so, yeah. But for me,
yes, I do. Last year flew by. Last year, for example, it went by like it's just ridiculous how fast it was. You know, the whole calendar year. Yeah.
Yeah, but when I was young, at your age, time didn't go fast. Still went a year.
I'm still young, am I? Oh, thank you.
I wish I was
Chicky, I'll be right back. I'm going to mute this. I'll be right back, though. Yeah, you can take over the show. Just read the news or something. There's 13 people watching. There's enough.
Oh, I'm going to
yeah, you can read the news or something, or just give your opinion.
I'll put Chickpea up on the camera.
Okay, do you want to do that? I'll put you center stage, and I'll make you big.
Edit order avatar. Whoopsie day. Camera stop cam. Wee. Chickpea. Oh, whoopsie doops. Wee. And there's nobody here. Here. Come here. Go look. Everyone. Wee. Pussycats.
Oh, cute.
Did you see her?
Yeah.
That's Lala. Lala's 10 years old. Isn't she gorgeous?
Yeah.
Say hello, Lala. Lala. Oh, well, don't I look gorgeous? Oh, lovely. And here is Candy, the tortie.
Who's that?
This is Candy. She's a 10-year-old tortie. Is she gorgeous?
Yeah.
Is that Marcus?
Yep.
Oh, look. God, aging process is so awful. Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
I tell you that getting old is the most awful, awful thing.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting there.
Are you finished the I'm back, by the way, lovely. And you look fine, darling. You look fine.
No, I do not.
You do. You look fine. You look fine for your 70s.
Look, look. This is Candy Girl.
Hello, Candy Girl.
Candy's a tortie, a grumpy little tort. There you go. Oh, fine.
Fantastic.
I notice you don't show yourselves. Settings.
I used to. Well, there's news articles with my face out there.
Oh.
It distracts from the conversation, and I get tired of the commentary.
Yeah, basically.
because like if I'm gonna be talking about philosophy, I just want to like focus on the arguments and not people calling me like all sorts of names because of how I
They
look.
could be racist. They could be whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I've gotten
Really?
all across the board.
You're kidding?
No, racism exists. I'm brown.
Oh, I'm one of these. Oh, I didn't think people would actually do that.
Come on, really?
Oh dear.
I live in.
Well,
Central
chickpea, darling. It's unfortunate, but it does. The internet is a big bad place, you know.
You know what?
And,
Oh, sorry. I live in Central Hackney, as you know. You know, Hackney's the most diverse place on the planet.
right.
Yeah.
It's funny because I told you I was over. If I'd known, I would have come and met you for. I was over there. Remember, I told you I was over there a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Amherst Road, yeah.
I was literally in that exact area. Believe it or not, I told you I walked down Amherst Road into Hackney Central.
Yes, you live that's near me. Yes, I live about 5 minutes. No.
Yeah, don't tell us exactly, please. No. Oh, I know you think the internet's happy clappy, but it's not that happy clappy.
Anyway, yeah, where I live, it's the block I live in, there's 20 people. We've got people from Africa, Asia, Mexico, Japan.
Yeah, you said there's an English guy married a Japanese woman, isn't there?
Yes.
I remember you told us. Yeah.
It's happy.
Are they nice? Are they nice? Have you got any nice friends in your block? Like?
I used to have so many friends. It's why I've stayed here for so long. But fortunately, 2 of them have died. Another one left. And the 2 guys that died, I miss them terribly. They were young guys, but I just got on really well with them, and we used to help each other.
They died.
Yes.
Young guys. What happened?
One died of kidney cancer.
Oh my God.
The other guy, Dominic, he actually lived upstairs, and he was being treated at the hospital for something, and he was found dead on his bathroom floor.
Oh no!
Yes.
What age was he?
He was early 30s. There's been so many deaths.
Oh, that's young.
But I miss them terribly, these 2 guys, and and it's I really miss them. So I've had a lot of deaths in the past 10 years, a lot of deaths. And it's hard.
I thought I'd adapt, or like there was a time where I was getting used to it, but then now it just makes me weaker. I am
you don't get used to it.
Especially when they're younger than you, then you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that is weird when you start seeing that happen in your life. Yeah.
It's horrible. It's horrible. And my mother died 2 years ago, and even though we had this terrible, terrible time, I did actually forgive her in the end after a ton of therapy. And losing her has actually upset me a lot. Didn't think it would, but it has. Because she didn't mind me moaning. I could phone her up and have a good old wine. She didn't mind that. You know? Yes, I did forgive her in the end. I did forgive her for everything. And my stepfather and my natural father. That was
I mean, I still sometimes get angry by traumatic things happen to me in my family and such, but I try not to hold on to, like, I understand it, you know what I mean? I don't think they're evil people. I think that everyone they were good. They were so good in so many ways. And it's so funny, as human beings, we have all these good experiences, and then we have some bad things happen to us as well. Yes. We remember the bad, you know? Yes. I since I kind of, it's a weird one, because since I learned about like determinism and how I don't think there's any free will, luckily that helped me. But I can understand that might not help other people, because deterministically they are condemned to still be really angry and hold a grudge, you know. But when I just realized that it's all bullshit, this free will, and that nobody's really in charge of who they are, that did release some of the trauma, the pain, you know. It siphoned off some of it, not all of it, but some of it, you know.
Yeah, for me it was group therapy. It did work. I had a ton of it. The NHS spent millions on me. I bet the NHS has spent about £1 million on me, and my mental illness. They've been very good. They have. Yeah. So Yeah, but I miss her mother. I never thought I actually miss her, but I miss her terribly. Oh, weird. But I've got the cats to love, so and I've got a very easy.
I mean, they
life.
wanted the best for you ultimately, you know, and that's just the way it is.
Yes.
It's just we live in an absurd, tragic kind of
Yes.
melancholy psychodrama, you know.
Yeah, we're all
Yeah.
horribly damaged, all of us, and we pass it on to our children. It seems to be somehow. Yeah. Yes.
The saddest thing is, despite best laid plans and intentions, life itself, you know, outside of the family home is hard, you know. So it's not
Yes.
all about the
Yeah. But
I
was saying
mean,
about
school, even like local communities can all be very tough, you know.
toxic. I
Yeah.
find the world very toxic.
Mm.
Yeah. But talking about
And not just children, by the way, adults. When you're a child, when you're a teenager, adults can be weird to you as well. Horrible.
Oh, yeah, don't tell me about it. I do know.
I'm not talking about family. I'm talking about outside of the family. Man.
Yeah,
I have some very strange teachers, man.
Yeah, I know. I do know people that can be quite nasty. We're a nasty species. You know, so I was talking to one of the neighbours the other night actually about my 7 cats. And she said to me, don't your cats argue with each other? And they don't. They all muddle along quite happily together. Occasional swipe of a paw, but they don't argue and fight. And they don't. The 7 of them, they all live peaceably together on my bed, all 7 of them. They all sleep together. They get on far better than us humans do. Far, far better. Spoiled little things. So spoiled. Do you know they tell you my tomcat poos in the bath? And I let him. Hello?
No, you didn't tell me that.
Yes, Dave, my tomcat. I've only had Dave since my 70th birthday. I got him last year as a present. It just sort of turned up out of the sky. And yeah, he likes to poo in the bath. And I let him. So for the past 7 months now, 8 months, I have to clean poop out the bath. He goes outside to play and he's got one of 7 litter trays, but he'd rather poo in the bath. And I let
Well,
him.
if you're interested, I've got a video here of my friend that died 2 years ago. And he was in his 60s or so, I think, when he died. But I've got a video of us talking because I interviewed him on this channel a few times. He's someone I'm sad that died. You know, he was a special little soul. You know, he was only a very small individual. Like he was a very tiny man. He's like 5'4" or something. You know, and
is it someone I know?
But he was a very sweet. Sorry,
is it someone I know?
No, he's someone I knew in real life. On here, and I interviewed him on the channel a few times. I can play it a bit if you want. 1 second.
Yeah, because
he died. He died in his front garden.
Oh no!
He just fucking. He walked out in the door, and then he started like rolling around on the ground, and these people found him. But then it was too late. He died on the grass on his lawn. Yeah.
Yeah, my mother was found dead in the hallway. She'd been literally walked towards the kitchen and just dropped dead in the hallway. Apparently, that's how she was found. But my mother was a very, very positive thinking person. She did all her housework still and full of zest for life, unlike me. Miserable old bag.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, how lovely.
Can we to play it?
Yeah.
This is the last time we had an interview on the channel. Actually, how long ago? This is about 3 years ago. Yeah, he died about 2 years, 2.5. He didn't die. He didn't live much longer after this. Huh?
What happened to his babies?
Oh no, that's not his. I just put that as a picture because it's 2 friends, you know. Yeah.
Hello.
Let me know if you can hear him.
I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to somebody who has been on this channel twice before. This is obviously their 3rd time on the show. They have proved popular in the past, and people have asked for him to make an appearance again. So here he is, my friend that I hang out with sometimes. A few generations older than me, and somebody who has life experience and wisdom that is crucial to helping us understand what the fuck is going on. So I'd like to say hello.
Hello.
And how are you doing?
Life is shit. That's all right.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. Is that the basis of all your wisdom?
No, it's not much of all my wisdom. But shit comes a lot of shit is a lot of it.
Shit is a lot of it.
Mm.
And what do we do with the shit? That's the question.
Well, it comes out the arse, then goes out the river, killing all the fish.
Yeah. So it comes out of your ass, goes up the river, and kills all the fish.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
And then it starts killing the people, then.
And then it starts to kill the people.
Other animals around. Mm.
So in a kind of way, you're talking about how humans are, in fact, a blight on themselves, causing...
Yes. Unfortunately, the government speaks a lot of shit. The council speaks a lot of shit. And generally, I find that shit happens everywhere.
Shit all around us.
Yeah.
And is there any way to like rise above this shit?
Not really, no. You can try, but it's very difficult because there's so much of it from different angles in different ways. But the people in power don't want you to know that it is a lot of shit.
Why is that?
Because if you knew it was a lot of shit, you'd be able to say, that's a lot of shit.
Okay. Yeah. And what would happen if we pointed and said that's a load of shit? What would actually happen? What would they do?
Well, put you in mental house.
Put you in a nut house?
Yeah. Or put you in jail or somewhere. Keep you there for 99 years.
All because you pointed it all out and said that's a load of shit?
Yeah.
Okay. And why is that? Why are they afraid of people pointing things out and saying that's a load of shit?
Because they feel that they have the right to destroy and control people.
They feel they have a right to destroy and control people. That sounds a bit... that sounds awful, but is it that bad really? I mean, is there actually anybody trying to destroy and control us? Or is it just like a kind of figment of our imagination and there isn't that like there isn't really anybody out there? It's just like a big mess of humanity, and it's all like there's this illusory kind of elite, but really nobody knows what the fuck's going on.
Governments think they know what they're doing, but they don't know.
So what I'm trying to say is, do you think there's some dastardly master plan, or is it just chaos?
Just chaos.
And Allah will ask on the day of judgment, who did this to you?
Absolute chaos.
So there's nobody at the top pulling the strings?
No, I don't think so, no.
It is just chaos?
Yeah, chaos, yeah.
Total shit?
Total shit, yeah.
Where do you see the world? So it's like, say it's 2021 now. Where do you see the world in 10 years?
Dead.
Sorry?
Dead, dissolved, or even part of the sun.
In 10 years? I don't think that's going to happen for another, billion years or so, isn't it?
Well, you see, at this moment, we're being hit by a solar flare, which happens once every 100 years.
At this very moment?
Yeah. And they say it's going to interfere with the internet, the telephone, electrics, all sorts of.
So nobody will be able to watch porn anymore?
Well, they can watch porn if they want could probably make porn anyway.
Okay. So, really and truly, I mean, what do you think was the best decade to be alive?
No idea really. Probably when we had nothing, knew nothing.
Was that when you were a kid?
When we was learning to see things, but things that are necessary.
So I can say, so is that basically you were happiest when you didn't know things were necessary? Is that what you just said?
Yes, yeah.
So that does sound.
But there's always a lot of rules, and the rules sometimes have a lot of shit in.
So there's always a load of rules, and the rules sometimes have a lot of shit in.
Yes.
But aren't people just trying their best?
Some people are trying their best, but not everyone, because they figure that they're not dealing in shit, but they are. They're delusions that they think it's all right what they're saying and what they're doing.
Okay. Well, I mean, have you got any views on? Is there anything that isn't shit? Sorry, is there anything that isn't shit in this world?
Don't know. No.
So, are you telling me that love is shit?
Yes, really, yes.
And what type of love is that? Romantic love?
Romantic love or sexual love, yeah.
It's shit.
It's shit.
Why is that?
Basically because, you see, if it wasn't shit, it wouldn't be so shitty in the end. When you have to divorce a woman, or the woman has to divorce you, and lead a different life.
So basically, you're judging love by the end of it. So, like, someone dies, there's breakup or whatever. You're talking about the end result is the kind of thing to judge love on.
Love is futile, and in the end, it just brings out the shit in people. And when they learn about shit in each other, they start loathing one another and having rows and having wars, all sorts of stuff.
Okay, so we've established love is shit. What about other things that people say are nice? Like, what about nature?
Nature is basically good, but some of it is not very good at all, really.
In what way is it not good?
Bees, flies, cockroaches, fleas. What else is there? Oh yeah, one animal eating another animal.
That is fairly brutal. That is very brutal.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so nature's pretty shit then.
Yes, really, yes.
Okay, what about art? I mean, people try to, sublimate or rise above reality with art, and they try to create a kind of mystique and a beauty in art that kind of, as I said, transcends, rises above reality, or makes reality extra special or mean something. What do you think of art?
Art is, well, the embodiment of what it is, and it's shit.
Why is art shit? Not everything can be shit.
It is shit because it bolsters up the governing bodies to be geniuses instead of arseholes.
So you think art has kind of worshipping the establishment. Is that?
Yeah, it can be, yes.
And basically, it makes. I don't quite follow what you're saying there, but
see, art is supposed to be an expression of emotion.
Okay.
But it's not. Because some of it is actually.
Okay, so in general, you think art's pretty shit then. You just mentioned emotions. Well, we've talked about love. We said that was shit. Are there any emotions that are not shit?
I don't know.
What about happiness?
Oh, then there isn't such a thing as happiness.
Sorry?
There isn't such a thing as happiness.
There's no such thing as happiness. No. That's quite amazing. That's quite a stark revelation. Well, why do you think that?
See, you're happy for a little while, and then you discover that you're not happy, really. It's an illusion.
It's an illusion based on what?
Based on the fact that shit happens.
Okay, shit happens. Have you got any advice for people just how to navigate the shit of this world?
Well, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to cut yourself off from other people. And sometimes...
When we touch here, maybe just try this, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that feels nice, yeah? That's so good. So just do that because it feels comforting, because when you were a baby...
Sometimes your best friends can be talking on shit about shit. But sometimes your family can say that. Sometimes it's your governing bodies that say it.
So sometimes your friends, your family, and your governing bodies can be talking shit and doing shit. Yeah, so how do you deal with the shit? How do you get through each day thinking that the world is shit? That's what I'm asking, sorry.
It's very hard, but if you live in an illusion, which I live in, that there's actually going to be a answer to this, and why life is life, and why life is so shit. But
so basically, you get through the shit by living in what you call yourself an illusion that there's going to be an answer to it all one day. And what do you think that answer is going to be?
Probably 42.
42.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're joking now because you're alluding to the what was that book again? The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That's right. Yeah. No. In all seriousness, though, has this all been a terrible joke, or do you believe that there could be a meaning to all this?
There's no meaning to this.
There's no meaning to life?
No meaning to life, no.
Wow.
And if there is life on other planets, and if we go to other planets and we're in other planets, that will be terrible. To destroy other worlds just for the gain of humankind.
Okay. But beyond that, I mean, do you believe in like the possibility of I don't know, God, heaven, supernatural spirits, reincarnation, anything like that?
I used to believe there was God. Unfortunately, I think maybe there isn't, because God is made up of what human aspirations are, and a way of understanding life. That they cram the shit to So you don't know when the shit is shit or the shit is actually true.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're my old friend, and you've painted a very bleak picture of reality. Is there anything you can say to cheer me up, brother?
Welcome to the atom bomb.
What did you just say?
Welcome to the atom bomb.
Welcome the atom bomb. What are you suggesting?
Blow the whole place up.
Oh, fuck you now. Oh, fuck you now. Oh, my God, you miserable bastard.
Yes, I am, yeah.
No, but you're a good guy. Honestly.
It stopped all those people starving. They wouldn't be starving anymore. They'd be dead.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What are you suggesting? What are you suggesting? We'll have to think about that one. Anything else possibly that we could do better?
Yes. We could get out of the shit and see the light of which way to go and which way not to go.
And which way should we go?
We should really have a reason for living, but most of us haven't got a reason for living, but we still live in the hope that there is a reason.
In the hope of finding one. Okay. Any parting words for the listeners? Any words of advice or anything you're angry about, you'd like to get off your chest, to shout about, or to be happy about? Anything at all?
Don't take in what the government says, because shit.
Is that it?
Yes.
You heard it here, folks. Okay, thank you very much. Hopefully my friend will come again onto the show one day and give his pearls of wisdom for us all to savor, to think about, and to turn around in our mind and try and make sense of in this weird, weird world.
It's very complicated, but it's not complicated as it should be.
You heard it here, folks. Okay, bye for now. Goodbye. Sorry?
Goodbye.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Me.
sorry.
He's got it worse than me.
Well, he's passed away now, the poor guy. But
He's got it worse than me.
that was his view on life. I don't know what you thought of that.
Well, like I said, he's got it worse than me. He's actually got it worse, hasn't he? He has, hasn't he?
Well, he had a sense of humor. He was a kind of Spike Milligan kind of character, you know. You know Spike Milligan?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, he was a little bit like him. A bit zany.
Yes.
I said he was only a little man. But you know, I mean, I don't know. He was actually a very, very nice person. You know, when you meet him, he was acting up there for me. You know what I mean? But
you tend to find the miserable folk are.
He cared very much, you know.
Now, you know, one thing I've learned in my life is miserable folk tend to be far nicer than the happy folk. That's one thing I've learned in my life.
Well, sometimes you do get miserable kind of narcissists sometimes, you know, who are deflated because their ego is not being, massaged, you know. And they can be very nasty, you know. But yeah.
My miseries turn me not like. I don't think I'm nice.
You are. Stop it. You're lovely.
You seem nice. You seem very nice.
Because I get along with you two, but like the
You
majority
mean day
of people,
to day?
I don't get along with the majority of people. So
I don't.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry, I don't. Well, no. Yeah, I don't know.
What did you think of that, Brother Marcus? Because I know there's a lot of swearing in it. You've changed your mind on the swearing now. I mean, the guy was making solid points. Obviously, he was making it in colorful language, but it's so funny how he was basically saying everything. He was obviously saying it in kind of abbreviated, to the point kind of utterances. But yeah, he was a real character, man.
Thought because he said something about like meaning, about continuing to find meaning or hoping to find meaning.
Yeah, but there isn't any. That's what he says. Yeah.
Oh.
That, I don't know, struck a chord with me because in the past couple of years, four people I know died, and I know you can create your own meaning, but I think what really hit me was how meaningless even our lives are in the grand scheme of things, and just like even within other people's lives, because like a year after someone dies, if they've lived a very, I don't know how to put this, a basic life, typical life, people move on. You won't be brought up again. You're just a distant memory, and I've seen that time and time and time again.
Unless your name is Chickpea. Every
Unless
day.
your name is Chickpea, absolutely. Yeah.
Mine, Chickpea, died 8 years ago. Every day I still talk about her to everyone. Her name is still online. Yeah, Chickpea. She may have died 8 years ago, but every day everybody remembers her, don't they, chicks? She was the most gorgeous cat. She was. The Chickpea's memory is still going strong.
Yeah.
Oh,
It is.
Whoops.
Hello to Black Hole. He's back from church. Okay. Yeah, the meaningless is hitting me hard at the moment.
What, you?
Really?
Yeah, the kind of the kind of weird. It's just so weird, isn't it? It's like I'm just hit hard by this weird existential kind of like horror. Like it's like I just can't believe how weird it all is. Like if it's just, and the meaning that we ascribe to it is, it's like it's see, because like what happens is, right, I grew up in a very kind of conservative household, right? But then you leave the house and you go out into the big bad world, and I mean, it wasn't ultra hard conservative, by the way. You know what I mean? My dad didn't say prayers or anything. My mum was religious, but we went to church and stuff. But it wasn't like we were taking out the Bible every fucking day and stuff like that. But we still had traditions and conservative kind of views. But when I go out into the world and I just see that doesn't work, first of all, that's all made up. That's just hocus pocus, you know, to try and make things make sense. But then when you go out and you just see how many views people have, right? And then you can understand why they have the views as well. Because that's what gets to me. Like, I can understand why people have their perspectives, you know what I mean? Because I can see where people are coming from on different issues. And sometimes these are contentious issues. So I might see two people arguing, and I can say, well, yeah, you're both right from your own perspectives. And that's the problem. You understand? And this is like, I find it just so troublesome that there isn't really any concrete meaning. And it's all just a projection of derived meaning, you know, that is ultimately not even chosen, you know. It's what consumes you, what you become because of ultimately who you are mixing with what is around you, you know? And I just find it I will admit, I do suffer from existential horror, like terror at the moment, you know, like wondering what the fuck this is and why is it so creepy, you know. And I mean that.
I think I wrestle with the absurdity of it. It's just it was pointless and stupid. And
for me, it has to be humans eating animals. You know, if we didn't exploit the animal kingdom, I'd be quite happy. I must admit, yeah, I would be. It makes me sick.
Even if that was the case, like, why would we even be here? Like, there would be there's no purpose for it, you know?
Well, no, I know there's no purpose to it, but you know what gets me is this every day, these 84 billion animals, and I just can't cope with it. It sickens me to the core. My being sickens me every day. Every day it's there. Smell it everywhere. Everybody's gorging on it, and it sickens me. It does. Really, I better not. I might have another moment where I press the red button.
Yeah, you can come on, Black Hole.
But doesn't DNW? Doesn't your wife mind you doing this?
She does make fun out of me. She calls me mental. Basically, yeah. She says, "Oh no, you're going to do your mental thing again." And yeah.
Did she ever creep some of your videos?
Oh yeah, she's listened to some of the stuff. Yeah, not really. She knows my views because I told her when I met her. You know.
How long have you been together?
Over a year, nearly about a year and 3/4 now.
All right. Oh, lucky you. So
But we knew each other. We knew each other before that.
Lucky you.
We knew each other before that, like 2 years or so before that.
All right.
We're neighbors, you know. But
I have exes and friends and colleagues who like followed me over the years, and I think whenever I ask them what they think, it's always like polite, but I always assume like they hear it and they're like, "What the fuck is this?" You know, like.
yeah, no, I think I made the mistake of talking about it before, and basically you have to be careful where you talk about it. Now, my friends have known my views, and they've admitted, yeah, you have to be careful who you talk to because you're having a kind of intellectual conversation about reality, like, you know, to some degree in terms of intellectual, and other people are looking at it kind of as an attack on them, you know. Or, you know what I mean? So it is kind of although we get used to it talking about reality in negative light and talking about what the hell is going on, question everything that's going on. A lot of people aren't ready for that type of a conversation or don't want it, full stop. And it's completely alien to them, you know. And I've had that like look of "you are Satan," you know, if you talk about these things. And yeah, of course I have. Yeah.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, no, about some of the Christians I met. They didn't like it. Yeah, because I questioned God. You know, I questioned because I even questioned creation. Basically, that's what it was. You know, I questioned creation and merely questioning creation to the degree that it's like, who are you to question creation? You know, this kind of thing. You know.
You know, because like living in Hackney, where I live, it's very, very, very multicultural. As you know, I think it's probably the most multicultural thing on the planet. And one thing I've learned since I've lived here is to accept everybody's viewpoints and everything else. Because if I didn't, you'd go completely mental. Because in Hackney is so diverse, and there's all sorts here. Well, you know that, don't you? But in the little bit that I live in Homerton. I'll tell you. It's so diverse. It's very nice. I like it. I like diversity, and I've learned a lot from it. I've learned a lot. But I talk to all sorts of weird people. Real, you know, there's all sorts.
But some people see you as a threat if you have a different view, you know.
Not here. You don't get that here, you see. That's what I mean. You don't get that here. Because I admit to being non-Christian, and I think God is an evil bleep hole, and I actually say that about him to people.
You say that in public?
Yes.
But what type of people are you saying this to?
Neighbours. If I get chatting to someone in the park. But it's so diverse here that we now know to accept everybody's everything, because if you didn't, you'd be aroused all day long, because it is so very diverse.
3 of my friends are pastors and they follow me.
Yeah.
I actually had one on my channel as an interview too. Christian theologian. You saw that, DNW. I remember you commented on it.
Yeah, it was yeah, I did, yeah.
He's a nice guy. But like, yeah, I always wonder like, what's it like from their perspective I'm friendly towards them, but I'm definitely coming at it from a very different angle, you know.
No, but I call God a god of this earth, a bleep hole.
Yeah, same. I don't like it. I don't believe he exists, but if he
Oh,
exists,
I
it's an
believe he
evil
exists,
god.
all right. Oh, I believe he exists. That's just it. I do believe he exists, and I think he's a complete asshole.
Dupoop says, "Isn't it lonely to be in a romantic relationship with someone who isn't really on the same page about this and who calls you mental?"
No, I got along with
Yeah, no, because the thing is, she's only joking about the mental. Well, she's half joking. You know what I mean? She's ripping because obviously I am a little bit zany. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So she's playing up that side of it, and she is like right to point out like it is kind of it is viewed as mental to talk about these things all the time.
I mean,
by most
I
people.
am the thing, and I think it's mental too.
Yeah. So
DW, your wife is vegan. I forgot to ask. Is she vegan?
yes, she is.
Oh, you got it. Then.
She
I'm here.
she can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, she wants to get a cat actually, but I'm thinking.
Two cats.
No, she knows someone who has too many cats and they need to be rescued.
Yes.
But I'm a bit afraid of my dog's reaction because
they'll be fine together.
No, he mine's a real chaser. He chases squirrels viciously, you know. So I am a little bit. They do say if a dog is a real chaser, there's a good chance that he can unfortunately hurt a cat, you know.
But you lucky
Or
guy.
vice versa.
I really envy you.
Well, going back to Poop's point though, someone who isn't on the same page. Well, to be honest with you, what I've learned in life, if this is of any help to you, is nobody's on the same page at all, completely. And
Yeah,
the thing is,
there's a small caveat that in my past relation, there was mutual respect, even though they didn't agree with me. It was just like I respect your opinion, and then we move on. You know what I mean?
So basically, exactly. So basically, you're going to have different views in some area on reality with them. You know, that's just the way it is, and you have to make allowances for that. If you want to be in a partnership, I've learned one thing now. Maybe it's because I'm getting older. You do have to compromise if you care about someone.
Yeah.
And I never used to really think about compromising in the past. I think that was more because, well, actually, I did in the one relationship, like my last serious relationship before this one, a few years back. I was with a lady for 3 years, and I did compromise there because she came from a different background. But my first girlfriend, we came from a similar background, and there wasn't much compromising going on because we were both singing from the same hymn sheet, so to speak, at the time. But I've changed a lot since then, and I'm sure she has. I don't know her anymore, but you know, we were very much still products of our childhood at that time. You know, we hadn't really seen much of the world, and we were still kind of home birds in that sense, you know. But yeah, life changes you as you experience it. And what I've learned is there's a lot to be gained from compromising as well, and accepting you can't change people too much, you know, and just looking for the good in them, you know. There is
Was your wife a vegan when you met her? Hello. Was your wife a vegan when you met her?
And she's a yoga enthusiast. She's all of that. So she's into.
Was she vegan when you met her?
Yes.
Lucky guy. I envy you. You don't know how much I envy that.
It's very popular now. It is. I say it's very popular, but there's a lot of people.
Yes,
you know, younger.
It wasn't when I was young.
No.
Shall I tell you a really, really sad story? This is the honest truth. Can't find a vegan for love and money. Anyway, about 10 years ago, a tall, skinny, blue-eyed, blonde vegan moved in right upstairs above me. A young guy. So there was me, little old dear, man of my dream, just sitting above me. Like this 40-year gap almost. It's true. This actually happened to me. Isn't that sad? And he was gorgeous. I really loved him, but I mean, obviously, I've been staying here.
Yeah, Brother Marcus, what do you think of what the Pope says here? They say they'd rather be alone than be with someone who doesn't agree this existence is hell.
Well, the thing is, like, people can agree that existence is hell for different reasons. So I've dated people who are like more, you know, they care more about the environment, and they're like, well, you know, it's pretty obvious how bad the environment is. they don't have the same existential description of hell that is like, even if the environment was fine, it'd be like it would still be hell. So I think you can meet people where they're at. Like if you date a vegan, they're going to be like, well, the world is hell because for the animals. If you meet someone who's more politically inclined, or even even religious people say that this is hell too. So a lot of there's a lot of.
I mean, she'd be more in that kind of way, like life is unbelievably difficult, suffering, and she might have some spiritual beliefs on it, you know what I mean? But she basically does agree life is fucking brutal,
So there could be like life is hell, but the type of hell would be
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Poop says he was with someone on the same page, but she eventually ghosted me anyway, so he gave up. You got to be careful with this phenomenon of ghosting because sometimes it's not clear. I watched a video by that Tracking who popped on my channel last week, and he made this video about he was ghosted in Canada of all places, and basically he went on a date and this girl didn't talk to him for like 10 days or something afterwards. But you got to be careful. It's not always you. You do have to realize that sometimes when people go on dates with people, they may not talk to them, but it may not be because they don't like you. It's because they don't like themselves. Sometimes they like the person, and sometimes they have like
they just forgot about you. Like you go on one date.
They forgot about you. But I'm genuinely saying there are some people who, when they go on a date, they might like, oh, I like this person, but I can't be with them because I hate myself or I hate this about myself. So I'm just saying sometimes people ghost people not because they don't like you, but because they don't like themselves. They actually might like. I know that's a weird thing, but that does actually happen. I've heard of that.
I had I tried to set up two friends with each other, and it was the damn guy who thought because even my friend was like, why didn't he call me and stuff like that, and I straight up went up to. I'm like, what the fuck happened? He's like, I just didn't like myself, kind of. I was out of her league and blah blah blah, and here she is like waiting for it, and I'm like, you just like shot yourself in the foot for nothing. But it was all in his head, and I can't do anything about that, right? So
you can't do anything about it sometimes. Depoop says he was ghosted after 10 years. He was with the lady for 10 years, and she ghosted. That is really sad. I'm sorry to hear. That's actually really heartless. If she was with you for 10 years, and then she suddenly disappeared. Yeah, that's actually terrible.
Well, did you guys get in an argument? Like 10 years? I feel like there would be some arguments there.
I mean, I know that happened to a neighbor of mine. His partner just, he woke up one day, his partner was gone, no explanation, just left him.
Hey man, if someone, like, if you're in a bad relationship and for 10 years you get fed up one day, I get it. I'm less of this whole, because I used to be a person who was like, I'm going to meet up with them in person and tell them to their face. It's out of respect. After a few of that situation, no, someone like does something disrespectful to me, someone harms me in any way, they can get fucked. I don't care. Like I've given way too much respect and time and effort for people who have fucked me over. So no, I'm gonna do the ghosting thing. You messed me up, go away. That's it. I would do that, like friends, relationship. Like there are people who do hurt you, like not just hurt you, want to harm you. Like
I was thinking about this great concept. I was thinking about this concept today, Brother Marcus. I was thinking about this today. You know the concept of revenge, or just letting people.
I'm not a fan.
Putting people. No, but putting people in their place somehow. You know what I mean? Like making justice. You know, in Christianity we're told about forgiveness, turn the other cheek, and all that. But I was thinking, this is just kind of spiritual, kind of philosophical thought I had. If there was such a thing as, by the way, you definitely won't agree with this, but if there was such a thing as karma, or if we are here to learn, then I would say by default it's necessary to teach people lessons. You know, if they do something bad, it's necessary like that.
But I'm not a teacher. If they can't figure it out on their own, and they put the blame onto me or someone, like most people, like if you're in a bad relationship, they'll project and blame you, and it's like, You could take it. It depends on the person. If the person's open to the criticism and be like, "Hey, here are things where we diverted," and that has happened in the past. Like I've maintained some friendships that way. Like we talked about. Like I've had friends where we've separated and came back together, and we talked about what went wrong, and then it's fine. So you can do that depending on the person. But if someone intentionally harms you and they blame, like they're not open to taking accountability, because there are certain conditions where it's hard for someone to take accountability. Well, then I'm not your teacher. You fucked me over. I'm not your teacher. Go learn karma from someone else then. Like why am I going to waste my time with that? I'm done with that. You can tell I've been scarred. So
No, man, I understand it. I understand it, man. But at the same time, I mean, I say all these things. Life is very complicated. Sometimes it is best just to let go and realize that that person wasn't who you thought they were. You know, they weren't.
Instead of lingering it on for long, yeah, it'd be kinder to just release that relationship and so people can move on. You know. Sometimes there is no lesson. Sometimes people don't have chemistry with one another. Some people just don't get along, and so not everybody's a cup of tea for yourself. You know, just like same thing with friendships. Not everybody's going to be your friend. Not everybody's going to be your partner.
Brilliant. The channel is brilliant. Whew. Black Hole just had to open his mouth.
Hello, Black Hole.
How was your sermon today?
I'll be quiet.
I just asked a question.
No, you can say something, Black Hole. How are you doing?
Did you read my comment yet? About,
Oh, yeah. You said you went to church. You went to the church. Yeah. Well, it's an important topic, Black Hole. When people are here, it's important they're raised as well as possible for their own benefit.
That's correct. That's correct. I'll stick with you for the rest of the life, man. I love your channel so much. I'm a true fan.
Okay.
Yes, I'll be quiet now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You can talk. You can talk. You don't have to. Black Hole, you can talk. You can talk. It's fine. Japoop says.
I'll just say whatever comes to mind for the rest of the stream. Yes. It's all good, man.
That's the way it rolls here. Japoop says he doesn't think their relationship was bad, and the situation became complicated due to factors outside of their control. Was
it financial? Because I heard a lot of relationships fall because of financial stuff.
It can happen. Someone loses a job and the dream goes down the Swanee, like their mortgage and all that.
Yeah.
It can cause problems. Yeah. Or, this whole thing, Kapoops and antenatalist. It could be that the other person, she wanted kids or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Why do parents really have kids? Because they're in love with each other and they bring kids in the world of slavery, but at the same time, you got to take care of them. You got to do everything. Once you bring a child in this world, they're your responsibility. You got to do everything you can to take care of them. You owe them.
But I believe society owes children as well, because I don't think decisions are made in a vacuum. I think you have to appreciate that people create families because it's the thing that's done in society, and society owes children, not just their parents.
It's just society ain't doing that, man. Yeah, that's right. The parents bring them here, and the children are supposed to make in a society that is not supporting them. The society is not supporting them.
What would the society support, specifically?
Just
education, healthcare.
What else?
Education, healthcare, nutrition. Hopefully, they can make sure the kids have access to proper nutrition.
How about we have a system? How about we have a system where just one guy comes in one day, and another guy comes in another day, and another guy comes in another day, and they, just all this transaction stuff. It's all dealt with in the mail or whatever. Just why is it got to be one guy handling the load of my 5 or 6 people? Why can't we just have one guy coming in one day and another guy coming in another day?
I'll be right back. I have no idea what you're talking about. What handling what, brother? I'll be right back, bro. I'll be right back, but I'm listening.
Okay.
like shared workload kind of thing are you talking about? You
I'm
can't,
talking about
your
the
comment
job,
went
the
over my
job
head as well.
schedule. I'm talking about the job schedule. I'm talking about my buddy the Minio Cycle. I might have even mentioned it. His channel, just having a system where we have one guy coming in and another guy coming in another day. That's just just people that can do the job, because I believe that people are able and willing to do the job. But the problem is there might not be enough training, or there might not be enough people willing to teach them the job. Or at the same time, it's like it's like, why can't we just have a system where one guy comes in one day and another guy comes in and just 1 day or 2 days a week, and it's just everything is transactional? But we got this system of slavery where you just got to do 4 or 5 or 6 or maybe even 7 days a week, and it's just the pay is not high enough, and the inflation keeps going up, and it's just the wages stay the same. Now, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Some people may not quite grasp this, because we have been brought up in a system where you gotta go to school, and you gotta get a degree, and you gotta get a diploma, and it's like, if you don't do these things, then you're not qualified. That's the system we're living in, right?
So you're talking about just like work?
Hello, anybody there?
Hello?
Yeah.
So we're just talking about like work in general?
All I'm saying is that we can have a system
Thing
where
is,
people
Black
are
hole.
still willing to do the work, right?
What work? What work are you talking about?
The work that is just, all this, you just got job applications. We got the, just all these interviews, and they're always asking all these annoying questions and everything. We just got to make sure that people are available, right? It's just, what if they're not qualified? At the same time, it's like, why are you not qualified? Okay, it's just, because I didn't do this or I didn't do that. Why can't we just have a system where we just train people, and it's not so much work? Just like I was just saying, like 1 or 2 people, somebody coming on Monday, somebody coming on Tuesday, somebody coming on Wednesday, somebody coming on Thursday, a different person for each day of the week. Why has it got to be one person for every day of the week? Why has it got to be, it's a system that would be better than the system we're in. I know it might be hard to grasp what I'm saying, but it's just, one guy coming on Monday, one guy coming on Tuesday, some different person coming on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You hear what I'm saying? And it's just, we just, just everything is transactional. We get a set pay in the mail. You hear what I'm saying? Wouldn't that be better than the system what we have now, where just one person has to handle the load of, like, a whole week? And do you understand what I'm saying now?
Sure.
It's just,
I mean, we tried that. We tried that 0-hour contracts over here.
And of course, it's just everything is just everything, just like you're saying there, man. It's just that system that I just mentioned will never be, because there's always going to be manipulation. There's always going to be people that are going to be like, we will never allow that. That system will never be, because we gotta push forward through the school system.
Oh, I remember it's a little bit relatable. I used to hate the way humans were forced to zone down into one particular area, and sometimes it became really, really boring. You just have to do this one thing monotonously for the rest of your working life, and it's really quite sad, actually.
But there's method in the madness there.
That system that I just mentioned will never exist. That system that I just mentioned will never exist, because there's always going to be the elites that will always be saying, no, we can never have it that way. We got to have, just the way things are in the world.
Well, they want efficiency. And for them, it's more efficient to have people do it. Yeah.
Correct. That's right.
And it is. It works better, but
And why? Why do they want efficiency? Why do they want efficiency? Because they're afraid of somebody who might actually know better than the system. It's like, you know, we can't have that. We gotta have the same flow. We gotta have the slavery. We gotta have the system. We gotta have the machinery.
That's life. It's been like that since beginning of time.
That's how it's always has been, always will be. Why do we have these YouTube channels? Because we know how it should be, but it'll never be that way. And it's just a dream that we want, and it's never going to be that way because these elites have all these millions and billions of dollars and everything. It'll never be that way.
Always been safe. That's the whole human thing. We're like that. We're not.
Why do we watch game shows? Why do we, why do we do these things? We're just coping. We know how it should be, but it'll never be that way. Why do we go to church? Because we know how to be. Yeah.
Do you not watch the telly? Do you not watch the telly?
I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer just like anybody else, and I just want things.
I watch the news. I watch the news. That's about it, Chicky.
Oh yeah, I don't watch anything.
I never watch the news.
I have had a telly for 20 years.
I never watch the news, man. It's just, I already know all this, the BS that's going on. I'm sorry. Anyway,
so,
continue, guys. Anything else you guys want to do tonight? I'll be quiet for the next 5
I'm
minutes.
listening.
Talking to you.
I'm listening.
Yeah, when you sorry.
Oh, yeah,
so
when
do you think you'll be getting? When do you think you'll be getting on you?
The black hole is full of BS. Believe me. That's why I want to try to be quiet.
Yeah. So when are you going to get the kitten? Do you think?
I don't know. It's on the agenda at the moment. I'm a bit worried. I'll have to look into it because I'm frightened my dog will kill it. I don't want that to happen. You know.
I am an anti-natalist.
Animals are far nicer than we are. I don't think.
Just,
I must tell you,
we're all just animals. We're all animals. We're all animals, and we're just trying to survive until we inevitably die. That's just, and we're just trying to do the best we can to cope with that situation.
I know you come back for more.
Are you still worried about soul chat theory, Chicky?
What? What worried about what?
The soul.
Chat.
Yes, of course I am. Of course I am. No, I really believe in it. Why do you say?
We're all in the soul.
No, I do. Unfortunately, yes, I do believe that we're just recycled over and over again.
You know what would help?
And it wouldn't surprise you one little bit if the animals were recycled over and over again.
Even church is a cult. Even church is a cult. Even church itself is a cult. Even church itself is a cult.
Yeah. I do think, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. I'm afraid I do believe it.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm looking forward to getting a kitten. That'll be fun. I love it. No one in the world as cute as a kitten. Nobody. I must tell you about my cat.
You gotta make sure that if you got kids. I'm sorry, I won't interrupt again. But if you got kids, you gotta be willing to sacrifice everything for them. Everything.
I don't have any. Kids must be kidding. What, are you a breeder? Black hole?
I'm never gonna have no kids. I shall never have kids. But anybody else have kids? This is just words of wisdom. Words of wisdom.
And D&W?
Yeah.
You know when you get your baby to have it sterilized as soon as you can. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
Yes. You don't want her running out and getting herself pregnant. Because they tell you that can start very early on. I know, because, you know, I've had lots of cats.
Yeah, I know.
You have to be very careful. Some girl cats, 4 months, as soon as you open the front door, out the door, gone.
Wow.
You're looking for a man. Well, tomcat. Yeah.
How young can they get pregnant?
4 months.
Wow.
Yeah, they can get pregnant very, very. As soon as they come on heat, they can get pregnant. If they're 4 months old. That's how I saw it in the Middle East. That's how I know about it. When I was in the Middle East, kittens just breed profusely. Cats.
That's crazy, man.
It's a horrible to
I
see.
think when I was young, we had a dog, and I think at 10 months it had pups.
Yes, it can happen very easily. Cats are worse because a cat, female cats.
We didn't even know. We didn't even know it was pregnant. It didn't show.
No, you want to.
And then one day it ran upstairs. It ran upstairs one Saturday, and it jumped on one of my siblings' beds, and it popped out 5 puppies.
Yeah, I know. I can well believe it because animals. I don't know much about dogs, but I know with cats, a little girl cat or a little boy cat, just open your front door and they'll run straight at you. You won't catch them. And you won't, because they can't half go if they want to, which is how we have so many stray cats running around London. Some people don't get them spayed quickly enough. I get mine done around 3.5 months usually. When they're still tiny kittens, I just take to the vet and get them done. And they're far better off for it. They calm down, they're much happier, and it's all things done far better for them.
They're like you.
Huh? What?
I said they're like you. Far happier afterwards.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should all get spayed. We should all be done. Be a much happier human race. It would be. All that nonsense would just go. All of it. That's a way we could bring an end to the human race. Just get everybody sterilized. Just completely spay everybody. Isn't that a good idea?
Impractical.
It's a good idea, though. Because I do believe what I do agree with David Benatar. He reckons we should all stop breeding forthwith and go extinct in 80 years' time and leave the Earth to the planet. Leave the planet to the animals. I do think that. I really do.
He doesn't believe in intervention.
No, he said in his book. It's written somewhere in one of his books. It is. So that's a line that really.
And what did he say about government intervention?
I can't remember what he said about that, but I remember the line where he said, "If the human race stopped breeding forthwith, after 80 years, we'd go extinct and leave the world to the planet, leave the planet to the animals." I remember that line.
How much do you remember from my interview with him?
Not a great deal, but then.
Okay.
But I do remember, but I'm not thinking about it.
Fair enough.
Type of interview, you do have to watch.
What?
You can watch it 2 or 3 times, can't you?
Yeah.
Why did I even do it? It did nothing. I don't know. Like, this is giving me existential crisis. It's like made a video with David Benatar speaking against ethylism, and then it's not remembered. It's not remembered, but it makes you go down a pipeline. It's kind of like the game War. It's kind of like that movie War Games. The best move is just not to play.
Well, this is the thing about life. Sometimes, no matter what you say, certain people will be attracted to something. And even by talking about something, it will attract. Like there's no such thing as bad publicity.
That's how I used to feel about pro-mortalism, because barely anybody knew what the hell that was. Oh God, Chicky, do you know what that is?
No, what you?
Oh, never mind. I take it back. I take it back. If you never heard about it.
I know.
Yeah,
pro-mortalism, pro-dying, mortal death. Yeah, pro-dying.
Yeah, I guess it's not hard to figure out.
Too clever for me, Brother Marcus.
It's like I used to be uncomfortable with those conversations because, like, if nobody hears about it, but then they find out people on the internet are advocating for it, then it's like, oh shit, am I the pipeline into that too?
Probably.
And is it just like, am I the gateway into like all this death shit? And then when my main focus was don't create shit, no?
Yes.
But I don't know.
Actually, on the subject of ethylism, I was thinking about what would happen if there was no such thing as meat eating on the planet, okay? Because the sad truth is, of course, if animals didn't kill each other and eat each other, we'd be knee high in rotting flesh everywhere. So the whole planet is designed that way.
What about insects and bacteria? Like
Exactly.
they would
Well, what? But
they would
say, for example,
decompose the
lions
body.
didn't eat.
Oops, sorry.
If lions didn't eat zebras, there'd be dead carcasses.
No, I was thinking about this the other day, right?
What?
And it is true. Like when although I hate seeing animals eating each other, and it is horrible.
Horrible.
And I've always hated it. I used to watch David Attenborough, and I used to nearly cry when I thought, like,
yeah.
But what I've come to realize is it's either that die relatively quickly, and by the way, I'm not making light of it. It's a horrific. It looks horrific, yeah.
Yes.
Or if there's no natural predator, so basically what natural predators do is they look at the herd and they look for the easiest kill, right?
Yeah, they look the easiest kill.
So they're trying to kill the weak ones, right?
Yes.
So what happens is when an animal gets a disease, say it gets cancer, say it gets something, and it's ill, it slows down. It's picked off before it can get worse. But without the predator, those diseases would be inflicted on the animals for longer. They would live longer. Perhaps, I'm just speculating, they probably live longer in a state of agony and pain than being taken out quickly by a predator.
Yeah. Yeah, I had that argument with noodles, I think. But if they weren't eaten, we'd be miles high in flesh. If nothing was eaten. I imagine that the lions didn't.
I mean, whether Noodle likes that or not, that is a good argument. I mean, it is a fact like that. You know, the animals will suffer. There's no palliative care in the wild, you know.
Yeah, no, there's nothing to. Yeah, and it's a horrible place. There's so much suffering.
It is a horrible situation. There's no good answer there.
No, there isn't an answer, because if you didn't suffer, then we wouldn't be able to. We wouldn't know that we were whatever. So you can't win. Daisy's meowing at me. Daisy, can you hear us? Daisy, can you hear it? Can you hear cat meowing? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Daisy meowing. Daisy is the sweetest girl. She is such a sweet cat. So you wouldn't believe what a sweet creature she is. There's no one in the world as sweet as a cat. Nobody. Yeah, I love cats, as you may have guessed. And if I didn't have them, I don't know what I would do. And you know, Hackney, did I tell you Hackney Council actually cordoned off a load of land for me?
No.
Did I tell you that?
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
you might want to be careful saying that on the internet, though, because I might be able to figure things out. So don't tell me on the internet.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, anyway,
Yeah.
yes. I've got these 7 cats. I live on the ground, and they actually, I better not say anymore. But yes. So my cats have got their own bit of land. Is it that bad nowadays with everything?
It can be, yeah.
You can't say something like that.
Yeah, it
can be.
Really?
It can be very bad. People can steal identities, whatever. There's loads of stuff people do online now.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm one of these people. I come from a high trust society because we used to be so high trust when I was young. I've noticed I have to get a form signed recently, just a signature. God, what a performance! I did manage to get it signed eventually, but it took a solicitor, and oh, what a faff it was. Is that normal nowadays?
I'm not sure, darling.
Oh, I got it. Yes, it's become so weird. Oh, Bella's just turned up. She's naughty little girl's been outside prowling. I've got this black cat, and she likes to go out prowling in the night. Naughty little girl. Hey, Bella. But I don't think you have to worry too much about your dog. I think when your dog sees that the cat belongs to you.
No, he's a very jealous dog. He's a very jealous dog. Not with me. Like he's not too bad with me because I think I'm a bit more authoritarian than my partner. But whenever she plays with another animal, he gets really jealous.
Oh dear. Oh, that might be difficult. I used to have a tortie like that. Chickpea used to be. No one could come near me when Chickpea was around.
Yeah.
Oh, it might not work then because I know what. Yes, I used to have that problem with Chickpea. Nobody could come near me when Chip was awake. She used to go mad. Absolutely balmy. Yeah, they can be quite, animals can get very jealous. They do it the sweetest way, but they still do it. Gosh, what a shame. So you can't have a cat? Unless you get a very, very grumpy tomcat.
Yeah.
No, big, fully grown Tom.
You know, going back on, sorry to the ghosting
okay.
thing. You know, one of the advice if you're in a narcissistic, like you're dealing with a narcissist, is to go no contact, right? Like that's what do you do about karma with that?
Sorry, I was just getting derided by De Poop. I'm sorry, De Poop. I don't ignore you. I was actually having a beverage and I missed all that. What De Poop was saying. But De Poop, if you really want to be heard on the stream, come on. I don't know why De Poop doesn't come on. Yeah. So De Poop, please come on and talk next time. But he's going now. De Poop, you are loved and admired to the degree that is to be expected, and I hope that you come on here next time and actually talk. You know, but yeah, I don't. To be honest with you guys, I'm sorry. Sometimes I don't read the comments. Sometimes.
Yeah,
It's a long old bloody stream. It's a bloody long stream.
Yeah, you can't keep
You're
watching.
very
all the time.
tired, dear W.
I am. I have to go soon. That's why I am tired. You know.
You have to prepare all this as well.
I'll be honest with you. I had a little nap on the sofa this evening for a couple of hours.
You've done well tonight.
Yes, that must be quite a lot of work. All this.
Well, yeah.
If there's anything I want to tell you, it's just when I go into that church, it's like you got all that pretty music and everything, and I agree. It's just it's just we got all these things. It's like bringing us out of that hell realm. It's like bringing out of that hell realm mindset. It's like come back to heaven where we belong. That's what I want to leave you with tonight. And your name also reminds. I was going to say Arthur, but your name also reminds me of Mountain Dew.
Whose name? Sorry.
I'm just making a final comment. I know you said that you might be leaving soon, so I want to make sure I say that before the stream ends.
You take care, sir. It was good to have you. But I don't know what you meant there.
And understood. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, we are living in a hell realm, and the message is to rise above the hell realm, to get out of the hell, and come back to where we belong.
Help others climb out the bucket. Help others out of the cave.
Get out of the black hole. Rise out of the hole.
Get out of the cave. Get out of the cave. Start thinking.
Same time, if anything else, fall down the hole and go back to Wonderland. Do whatever it takes to escape the hell, man. It's just whatever it takes. My channel has well-roundedness everywhere. That's why I call myself Black Hole.
Black Hole, how do you get out?
How do we get out of this? How do we get out of this hell realm? By remembering who we are and just helping each other and denying anything that goes against that.
So, okay.
Oh, brother.
Anything else is absolute hell. Anything else is hell. We shouldn't be paying attention to that. Ignore the BS. Ignore the BS.
Hello.
The BS is here to just corrupt us. The BS is these people are here to create corruption. Yes. I don't want to go too far. It's just how it is with YouTube and everything. I don't want to go and say anything wrong on this my beloved channel and my beloved YouTube brother here, but it's just these people are here and they know what they're doing and they could make it better, but they don't. They don't.
Yes, I work.
Brother Marcus?
Yes.
So, are you a corporate slave? Like the rest of us?
We're all slaves. we're all slaves in this
I
hell realm.
know,
It's,
but
our,
I said
it's our job to
corporate
find. It
slave.
is our job.
I said corporate
It is our
slave.
job to find the way back.
Mark, are you a corporate slave?
It is our job to find the way back to where we belong, and that is reality heaven. That is reality-based heaven.
Brother Marcus.
Yes.
Anything else is a delusion. Anything else is a delusion. I encourage you guys to get on there, and it's just there's this little book that was made. It's just I don't remember the name of it, but it's just I purchased it. Yeah, it's a good book. It goes into it's just anybody knows about it. It's like it's no joke. We live in hell. It's no joke. We live in hell. I encourage everybody on this stream that's listening to go into the stream of or just get on YouTube. It's like it's no joke. We live in hell. It's a very good book.
The book?
I purchased it.
Is that what the book is called?
Yeah, it goes into deep. It goes into depth about.
Was that a black lady read? Was that a black lady who made that film?
Was just everybody listening to the stream, type in "It's no joke. We live in hell," and you should find it. And yes, it goes into depth of pretty much everything that your channel is all about. It's just this realm is definitely hell, and we need to rise above it. It just that's all I'm trying to say. It's no joke. We live in hell. It's no joke. We live in hell. Type that in. You should find it. And I love your channel. It's just God, man. You speak the truth.
I found it. Yeah, I found this channel. Yeah.
What's the book
Philosopher Newport. He's got a strange name. The Emperor of Sages.
Spirit is just. We are here to suffer and love. Yeah. We are here to suffer and love. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, you see, the problem of thinking it's hell.
There you go again, man. There you go again. There you go again. Speaking your wisdom to me. Lay it on me, man. I love you.
It could always be worse, and that's the scariest thought. It may not be the hell. And I think about that sometimes. You know, the Buddhists have layers of hell, and
yeah, layers of hell, man. You got wisdom beyond my imagination, man. You are beyond the black hole's mind. I applaud your channel. Lay it on, man.
Black hole, don't inflate my ego too much, please, because I have to go out into the world tomorrow, and someone will shoot me down very easily.
You're wonderful. You're wonderful.
So yeah, as I say, if you are going to think of this world as hell, I mean, one of the benefits would be to think that it could be worse, and therefore, at least you're not in. At least, but then that's a kind of. I always say, how can you take Schadenfreudian delight? How could you ever get to heaven knowing that people are suffering down here? People you care about, for example, you know what I mean? And that's why, that's another reason.
How about helping each other? How about helping each other? But there's always going to be ignorance, man. See, that's the problem. Even though we could simply help each other, there's always going to be ignorance, right? Right? You bet. There's always going to be people trying to rise above each other, no matter what we do. What do you say to that?
There's always going to be that pesky competition and ego.
Correct.
Until you get a little bit older and lose that testosterone.
Well, what if you can be a competition about helping people?
Like, you know, you want the children to move out of the house. But that's another thing. We got all these people that are wanting to move out of the houses. We got all these people that are wanting to move out of the houses, and the housing is so expensive. The wages don't go up. The inflation. What do you say to that?
No, but what Brother Marcus said there is very important, and I've often thought of this black hole as well. What if, from an early age, instead of being competitive about kicking a ball in a net or whatever, what if you were like conditioned to help people as help as many people as possible? That was like seen as the best thing you could do, rather than
in the first place. That's what
that is how it should be. I believe that as well. Yeah. But the thing is,
at the same time, it's like, look at all the ignorance that's happening. Look at all the ignorance.
What is taught to us as children is just
others' throats. Okay. That's how they want. They want us at each other's throats. That's how us proles have to be at war with each other for them to stay in charge. I've always said that. They do. They want us.
It's only when you're in church when you realize there's snuff more than anything. That's just the way.
Well, I've always thought that we're kind of like a weird breeding program for them. Like they like us battling it out. So what they do is those families have been in power for time, yeah. And the way they see it is, they have the power, and what they do is they let us fight it out in a gladiator war, and then they pick the fittest of us to breed with.
Yeah.
To improve their bloodline.
Sometimes I feel like when I come back from church, I have to contradict myself with these wonderful wisdom YouTubers. And it's like, you know, what's the real truth? The real truth is that we're just contradicting ourselves. And the only thing that matters is to love each other. It just, and people complicate things. We got to go to church. Why do we got to go to church? Why should we have to go to church to love each other? Why should we even get on YouTube to love each other? Why can't we just love each other, period? Why do we got to go to work? Why do we want to make money?
Well, they say, if you're going to get into that, they do say in the Bible, the church is actually your body. The church is within you.
Correct again.
And you don't have to go to anywhere.
Consciousness.
It's within you.
I am that I am. Consciousness. Correct.
Having said all this weirdness about religion and stuff, and I said a prayer once and it came true. Noodle says it was only a coincidence. It could have been.
What do you consider? What do you consider religion? Do you consider religion something outside of your daily life? Do you consider religion something outside of your daily life? Having to get up and go be a slave.
Religion is an attempt to practice spirituality in a uniform fashion with others, right? That's all it is. Now, the thing is, I believe...
yes.
Sorry?
Very good. I said very good. Very good.
But it's also used as a way to control people as well by malevolent forces. Religion is a manifestation of... Religion is a manifestation...
Why should we have
because
to control
of ego.
people? Because these people that think they're better than everybody else. There's always going to be somebody that thinks they're better than everybody else and trying to rise out.
No, but also, brother, some people are dangerous. People are dangerous as well, bro. Sometimes people need to be controlled because they're dangerous.
You always got to ask why. I always ask that on my channel. Why, you always got to ask why. Why are they dangerous?
Because they're mentally ill.
Because they're ignorant. And why are they ignorant?
Because they're mad monkeys.
They refuse to follow the word of God Almighty. And who is God Almighty? I am that I am. Why do people got to complicate everything? Because they got to have an experience beyond the spiritual boredom. They got to have a
black hole. Before I go, have you ever had a weird spiritual experience or a premonition or a supernatural kind of phenomena in your life?
The only phenomenon I've ever had is existing on this crazy earth that I'm still living on to this day. That's the only answer I have to that.
Amen.
There you go.
Amen.
What about...
Thank you for shutting me up just now. Thank you for shutting me up just now because I was probably going to say something else really crazy.
Sorry, I'm having a chewing gum here. I hope it's not annoying people. Can you hear it?
No.
Okay, good. Anybody's interested, it's blueberry flavored Wrigley's Extra Sugar Free.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, by the way, DNW, I hope you know that fabric conditioner is non-vegan.
I don't use it, so you don't have to worry.
Years I use fabric conditioner.
What is it made out of? Out of interest. What have they got? Sorry? Some insect or something? Have they got insects in it or something? What have they got in it?
No, it's made from rendered animal fat. They
really?
actually use rendered animal fat to soften our clothes. You can buy vegan one, but I didn't know about it for years.
I didn't know that. I don't use it, so I'm glad. But I didn't know that either.
I used to use it and discovered to my
I suppose it makes sense in a way because they used to make soap out of fat, didn't they? Animal fat.
Yes, but it's made from rendered animal fat. So when you use it, your clothes are covered in some dead cow or something. God knows what.
Yeah.
Yes, I.
Do you know? Like, I often think about humans. Like, what the fuck was it like? You know, we have all our modern conveniences now,
Yeah.
and thank God we do.
Yes.
Tallow
But
is the key
what?
ingredient. Tallow is the key ingredient in fabric
Yes.
softeners.
Tallow. Okay, that's from bone, isn't it? It's the fat in the bone, right?
Rendered animal fat. It's
Rendered animal fat. Okay, yeah, right, yeah. I'm thinking of marrow. Yeah.
Guys, I think the bottom line is there's always going to be something. There's
It's
always
very
gonna be
hard.
something.
You have to research everything you do.
Yeah, I didn't even know about that, and Jesus.
No, I didn't know for years.
You wouldn't expect that, would you?
No.
It's kind of
No,
gross.
It is.
Yeah.
But yes.
There's always something.
Like animal products in tires and in cement and certain.
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's a real horror show. Absolute horror show.
Correct. Correct.
That sickens me to the core of my being. Because if it wasn't for
wake
that,
up
I'd be
and
quite
do the
happy.
same thing every day. We wake up and do the same pretty much thing every day.
Yeah, I don't know about like without the animal holocaust, whether or not you'd be happy or not. Like
Yeah, I
you'd
would
still
be.
have
No,
to go
'cause
to work every day. You'd still have to
I
see
could
your
cope with
friends
that.
die.
I could.
Like I don't.
Oh, I must tell you a story.
Why
I must tell you a story
why
about
should
work.
everything be the same every day?
Listen,
Why can't we just have something
Stop.
new and fun every day? Why is everything gotta be the same every day? Why is everything gotta be the
Stop it.
same every day? Why can't
Black
just something be
hole.
fun
Black
and
hole.
vibrant?
I'm talking to you. What is it? The cat? Right. I must tell you a story about work. Actually, I was talking to somebody about my RA, which is very, very painful.
Yes, ma'am.
And I had to stop working in my 40s. When I was 40, literally, I had to stop working. And somebody said to me, but that's actually a blessing in disguise. And yes, RA, the world's so shitty. RA is actually a blessing in disguise. Since then, of course, I've been cared for by the state.
What's RA?
Rheumatoid arthritis.
Oh.
It's nasty. It can be very painful. I get painkillers for it and things. But
wait, why is it a blessing in disguise?
Because I was pushed off the treadmill. I haven't worked since I was 40. I haven't had to because
oh my goodness, you haven't
But
worked
you're in
since you
severe
were
pain because of
14?
it, right?
Sorry?
You said you
What?
hadn't worked since you were 14?
40. I haven't. I stopped working at 40. I
But
had to stop.
you're in pain though.
Yes. Well, yes and no. I get very strong painkillers. I get pretty heavy duty painkillers. Plus, I take stinging nettle tincture, which really helps the pain. But that to live in a world where having a disease is a blessing is insane. That's how mad it all is.
Like, the painkillers? Does it cause any mental fog or drowsiness or fatigue?
Drowsiness. I don't care. But you know what? I'm no worse off. I used to work as a secretary, so I was just a working class female. I'm no worse off than all my friends who were themselves secretaries are financially. I'm no worse off. That's how bad it all is. Because when you do work, you spend more, you do this more, that more, everything. It's like, I don't know what it all, but yeah.
Off that paper. It's still
What?
based off of that paper. It's still based off of that paper that we created. We could make a better system, but we don't.
But I'm no worse off than when I worked. Financially, I'm not.
I understand. I understand that you're being a slave to that paper. Because it's just, we're
got
just
no
here
choice but to be a slave to pay. But it's not paper anyway, it's digital. It's digital.
I'm sorry. You know what I want to say, but I don't want to go too far.
Of course I know I'm a slave. I don't own any land, so I'm a slave.
Rabbit hole matrix. We're all slaves in this rabbit hole matrix.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what
we're
my
all
channel
slaves.
is all about.
Unless, of course, you remember the 1%. Unless you remember the 1%, then you can laughing. But don't worry about me. I get lots of painkillers.
But I sure do appreciate your work. I appreciate everybody's work. I mean, it's just it shouldn't be this way, but it could be better. I shouldn't interrupt, but I couldn't help it. You know, sometimes the rabbit sticks his head out of the hole more than he should. The hunter is always waiting.
Yes, so say about it. Bleak, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's just now you're starting to get what my channel's about. There you go.
But anyway, but I'm doing fine. The state looks after me very well, and I can't complain.
I know you are. I'm sure you're doing everything you can. I know you are. We all are.
Just a miserable old
No,
bag.
not me. Don't speak on my behalf.
And a lot of us don't give a hoot, but we're still forced to pretend like we give a hoot. There you go.
But life could be, well, it could be worse. I could be living in a
It can
country where
always
I'm
be
forced
worse.
to give birth.
Always be worse.
Could always be worse. Yeah. So have you got any pets, Black Hole?
Well, I used to have some pets a while ago,
What
but
do you
they're all
have?
dead now.
What did you have?
I had a
Sorry?
basset hound. I had a dachshund. I had a basset
Oh,
hound.
I love basset hounds.
And a dachshund and a Labrador, but the Labrador ate me up years ago.
What?
At the same time, my father had a old sheepdog named
Oh,
Humphrey.
wow.
We named the basset hound name was Foots, and we had the Labrador and the dachshund were both named Odie.
Oh, wow.
And there you go.
I couldn't be without my
It's like,
cats.
it's just they've all been dead for like oh my god, the basset hound died in like and when I was in high school, that was like 2000, and that was like about 15 years ago. I haven't had a pet since, but I appreciate you asking me that.
Why not? But life without animals, that's grim. That is grim.
Yeah, it's just at the same time we're all animals. We're all meaningless.
I know, but
I don't want to go into anybody else's channel. I'm going into I'm sorry.
Little fur babies are easy to love.
They're expensive.
Well, at the same time,
Don't tell me about it. I do know.
We're all conscious beings. It doesn't matter what species we are. We're still conscious beings, and we're still trying to find our way back to our home, and that is basically just I am consciousness. You can call that God. You can call it whatever you want.
No, my cats are as happy as you wouldn't believe. Little things.
I love cats, man. I love cats. I love your emblem there.
Yes,
check
that's Boris. Boris. Oh, Boris used to talk to
Boris.
crows.
How long have you had it?
Boris, no, I only had it for 4 years. He was a shelter cat, a rescue he was from a breeder situation. And he lived with me for
how
4
old is
years.
it now? How old is it now?
He's passed away 4 years ago. He passed away from a combo of old age and sunstroke. I couldn't keep him indoors.
Do you have any pets now? Do you have any pets now?
Yes, I've got 7 cats. Yeah, 7.
Okay, it's just 7 years old, right? There
No,
were 7.
I've got 7 cats.
You have 7 cats. Wow.
Yes.
Do you know all their names? Can you name them
Of
all?
course I know their names. They're my cats. Of course I know their names.
Of course.
But
Go ahead and name them all. Go ahead. It's okay.
Boris used to talk to crows. And he actually used to talk to the crows we get around here. He was the most gorgeous cat. I miss him terribly, dreadfully. I miss him so much.
Yeah, it's just we always miss people when they leave this realm, but I've always hoped that they believe in it.
Oh dear. As I was saying, Boris used to talk to the crows. No one there.
I'm here. So the cat talked to crows, right?
What?
Boris?
Yes.
Talked to crows.
Boris used to chatter to the crows that used to come down. I used to catch him outside, laying on his little back with his little legs up in the air, and a couple of crows jumping around, and a crow couple. Yeah, I used to talk to them, chatter, and they'd
Sorry
be
about
crowing.
that. I got flipped off. I was just trying to say. All I was trying to say was that I just hope they go to a better place. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, well, my cats have got it pretty good here, I must admit. I'll say so myself. Yeah. Oh dear.
But anyway, it's been a wonderful live stream tonight, DNW, and I sure do appreciate you me back on after my coming back from church, and I hope to see you again for many future live streams. And thank you for allowing me on this fine Wednesday night stream.
Okay, brother. I think I'll leave it there now, guys, because I do have to go to bed.
Have a good night.
Poor guy, you've been here for 6 hours.
Yeah, we're just starting to have fun, man. I understand, man. It's
Wow, 6 hours. Are you serious? Yeah.
6 hour stream, man.
I honestly thought it wasn't going to last. I honestly thought it wasn't going to last an hour and a half when I started it, because I thought this isn't going well. At the beginning, there was nobody coming on, you know.
We all appreciate it, and we'll see you next time. And good night.
And you must bring your little doggy one day so we can see him.
And thank you to Brother Marcus and Chippy for sponsoring the show and becoming members. I appreciate it, guys.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyway, I love you. So I'm off, okay? Bye.
Yeah, guys, we will reconvene Friday-ish. Definitely Friday, because I will do the more structured one, but it might be an interesting one on Friday.
Yeah,
hopefully.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, do you remember we were talking about the different experiments, social experiments? Organization?
Yeah.
I do the best. Best I
sorry,
can
Black Hole?
for you. Be the
Sorry?
best I can to be there for you. I'll just do the best I can to be there for you, brother.
All right, take care, everybody, and please take care of yourselves and others if you can. And that's all I can say. Do your best for yourself. Just you owe it to yourself.
Take care.
Take care, brother. Take care, and good night, everyone. Good day. Hope you're okay. And yeah, all of that. Take care now.
Truth is fleeting, shadows call. We search for meaning, we question all. The path is winding, the veil is thin. Beyond illusion, let the journey begin. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Voices whisper, thoughts collide. Truths are hidden deep inside. The world's a riddle, a shifting dream. Reality isn't what it seems. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. Make gnosis bring you peace of mind. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. May gnosis bring you peace of